to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and I'm coming on just Avatar tonight. It's a lazy Sunday, and then also I'm gonna have some special guests up tonight on panel, so I figure I'll just cam down tonight. But it's so nice to see all of you guys here tonight. Thank you so much. Ann Reynolds, I saw Megan Nels, I also saw VW Hologirl. So good to see all you guys. Or WV Hologirl. I always say it the wrong way. I always say it backwards, but it's so good to see all of you guys. Tonight, we're going to talk about Summer Wells, her disappearance 4 years ago. And I thought it would be proper to talk about her tonight and bring in some clips from Dawn's statements, because 4 years later, Candus couldn't bear to come up and talk, and at the very last minute she declined the interview, and we'll see that in the news clip. And so I know there was a lot of speculation about the boys lately and Dawn getting them back, but I don't think that's going to happen, because he said he signed his rights away to all 4 of the kids, you know, not including the others that they have, because Chloe let us know they have a total of 9 kids in the family. So hey, Kelly Holcomb, good to see you. No, you're not late. Not at all. Good to see you. We just started talking, actually. So, yeah, I mean, 4 years later, she decides, and then there's like this really awkward picture, and I'm sure you all have seen it, but it's Dawn like sitting right next to this cat, and like then there's just like all of the wilderness around their home. In the background, you know, and I just thought less is more tonight, and that's pretty much what it's been like in this case, is just, you know, nothing and no summer. She's gone. Tonight, I have a really big trigger warning. I just want to start the show out that way and say a big trigger warning, because the content that we are going to discuss tonight is absolutely horrific. And I don't even know if there's one word that can really describe the content that we are going to go over tonight. Happy Father's Day, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Oh, I hope you guys had a great day today. I hope your husband got a chance to relax and all that good stuff. That's fantastic. Yeah. I wished a happy Father's Day to everyone in the description of the video tonight. So I kind of wrote a longer description. And I was kind of being an asshole in there, but it's kind of funny. So if you guys check out the description, it's pretty funny. But I wished Seth a happy Father's Day. And then I brought up two bad dads, right? We don't even want to call them fathers, but one is Don and the other one is Chris Proudfoot. Because the more that I dive into Summer's case, the more that I can see the similarities. And even with the interview that we are going to review tonight with the deception detective, woo woo, right, Meg? We're gonna do deception detective tonight. Just as I dive into all of this, his interview was back in December of 2023. So right before the interview that we're going to review, So right before Sebastian went missing, Deception Detective was diving into Summer Wells's case for the first time. And I thought that timing was a little bit interesting. It's right before Sebastian went missing. So, and I think that these two cases, because he talks about how odd the cases are, and I didn't leave a whole lot of his commentary in there, but I did leave some important points. And I probably won't catch the essence of really what he was trying to, convey in his video himself. But I wanted to pull these top 10. He started out with these top 10 disgusting things that a father would say. And oddly enough, we are on the anniversary of Summer being missing, and it's Father's Day. I don't know if it's odd, ironic. I don't know if, there's a deeper meaning behind it, but I do know that it really put me into a funk, I guess, in a way, because of some of the content. So again, trigger warning. It's going to be really disturbing, I guess, is another great word for it. And also, I think we're going to see a lot of Don telling on himself. Don will be telling on himself a lot, I believe, from what I've analyzed so far. And, as I edit the clips, I kind of go back and forth and analyze them. But happy Father's Day to your husband too, Anne. I know it's hard, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that. So, yeah, guys. So we're going to go over that tonight. And I wanted to pull in some panel guests. That way we can discuss everything. But before they come on, because they're not here yet, and it's going to be Chloe and Lost in Translation. We're going to announce some cool things about our channel and tell you about it too tonight. But I thought I would give Don, since it is Father's Day after all, I would give him the stage first. And we can watch his interview with the local news on the anniversary. So here's Don. Sans Candus Wells, Candus Fly, she is not in attendance. But the cat showed up. The cat showed up.
This weekend marks 4 years since a Hawkins County girl was last seen. 5-year-old Summer Wells was reported missing from her home on Ben Hill Road in the Beach Creek community on June 15, 2021. On your left, the photo shared by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation when the Amber Alert was issued. On your right, an age-progressed photo released 2 years ago of what she may look like.
Nearly 4 years ago, 5-year-old Summer Wells disappeared from her home here in Hawkins County. It's believed that she walked out of this door and hasn't been seen since. And today, there are still no answers as to where she could be.
It's 4 years too long. My thoughts and feelings haven't changed. I mean, it's been heartbreak, continual heartbreak for the past 4 years.
This very yard is one of the last places Dawn Wells' daughter Summer was known to be.
We love and miss her very much and wish that she could come home very much, because she was kind of the bossy boss around here, and we just miss our children, man. We had 4 children running around here like crazy.
The then 5-year-old has been at the center of an Amber Alert since June 15th of 2021. Crews searched the Beach Creek community for weeks, with law enforcement receiving numerous tips that never panned out.
We haven't talked to them in a long time. We let Chris and Trudy, our private detectives, deal with TBI in Hawkins County, because I don't know, anyway, it's just better that they do that.
These faded signs all throughout the Beach Creek community are a sign of hope that Summer Wells could still come home nearly 4 years after she disappeared from her home on Ben Hill Road.
It's very bad, and and then when you add the social media pressure, of them saying that we're suspects or whatever, that just adds to it, and it's kind of living a nightmare.
Summer's mother, Candus, has only spoken to us on camera once. She declined to be a part of this interview minutes before we started recording.
She wanted to, but all them fears started creeping up, of what happened, in the beginning with the social media and everything, hunting us down everywhere we go, and trying to basically ruin us everywhere we go, and she's just having nightmares.
After Summer's disappearance, the Wells' 3 oldest boys were put into Department of Children's Services custody, with Dawn and Candus eventually signing their rights over.
We haven't received any updates from them, no contact, and in fact, they deleted the phone number or blocked my phone as soon as we got done with that case and signed our children over.
And still today, one word describes their entire situation.
It's heartbreaking.
In Hawkins County, Ansley Daniel, News Channel 11.
Okay, guys, there you have it. So it looks like Dawn did the interview alone, and according to the news outlet, she declined it minutes before Candus did. But Dawn blames social media pressure, and that she's having nightmares, referring to Candus. Well, Candus, has a YouTube channel, so it's preposterous. It's preposterous. It's pure insanity. Where is Summer? Why are they lying? Again, it is so reminiscent of Sebastian Rogers' case. It's just really unbelievable. And I didn't realize it, of course, until I went back into Summer's case, because somebody had suggested that I do so. Hey, Marcia, good to see you. Oh, they know, and she can't face the camera because she knows. I agree, Marcia. Yeah, thanks for being here. And I absolutely am on board with what you're saying there. I mean, it's another, she just walked out the door and hasn't been seen since, right? She just walked out of there, and, Candus had a hard time on Dr. Phil. I think that would be a very high-pressure situation. If I was on Dr. Phil, I think that would be a high-pressure, if I had something to do with it, which I do believe she did, and she knows. No matter which way we slice it, like in terms of if Summer was taken by someone or if Summer was sold, right? I definitely think that is a very high probability here, and nobody likes to think that, and it does seem like it would be a rare occurrence, but it's not as rare as we would think. And what we're going to get into tonight, and again, big trigger warning, guys, because we're going to get into the ABUSE of children and kind of my theory on what I think happened to Summer hearing this, because I have to be honest with you, and I'll point the clip out when we go over it. I never heard Don say this particular statement. Let's just say engage your barf bags. Get your barf bags out, right? Have them handy, because it was absolutely disgusting. And what he says here is absolutely repulsive. And you just might need to throw up. Yeah, that was my guttural reaction. It's beyond me how a father talks about his daughter like that in any capacity, let alone when she's missing. And he did this all over the place. Now we see this with Sebastian Rogers, another young man, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We have Summer Moon Utah Wells, right? And we did the comparison of just the very obvious ones here on the channel, and I have a video, but let's pop the kids up on the screen here. So there's Sebastian Rogers and Summer Wells, both missing out of Tennessee. Summer was 5 when she went missing from her home in broad daylight, and her parents let authorities know at 6:30 p.m. on June 15th, 2021. So there's that. And she lives in the Beach Creek community, which is located in Hawkins County. And the road that she lives on is Ben Hill Road. And you see the property in the background. Summer had a swing that she liked to swing from. Another very disturbing reason, and we went over this recently in another live about Summer, is that we see her pictured here. This is a still from a video, and Summer was dancing around, and beautifully, right? Just as if you're just the innocent little, beautiful little, like a fairy or something, right? A little princess. And she's dancing around and she's being filmed by someone, and she goes out of the camera view because she's so into what she's doing. And the predator who's filming her almost guides her back to the camera view. So you can't tell me that there's not a very strong possibility, like even in an 85 to 90% chance, that Summer could have been sold off to one of the scum of the planet that her parents chose, or quite possibly someone that was able to just come and grab her up. But I think it's the previous theory is stronger in my opinion. So hey, Town Chat Cafe, good to see you. Good to see you, girl. I just switched over. I was in the other part of the program. So I want to go over just and I wonder, I know I had that one video, but I don't know if I saved it or not. And just bear with me here. I had to get rid of a couple of things. Hey, Poppy Love, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Because I had to get rid of a couple of things. But either way, yeah, that is why I believe that it's so strong, guys, is because we see just, situations like this, right? And it's just, to me, not a coincidence, especially when in the video we can see her being drawn back to this barrel in that spot of the camera view where she initially was to begin with. And it just really speaks to Summer's innocence and how beautiful of a little girl she was, 5 years old. Another really very disturbing picture that we went over to is this picture with her brothers. So her 3 brothers, and then her looking also, if she wasn't wearing a dress, like a little boy, in my opinion. Her hair is shorter than her brother's hair. And, it's not like she was described to be a tomboy either. She was described to want to be a princess, and she really enjoyed one of the ladies at the church because she said that she always dressed really pretty, and she was a girly girl. She wanted to be girly. Some girls don't. Some girls like to be a tomboy, but I don't think Summer was one of them. I think there's a strong possibility on punishments with Summer's hair. I think that it could have been something, as we had on our other panel, we talked about an androgynous kind of look that is conducive with trafficking, right? So it's just really, really sad. And we see her hair in different stages of being super short. And she's just as cute as she can be in a little bob haircut too. So, I mean, I just don't know if it was hard for her to manage her hair when it was long. I understand that, I guess. But either way, she was a girly girl. Hey, Cece, good to see you. Thanks for being here. So, yeah, we're going to get right into it, guys. Let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and start out with this first clip, and these are just going to be really short ones because I want to analyze with you guys and let me know what you think. And they're, like, again, the top nastiest things that this disgusting man, Don Wells, the father of missing Summer Wells, has said about his beautiful little daughter. There is a $500,000 reward. This is not the updated bulletin billboard. Whoa. This is not the updated billboard, but there is a reward put out by Dog and At Night for a $500,000 reward. Any information for Summer's case or Sebastian's case. So, I think see something, say something is so cliche, but, $500,000 reward. Okay, let's get right into it.
Number 1. Giving props to his now adult daughter for not complaining about getting raped on her 18th birthday.
As soon as she turned 18, he raped her on her 18th birthday. Yeah, because he knew once she turned 18, there wasn't a whole lot she could do about it or whatever.
Already, this gives us an insight into Don Wells. We can see from his tone discussing something as terrible as sexual assault that he doesn't take it that seriously. And also, he seems to be under the understanding that even if you sexually assault a woman, as long as she's after 18, there's not much she can do about it. Which is a bizarre thing to state, but gives us insight into this man. Remember, this is the father of a little girl who's gone missing. And already from what I'm seeing here, this looks like a guy who might have a very bizarre attitude towards women, the sexuality of women, including his own daughter, because he's talking about one of his daughters here. His oldest daughter apparently got sexually assaulted when she turned 18, and he's actually congratulating her for not complaining about it. So imagine the negligence this man and his wife probably had, the negligent attitude they had towards Summer.
Okay, guys, so imagine the negligence they must have had towards Summer. Imagine the negligence that they must have had against their children other than Summer, right? Because this is the oldest, Don's oldest here. Right here. Josie, sorry, I was thinking, okay, hold on one second, guys. I just got a notification here. Hey, Chloe.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Great,
I'm sorry
great.
I'm
How
late.
you doing? No
Good.
worries. I was like, I wanted you to, I want to get your
I
insight
thought
on
it was
this because this is
11.
wild.
Well, I've been studying all day, and I thought it was 11, and I just realized what time it was. So sorry, guys. Hey, everyone.
No worries.
Lost in Translation is here.
Hey, Lost in Translation.
Hello, everyone.
Happy Father's Day.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there.
We're having a Father's Day show from hell tonight.
Oh gosh, we are going over the worst the worst fathers of the year, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to do it, but it was like weird how it fell, and then I thought to myself, "Wow, I mean, I couldn't believe these statements."
I didn't even think that today was the day that we were going over all this awfulness. You're so right about that.
Yeah, I put it together when I was doing the videos.
Hey, everyone. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. Keep on going.
No, you're good. You didn't interrupt at all. You didn't interrupt. Did you guys just watch that? Did you get to catch all of that clip?
I didn't because I thought it was 11. Like I said, I just turned it on. I'm so sorry.
No worries. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it again. I'm gonna play it again, Sam.
Okay.
Oh, Cece says, I would think that this case would be more solvable than Sebastian's, only because they're not smart enough to conceal their low IQs and disgusting views on the Proudfoots.
Cece, we have all been feeling that for 4 years. Absolutely. 100% agree with you.
Too long, far too long, right?
But you know what? And this is my opinion. But the thing is they are, in my opinion, career criminals, and they're street smart. So yes, they're dumb. I don't believe they're intelligent, but they are street smart, which I think is what's got them this far.
I think so too. I agree. They kind of know how to manipulate people, and they know how, they're in with dirty people. They have friends in low places.
They're career criminals. So, I mean, if you look at it and look at all their background in the essay and everything else that there is, they've been getting away with, the rugs with the D and everything for a very long time. And there's a lot more going on, and it just happens to be that they may be idiots, in my opinion, but they're also people that are very shady, so they know how to hide stuff.
Oh God, super shady, super sketchy. You just really don't know what to really believe in terms of just the timeline even, but we do know that Summer was reported missing at 6:30 that night, so not a huge time frame if we believe Hunter.
Well, isn't that interesting, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
because
hey,
I mean it would
Ann.
be a narrower,
Hey,
more
Ann.
narrow.
Hey, Ann. And Lost in Translation says hello to you.
Hello, hello. Thank you for the
Aww.
Father's Day wish. I appreciate it.
Marcia says they're smart dummies.
Oh, Marcia, it's a conundrum, isn't it? But they are.
That's a good term. I think I
Hey,
might use that. Smart dummies.
can I say something?
Yeah, say whatever you want.
I had to use the word conundrum because I just opened a bottle of conundrum and poured a glass of wine to sit here with y'all because I've been studying all day. So sorry, that was just a little side note. Sorry.
That's the name of the wine?
Conundrum, yes.
Is
So
it
I
a
had to
red
use
or is it red or white?
It's a cab. It's a Cabernet
It's a cab?
Sauvignon. It's from California, and it's 2022. It's just a red blend.
You have to look when you go to Publix and find it.
I'm gonna go find it for sure. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. I like the whiskey barrel aged wine.
Well, that's on BOGO right now at Publix.
Yeah, it's yeah, and you're in Florida, so you know Publix.
What? I know exactly. Yeah, I know exactly. I love Publix. I found out that they sell like sushi rolls there. I'm like,
Oh, Publix actually has good sushi.
Yeah, they do have.
It's fresh.
It's a separate company that comes in and does it.
Do you guys know Publix is from where we are? Like it's founded here, so like all the Publix family and everybody well, they're not Publix. Their name isn't Publix, but they're all here. We're friends with all of them, and anyway, that doesn't matter. Let's go back. Hey, let's get back to the subject here. I'm sorry.
don't get me talking about wine. I could talk about wine all night.
Listen, I want to go over this. Oh gosh, I have so much to say. But let's go.
I really broke them down for us so that way they wouldn't be too long, you know?
That's what I appreciate because the last time we did it, they were a little bit longer. Well, when we did Allie and stuff, and there was so much. You got it. There was so much there in her body language, her flailing around, her giving Hunter those looks, and like. So I really like that you're slowing it down this time, and we get to go really pick it apart.
There's a lot in every clip. Even even when I was shortening them, I was like, damn, there's so much information. Like, it's weird how much you can catch if you are able to, watch it piece by piece.
Oh, there's so much. We literally it's second by second and everything. Yes. Okay, keep going. Let's do it.
All right, let's watch it. Well, we'll just really quick rewatch the clip that we watched. It's short. It's like a minute or two. No, I think it's a minute. Okay, so here we go.
Number 1. Giving props to his now adult daughter for not complaining about getting raped on her 18th birthday.
As soon as she turned 18, he raped her on her 18th birthday. Yeah, because he knew once she turned 18, there wasn't a whole lot she could do about it or whatever.
Already, this gives us an insight into Don Wells. We can see from his tone discussing something as terrible as sexual assault that he doesn't take it that seriously. And also, he seems to be under the understanding that even if you sexually assault a woman, as long as she's after 18, there's not much he can do about it. Which is a bizarre thing to state, but gives us insight into this man. Remember, this is the father of a little girl who's gone missing. And already from what I'm seeing here, this looks like a guy who might have a very bizarre attitude towards women, the sexuality of women, including his own daughter, because he's talking about one of his daughters here. His oldest daughter apparently got sexually assaulted when she turned 18, and he's actually congratulating her for not complaining about it. So imagine the negligence this man and his wife probably had the negligent attitude they had towards Summer.
Oh, are you there?
Yeah, I know,
Okay.
right?
Well, and they didn't even put or that okay. That's just so disturbing. And I think after that in that interview, there was also when Dawn like brags, she took it like a champ.
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of like busted this one up a little bit more because, like I said, it's so shocking, right? This is number one, but I did a two-part because it's like just that statement alone, his oldest daughter giving her props for, not complaining.
It's awful. It's so gross. Like,
And do you know
how
if that
could
was
a
like his friend
father,
that he was referring
how
to?
could a
That
father say that? A father would go like beat that person's, what?
I can't say on what I would do.
Yeah.
I can't say on
That's what I was gonna say. Like a normal father would not get on a news clip and say this. This is not normal. That's his brain. It's that screwed up.
totally. It's like, the most distorted and twisted way of thinking. Absolutely.
To even say that. I mean, it just
I
yeah.
know. And why would you even think that? Like, it's so nuts. It just kind of, and
Well,
it
that's what I'm
gives a lot of
saying.
insight into
Not
him.
even just to think it, but to say it and not
Yeah.
even realize that it's how awful it is. That's how twisted his mind is.
Like, he's dead ass serious when he talks about it, as if yeah, absolutely. Like, he definitely doesn't see any problem in it with it at all.
No. He just acts like, okay, that's normal. Like, whatever.
He's like, you know what I
He's
mean,
a
right?
sick POS. And he is a sick POS. That's for sure. Hey, meow.
Oh,
Meow,
hey,
meow.
meow. Good to see you,
Meow.
meow. Meow,
you
meow.
know, we love our like, perfectly meowing. I don't even know. I'm sorry, got lost here, but I like
Our
that.
feline friends.
We like our feline friends, meow. We do.
That's so cute. So what do you think about the cat being in the interview and not Candus?
Well, I mean,
That gives one sided.
Candace isn't really usually allowed to speak much, is she?
I don't know. He was like, oh, she's got nightmares. She's been having nightmares, so she can't come on here
Well,
because of social
you
media.
know what? Her stroke may have been acting up, though. So let's be kind here. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Or
It's bad.
the other thing when she was on her channel and talked about being constipated, so she could have been having issues. I don't know.
Well, she canceled, like, the news reporter was like, yeah, she declined the interview just minutes before we were gonna, so like that's why her chair's all set up and everything, and the cat's like, I'll sit here with you.
I mean, how many times has she done that? Like, let's be honest. Because we're looking at here with him, like with the cat, right? Well, what about the one last year when he was sitting at the picnic table doing the WGHL interview, and then she just gets up and walks off? I can't handle this. Or Dr. Phil, or any of it. It's anytime there's any pressure, she's got to get up and walk away. And when we have seen her talk, you see these side eyes that she gives to Dawn, and she's looking at him, and he's got like his I don't know. Yeah, y'all all know what I'm talking about.
I have a thought, but it may or may not apply because I haven't seen all the videos. But the guilty flee when nobody's pursuing. So maybe she's fleeing from the interviews, but nobody's pursuing her. So I don't know.
No, she's leaving because she can't speak. Like if she's it's whenever she speaks, either Dawn is upset or she is giving something away that she shouldn't be. She's not. It doesn't work. Yeah.
It gets her too nervous, right? I'm thinking she's nervous. If she was having nightmares, it's probably about that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She's nervous because she knows that she can't handle it. Like because she knows what happened. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. I believe so too. And I do believe that she is fleeing, because of guilt, and nobody does pursue her, and nobody's like, Candace, sit here and talk with us. I wonder how much actual effort was put into, like, hey, Candace, come back. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder how
Well,
much.
you know that Don would have been he'd prefer to be the talker. So I mean,
Mhm.
I mean that's from what we've seen over the last few years. Like she doesn't talk much, and when she is with him, she looks at him while she's talking. So
He's definitely the dominant personality out of the two.
yeah,
I agree with that.
well,
Yeah, like
and
Chris Proudfoot seems to be that way.
a big part of that, in my opinion, is that Cece, you're so right. It's disgusting them normalizing SA. Like, I mean, they live with two of the worst. I mean, Grandis, like her side of the family, his side of the family, his son. I mean, look at all the SA we have. I mean, and he in the Don, look at his record and what he's done. I mean, we've seen all of it, and we're talking about both sides of this family. Multiple
That was the distorted
people on
thinking.
both sides.
I wonder if that's what contributes to the distorted thinking that he has, like, oh, well, when she turned 18, it was no biggie. She can't do much about it then. What? Because she has to prove it, and you could say she consented, you fucker.
Well,
Sorry.
no, great. I could call him much worse than a fucker. It's not even that. It's that in his twisted mind, or in my opinion, in his twisted mind, he's so sick that that's not even abnormal to him. He doesn't even like realize it because he's so perverted. His perversion. I mean, like him stealing the panties, like and getting caught with that, like the essay of his sisters. The child the 13-year-old that he said had this banging body or whatever he called, like, I mean, normal people
Ugh.
don't say those things, and they certainly don't, like, they don't think them and they don't say them out loud. Okay. So if you are, then you don't even like you are really sick.
Absolutely, because I think it's a general consensus for normal men that are healthy men that don't have the perversion, this like disgusting nature, to be like repulsed by that too, and just be equally like, wow, that's disgusting. I would never think that way. And his shit runs deep. It runs deep, for
Well,
sure.
so does Candace's. Look at the family. Look at Grandis's brother. I mean, it comes on both sides of the family. So neither one of them even real. They've normalized this, and it's awful.
It's totally awful. And then, yeah, telling a tragic event publicly has hurt his daughter. Shame on you, Don. Yeah, shame on him.
Yeah, Marsha, you're right. He normalizes it. That's exactly what I meant. And Meow, we all know about.
Oh, Hawkins County Sheriff's son. See,
He
and
was
that's
let out
another
after
element that we see
he
in
was
both of these cases.
he was let out after 1 year, no probation, and he moved in with his father, who's
That is definitely corruption, So yeah, well, and then now with this is the theme, basically giving her props. Number one, giving her props, and then, that she didn't complain. Oh, I'm so sorry, Chloe. You dropped off there.
I don't know what I actually don't know what happened.
We have a really bad storm here right now. A lot of lightning, and it might have affected the internet. So we apologize for that.
Oh, actually, I think I didn't even think about that. It's like major lightning and huge storm and thunder and whatever. That might be it. All right, let's keep talking about the case. Let's do this. I'm here for summer.
So
Justice
basically
for summer.
We're kind of like back at the the same one, because I did number one. So props to the oldest daughter for not complaining about the grape that happened to her when she was 18. Do you know who that was? Was that one of his friends? How did he know? I guess I do like want a little bit more context. I don't know if anybody in the chat knows either, but who did this to her at 18?
Oh gosh, is Hey Jude here?
I know Hey Jude's the one that told me that he was. Well, I'll say it later when we get to that clip.
I think it was friends of the brother, wasn't it? I can't. I need to look that up. I don't want to say.
Yeah, blame it.
It
Of
was
course,
definitely
that's
known.
horrific.
It was people that were known to the family.
Right. People know. Well, of course, yeah, because he would have never known about that, right? And then also, why didn't he take her for help? Like, there's so much wrong. So much wrong. Okay, let's go ahead. We'll play this next clip. It's only a minute.
On her 18th fucking birthday. Pretty crazy. There was things she do, but she didn't go crying. She don't go crying and for all attention and blah, blah, blah.
Notice, if a girl goes and cries to the police about being sexually assaulted, that's blah, blah, blah to him. This is very revealing. This is not an example of projection. That's coming up later. I've already watched this video. But this is an indication of his attitude and tone towards abuse of women. So would I be surprised if Summer was being abused and ran away? No. Would I be surprised if he was abusing Summer? No.
She dealt with it. I got to give my daughter props on that.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's just you can't. It's so hard to even listen to.
Yeah, it is. It is, and even breaking down like what I wanted to, keep him and not. It was just like because I have to listen to it over and over. He's just his voice is creepy.
He's so nonchalant. He's so nonchalant over like things that are so awful.
I agree.
It actually makes me nauseous to hear somebody basically normalize such heinous acts that happen to people you're related to.
Your child.
I mean, like I said earlier, I can't even tell you on the internet what I would do if something happened to my daughter like that. I mean, regardless,
And not
of
even
age,
feel.
regardless.
Me too. And I'd take whatever was coming to me because I would feel that I did the right, I stood up for my child. I don't know. As a parent, we're meant to protect our children. We're here to
Your
protect
children
them.
are always your children, regardless of whether they're 16, 18, 20, 25.
40.
It doesn't matter. They're always
Exactly.
your child. And you still
I meant 29. Sorry, my age, 29. I meant.
Yeah, because he acts like it's she was 18, so it's okay. She could deal with it. No biggie.
Yeah, he did it. I guess we'll come up to that. Okay. Yes, I know. Ugh. I hate watching this over and over. It just makes me so angry.
I know. But it's unbelievable how he wants to blame the internet and say that it's media and the internet and not us. Don't blame us. It's you guys. You guys are assholes. I can't believe you guys.
Yeah. They're all a narcissist. They always play. They're always the victim. They're the martyr. Yeah, they're the victim, the martyr, or the savior. There's three things that a narcissist is. Those are the three roles that they take on. So I think we've seen all of them with Don. Do you think so?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I can't. It's undeniable because, and he's absolutely narcissistic to the point of where he has that air of arrogance about him that is absolutely infuriating to me, knowing his predatory behavior.
Yeah. I mean,
it's like you're not better than anybody, Don. Look at you.
His predatory behavior. And then on top of that, the way he talks about what's happened to his children, I mean,
Mhm.
let's just there's no question in my mind. Just add that up. Just add that up.
Yeah, and he says, quote, she didn't go crying and draw attention and blah blah blah. So is that what he was teaching his kids growing up? Is that if somebody hurts you or touches you
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that it's okay if it's your fault if you draw attention because you're the one that's going to be to blame?
yeah. He was proud of her for not drawing attention. She took it like a champ.
Oh my
Yeah, that's
god!
what he said. Yeah.
Like Lost said, nauseating, like to the point of nausea. Right?
You can't listen to this without being infuriated and sick to your stomach. Like it's awful.
I agree. I agree. And that's why I was like, make sure you guys have your barf bags ready for tonight
It's for
because
real.
I
It's
mean it
awful.
is it's
Hey,
like
Anne.
gross.
Hey, Anne. Same. Same.
What was and
I would actually I would take it and I would be like I'm fine with this because I lost my if something like that happened to my child and I did that and I was someone that was able to stand up and do something, I would have no regrets. I would have zero regrets. And he's sitting there talking about his child and what happened to his child, which I mean, let's also discuss that they had 9 children taken away from them. Let's, obviously
Mhm.
why we can see that by just the way that they act and the things that they've done. So, to him, that's just it's not even it's nothing. He acts like it's no big deal.
Yeah, it absolutely, like you said, nonchalant, very cavalier, and just like whatever, matter of fact. Yeah, that's the way it is, and you should have saw her. You should have seen her. She did great. Just like
Yeah.
she was told, and
Yeah.
and that's so incredibly sad because he's manipulating and using the system because she's 18 and she would have to consent to that behavior, and they could just play it off as if she did, and God only knows what would have happened to her if she didn't appease in the situation and allow for it.
Right, right. Exactly.
And then he's like, she just dealt with it. Like, that's disgusting. I got to give her props on that. It's disgusting.
Yeah, exactly. It's all it's more than disgusting. It's like it's oh my god.
And Chloe, he doesn't even distance himself. He doesn't even use
No.
distancing language here. He says,
No.
my daughter. I'm sorry, I misquoted him because I wrote it down. Says
Yeah.
she dealt with it. I gotta hand it to my daughter, or I gotta give my daughter props on that. Excuse me. I gotta give my daughter props on that.
That's what I said. Yep. Yep, exactly. Yeah.
It's insane. So he absolutely recognizes her as a daughter and allows. Ugh, my lord. Oh yeah, I meant to read Anne Reynolds. If anything like that happened to my son, they would be putting me in prison, and they'd have to throw the key away.
Marsha, Anne, I agree, which I just said that to Anne, but Marsha, same, same. I've always thought that.
Which comment? The makes you wonder
Makes
if
you
Don.
wonder if Don has set that up for money. He's that sick in the head. Don,
I think it's a very strong possibility.
I mean, Don has done a lot of things that we've seen on the internet over the last 4 years. We've heard the way he's talked to people. We've heard his statements and comments. We've heard we've seen his mentality. We've heard about we obviously know his criminal history. I mean, I agree, Marsha.
Yeah. Yeah, and that has to come into play. We can't, forget that.
Oh no, we can't. Nope.
And like you said, the family stuff too.
Oh God, both sides, both sides. Candus and Don are the two of the worst sexual predators, SA peoples. I'm trying to say it the right way. When they met, when he was still married to Pam, I think that they were living with two of the worst SA criminals in state at the beginning.
Wow. That says a lot. That
Mhm.
says a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Marcia, you're right. The remark that he waited till she was 18. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the fact that he even brings that up, he doesn't discuss what happened to his daughter like in an awful way. He says, "Well, they waited till she was 18, and she didn't complain. She blah blah blah. She dealt with it. Like, okay, well, weird.
Yeah, so he knew that they were waiting on her
To be 18. So
to
why
be
did
18.
Don know that? Why would? Because if I, as a parent, if that happened to my child, I don't care what age you are, right? But I wouldn't be like, oh well, they were 18, so they were just waiting for that age. I mean,
Yeah, or
no.
can you imagine telling your friend, just wait till they're 18, you could do it then? Like, what the
Oh gosh, doesn't that make me angry?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like beyond any parent's imagination that really cares about their kids, for sure.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, no, that's not a parent. Well, they were never parents. Look at me. Look at their life. Look what they were doing.
Yeah. Yeah, really. I know. And people get upset and say, how could you bash the parents of a missing child? Well, I have a hard time not bashing these statements.
Well, I mean, how can we? Yeah, we have to. I mean, we have to bring this to light. Like, I mean, yeah. I mean, you have to bash these parents because they're not parents. I
No,
mean,
they're not.
they claim to be, but we all can look at this and see that they're not.
No. And, like you said too, losing other children to the system as well. 9 is a lot of kids, to lose between
It's almost a
two
football team.
people.
Yeah. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, 9. Every single child you've ever had in your life has been taken away from you. You have a child that's been beaten so badly they have brain damage that was taken away from you. You have a child that was taken from you in the hospital. You have the daughter that was I'm talking about Candus's son that was whatever, and then the sister of that taken away. We have the 3 boys and Summer taken away. Don, his 2 children. Look, that doesn't happen. Like that's unheard of.
I agree. It's unheard of, isn't it? Hey, Connie S. And we have Megan Else too. Connie S. is here.
Connie!
Yeah.
Hey, Mama Connie.
I know
Love
Connie is
you.
a very knowledgeable to the case as well. And,
Connie knows, and this I'm glad Connie's here because everything that over the years has maybe slipped my mind a little bit. Connie will always she'll put it right out there. She'll bring it right up and it'll trigger it for me too. So yes, Connie and I and Hey Jude and all of us we've been
yeah, because it's a
we
lot
haven't
to
left this case for
remember.
4 years. We've been on this for 4 years. We have not left it. We've seen it progress. And there's so many things you forget. So when you go back and rewatch this, especially with Deception Detective, oh man, I love his breakdowns.
He's really good, isn't he? I was just trying to bring in some key points so we were, talking about it, the same subjects over and over because he had just such a. And now, keep in mind, this was his first video he ever did on Summer. So he read one
Yes.
article.
Yep.
I know, right? He's good, isn't he?
Oh, well, I am
He's damn good.
I study and I read in love body language analysis and speech analysis. So, because I mean, there's so much that is said by watching a person and listening to what they're actually saying without like what they're not saying, and the way they're saying things, and the way they act, and their body. I mean, it goes hand in hand. And the deception detective, I love like how he brings out points that like things I haven't even thought of. Like, and I've watched these videos so many times, you know?
I know. I have to get a deception deck. That is something that I would
You know
love
what? Me too. We're gonna get one.
Yeah, because that would
Yeah.
be fun to kind of, do that too, like one night, just,
Oh, yeah.
see if people can recognize certain things from the deception deck or something. I don't know.
Yes.
It'd be fun.
Yes, we will have to do that on our when we break down all of our cases and stuff that we're gonna do on the new channel.
Well, I agree, because these little nuances are so important to really understanding what happened, because really they're telling on themselves in a lot of ways if we listen closely.
They always tell on themselves. Yes, you are exactly right.
Yeah, and I think it's this clip I'm going to play next. I think he talks about that. I kept a little bit in there. It might be in further ones, but I think I kept it in there where he was talking about how people really don't like to lie, but they will for certain reasons. And he gave he broke down 3 reasons, and I was like, oh, that's spot on. So, but here we go. We'll watch this next one.
Okay.
Number 2. If Dawn said just one harsh word to Summer, she would break down crying.
If I said one little word to her, she would just start crying, and I'd have to apologize 10 times. Say, Summer, I'm sorry. I didn't, she would just, it killed her if I said anything.
Notice, these are interviews he's giving after his daughter has allegedly run away or been kidnapped. You're going to notice lots of the use of the word killing, death, lots of phrases that involve killing and death. If it is leakage, it's cumulative. And the more times we see him talking about killing, death, bodies, heaven and hell, it becomes more and more likely that he's suppressing some thought about her possibly being dead. He continues to talk about her, let's say in the past tense, or references of death whenever he's talking about her. It could be likely that he or his wife or both of them killed Summer by accident or by negligence, and now they're creating a hoax of her running away or a kidnapping to cover it up. And here we see a quote from Don Wells where he says, "I know in my heart and in my mind she was abducted," Don Wells, Summer's father, told News Nation. "Someone snuck up there and we were not exactly paying attention, and we don't know if they came in the basement and grabbed her, or if she stepped outside the basement and was walking to her swing or something." So the fact that he's so certain about a kidnapping is a red flag to me. All that is to say, pay attention to his use of words like kill, death, hell, afterlife, etc. when it comes to Summer. And here he says, if he ever said a mean word to her, it killed her.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a smart observation, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he always said that about how, yeah. I guess I don't. He just breaks it down so well, so I don't really have a lot to say, but that's true.
Yeah, well, the common theme of death, right?
Connie,
Killing, death, bodies,
Connie,
heaven, hell, the rapture.
Well, the resurrection, yeah.
The resurrection.
Well,
Excuse me,
I
thank you.
mean, on his first WJHL interview with his his son squeezing him by the shoulders and everything, he said, "Well, it's okay. We're gonna see her in the resurrection." Okay, you already lost hope that soon.
Mm-hmm.
That you said, "I'm going to see her in the resurrection." That's crazy.
It doesn't fit together, right? It doesn't go. It's
Well, in the past tense, I mean, all of it, yeah.
Past tense is a huge one. Past tense is really big when we think about, hope.
And that's the truth, and that's what I'm saying. You can't help. There's there's like there's so many different things that you can like read into this, and you can look in, you can hear the way he speaks about things and whatever. But every time you have seen him and Candus in interviews, they like will speak of Summer in past tense, or they try not to and correct themselves when they do. So it's always there. And yes, Connie, you know exactly what I'm talking about, because
And I
he
hate
does
to
know what
giggle,
happened.
but you know, I mean, it's like ridiculous.
Well, it's just it's outrageous. It's outrageous that these two idiots in Grandis all know what happened, and we're still sitting here talking about it 4 years later, and they're walking around free. It's disgusting.
I know. Oh, absolutely. I agree. I agree. Cece says, "Well, Don, I don't think
DC,
you'll be in the same area as Summer if there is a resurrection." That was right,
DC,
spot on.
DC agreed so much. Let me tell you, Dawn is not ever going to be where Summer is right now, and I pray that she's running around free as a little 5-year-old girl, and that she has peace finally in life that she never had, or peace now that she never had in life. Because I hate to say this out loud, and I never want to say this, but I mean, I think we all know that she's not with us anymore.
Amen, Chloe. Yeah, absolutely.
I just want her to be found, and I pray every day that she's found, and that they are brought to justice, and whoever else is involved is also brought to justice, because I think there's a whole ring here.
Yeah, I think that is pretty apparent based on, I mean, even how much Allie knew, and you know, and I don't think anybody in their right mind, honestly, would want to be anywhere near Dawn in the afterlife. I mean, anybody with the right mind, with all the, I mean, just even the little bits that we've listened to, that's not the place I want to be in the afterlife. That's for
Well,
sure.
I'll tell you this. I know for a fact that I will not be where Dawn is either, because I know that I have not lived that sort of life, and where Don is going to be, or whatever he's suffering through now, and what he's going to be suffering through for a long time. Yes, Connie, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
He
ma'am.
deserves it. So I will not be upset, sad, or anything else. And if we don't get justice in this realm, he will pay for what he's done.
Yeah, I believe that as well. Most definitely. I mean, and it's funny that he brings it up all the time. And I think the death references equal
His
that they
Bible,
know what happened.
yeah. I mean, his jail Jesus. He found whatever you want to call it, but
Jehovah's Witness, are they Jehovah's?
No, I said jail Jesus. I said he found
Oh,
jail
I thought you
Jesus.
said, I said, oh, I didn't know
No,
that.
no. Although that's
I
a
was like, then that's weird. He's bringing up.
that's an interesting thing, but Jehovah's Witnesses do not believe in the rapture.
No, that's
Or
why
the
I thought that was interesting. I was like, really? So why did he bring that up? Sorry, yeah, that was going to be a whole nother can of worms then.
Well, I actually have insight on that because of how I was raised. So, yeah, no, I definitely didn't say that. I just said, Don found Jesus in jail, like a lot of
Oh,
Christians do.
yeah. Chris Watts did too.
Oh, they all do. They all find Jesus.
Well, it's all fire insurance.
Yeah, fire insurance. That's interesting. It's a way to look like you've changed your life when we all know Don has not changed his life.
Sure, like it's another manipulation, absolutely. Because I know there's a lot of people that do change their life for the Lord, and absolutely, they
Yes,
did.
Chloe or Cece. I'm Chloe.
I'm not here to tell anybody if they're really sorry for any of the shit they've done in life, because we all have done shit in life. But I just,
We've all done stuff in life, but we have not done what they have done.
oh my gosh, it's like it's worse than you ever could think of. That's the crazy part. They're just fronting.
It's unbelievable that either one of them, through everything they've done and that we know that they've done, that they're literally walking in society with us. It's scary.
It's terrifying. It's like it's the monsters among us, right? I'm not afraid of,
Yes.
Freddy
Well,
Krueger, but I mean, I'm afraid of Joe Blow because I don't know him and God only knows what his intentions are.
That's what I always say. I mean, the devil walks among us, and I think here we can see that very seriously. I think there's scarier things in this world than there are. I don't know how to phrase that, but yeah, the devil walks among us. And in Marsha, you're right. They both have black hearts, because how in the world could you even go on after that happened to your child, and then just talk so nonchalantly? Just be like, and then Candus, she can't speak at all, and she was the last one with her child, her and Grandis. But Grandis got gone real quick.
Grandis got gone real quick, didn't she? She's gone, girl. We might as well. Oh, we could call her Gone Granny.
Gone Granny. Gone Grandis. Absolutely.
Gone Grandis. There you go. Oh man, because she is. She did what, 1 or 2 interviews? I think it was right. Only
she did 1, I think. Right.
Gosh,
Right.
Dang.
Luke.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. No. Stop. Connie, didn't she only? Okay, ask Connie that. Connie, answer that question because she knows.
Yeah, Connie did. How many? Do you know how many interviews Grandis actually did?
1.
Or because who knows? She could have just done 1 and then they cut it up and used it for different shit.
Well, no, she only did 1. She spoke 1 time, and she spoke of the script, and she also was caught in a lot of different things. Connie, right? Wasn't it 1 time that Grandis spoke, and then she was gone?
Yeah, because I remember the script.
Yeah.
She says 1. Yeah, 1.
Yeah,
I can't imagine.
I like. I'm sorry, guys, but Connie, I know
Thanks,
Connie knows
Connie.
every. Connie, if I think it and I know it, like I know Connie. Like if I'm wrong, she'll just tell me I'm wrong, and but yeah, 1 time.
No, I love the
She gave
reinforcement.
1 interview.
That's wild. And she was on the property.
And remember, the door shut, and she looked, and she had said, like, oh, you can't hear anything from here, and like whatever, and then they caught her like doing that. I mean, yep, 1 and took off. Connie, that's right. Grandis got gone.
She is gone, Grandis, for sure, right? Wow.
Hey, we got a new name for Grandis.
I love it. Oh my goodness. So I guess during one of the interviews, and I didn't read the article, but Deception Detective did. I guess it was quoted. I know in my heart she was abducted by Dawn. He says, I know in my heart she was abducted. And, he also mentions the swing.
Yeah.
So it's bizarre. So, at first glance, I guess you could say maybe accident, negligence, what Deception Detective was saying. And then, the hoax part would be the kidnapping, saying, well, someone abducted her. Now that's what that's what Candus told Chris McDonough at the waterhole. And then at the house, remember? Because she was like, there was some guys working down there, and I think they might have taken her. And
Oh yeah, whatever. The tree guys? Are you talking about the tree guys?
Yeah.
She said that? Oh yeah.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
they were all working and investigating. I mean, come on.
And then also, what was it in the Hunter interview? Hunter claimed that Candus told him that Don called her
Yep.
and said that there was that pedo around, or chomo
On
man.
that was watching his children.
Who lets
But
a chomo around their house? Like, if you know that guy, you're like, I would go get my shotgun, especially if I lived out in that territory, right?
yeah.
But then he was like
And
sleeping in the shed. What the
oh,
hell?
Pedo in the shadow.
Pedo in the shadow.
Because that makes it
Yeah.
okay. You know.
I
What'd
mean,
you
I'm
say, love? I'm
sorry.
sorry.
That's awful. I just said that. I'm sorry, but I mean,
Well,
that's what
no,
we call
it
John.
rhymes if
That's
it's.
what we call Don. I mean, why did he have so many sheds and weird buildings around there? And why did Candace? Remember when Chris McDonough wanted to go in the shed and check it out, and she
Mm-hmm.
said no. She wouldn't let
Yeah,
him.
she got real nervous, and she's like,
Yep.
"Oh, I don't know if Donna liked that very much, and it's Don stuff. There's nothing in there." Like, what?
Yep. And then why was Don at the first when he came home at the first building, the first whatever like random shed or dilapidated building at the bottom of the hill?
Ugh.
And I mean, there's so many things we could go over. It's just gross.
Yeah, because it's like their property was set up like a freaking nightmare. Like a place you wouldn't want to wake up to or be, or let alone children running around, animals everywhere. I'm not faulting people for having pets, but
Reminds me of Deliverance.
Connie, there either was evidence in that shed or what you're saying as well. There is a reason Don had his outbuildings that he did things in that, in my opinion, were very let's say very divergent. I don't know. I don't really know. Questionable, not questionable, but like yeah. Oh, and that basement was a dungeon. Connie, you got it. I mean, you
yes.
look at how she lives. Look at how they lived. And then let's go back and think about all the accounts of the parties that they had at their house with children there.
That's so disgusting. How can you think of a? I mean, I don't know. When I think of a kids' party, I think of like the bounce houses and like cake and pizza
Well,
or whatever.
these weren't kids' parties. These were adult parties where children were.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, I don't understand how. I just don't understand how that all works out, in their
Well,
brains. It's like,
and then look at the people that were actually said to be present at these parties, and we all know who one of them was that was let out of prison or jail or whatever with no probation after what he did for so long, and we know who his father was, and he moved in with his father after that. So that
right.
right there shows, in my opinion, that there's just corruption. It's just
Right, because if the sheriff's son is into that kind of thing and they're doing it at their house and he's invited, I mean, it's like, it's like who was on Epstein Island, let's play a game. Who was on Epstein Island,
ugh.
I mean, it's just,
It's like
if you were there,
we're
I'm sure you
talking.
participated. What, you didn't know where you were? Come on,
We're
please.
talking about exactly. We're talking about two extreme opposite classes, right? But just the most disgusting scenarios at the same time.
Well, that's really interesting. That's really something interesting to go into because I mean, you look at that property and that's where they kind of go to do their dirt, and
Well, I
then they
mean,
turn their heads the other way.
how many people have we heard? And I don't want to go into all the names of the people, and I know some of them are controversial, and that's fine. But how many people have attested to the fact that they had sex parties or sexual parties at their house that children were there and drugs were involved. I mean,
Yeah,
let's
I mean,
I
if
mean,
even I would
seriously,
say, well,
even GSB. I mean,
yeah.
I can mention quite a few others that I prefer not to bring up, but I mean,
Well, I would say safe to say if like there was even 3 eyewitnesses that
yes.
said that it would be a
Um,
solid
Connie,
circumstantial
did you see
situation.
what Connie just said? That's so true. Oh my gosh,
No,
Connie.
was she, oh, Connie S says Chloe in one of Candace's lives didn't Summer in the background say no, don't, Daddy. Oh,
Yes, that
oh
that
my
that
goodness,
is
she
true.
did.
Yeah, yeah, she did. Or yeah,
Oh,
she was. I think that they were. Candace somehow was on the phone with somebody or on video. I'm not. I can't remember that exactly. I know Connie's right though. And there is
hmm
in the background you can hear. Yeah, her Summer saying, Daddy, don't, please don't."
oh my God, how horrific! And then I mean, reminiscent of Jen Soto that would allow for something like that and be okay with that. I mean, it just makes your stomach turn just hearing it now, but to see it and be there,
Yeah, it's just.
it's
Ugh.
repulsive.
I'm so glad that Chris McDonough went and did that interview so we could actually see the living conditions. And because it's unbelievable. If you hadn't seen that, if we hadn't seen the dungeon, if we hadn't seen like her mattress that was stained with no sheets, or like the sheet over that was stained, the just the conditions, and the fact that Dawn slept without clothes on and she slept with him in between her and him and Candace, and whoo.
And again, I haven't seen all the videos that everybody on this chat has seen, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're comparing at one point Epstein's situation to this current case, and I think both situations do have a commonality of the fact that the reason they've been drawn out so long without any resolution is due to the level of corruption that is protecting the people who committed the acts.
Oh, there's definitely yeah,
And
that's a Greek and corruption there for sure.
the
You're right.
level of corruption, not just with the people, but in the law enforcement, the people that are protecting other people, so that it doesn't, the people that committed the acts get brought to justice. And that's part of the problem, whether it's socioeconomic on one end of the spectrum or the other end of the spectrum. It doesn't matter. It's still corruption at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. There's people that were paid
Exactly.
off. People are paid off for covering for others because they were involved or whatever it may be. It doesn't matter which lifestyle or which class you come from. Agreed. Hey, Holly S. Hey, Adam Forever.
Yeah, well, and then there's also, just a misconception and an unconscious bias that comes into play when we look at, say, someone like the Wells family and then someone who's supposed to be an esteemed sheriff whose son is involved in the same
Mm.
exact disgusting, um,
And was
deviant behavior.
reported to have been at their house for those parties.
Mm. Yeah. But I'm sure the sheriff isn't going to be really quick to, let everybody know that his own son participates in that sort of distasteful and, disgusting
Oh,
behavior.
of course he didn't, and he doesn't. And but yeah, he let his son move into his house with him when he was let out of. I mean, he didn't even get probation after what he did to his stepdaughter. He got one. He spent a year and got it let out with no probation. Just moved in with his daddy, the sheriff of the county.
Yeah, because his dad probably vouched and said, "Oh, I'll watch after him. I'm not going to let him do nothing like that again."
Well,
Blah blah blah.
his dad just lied for him. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and it must be nice, right? It's easy to get away with that, but you know, yeah, it's absolutely interesting when we look at that dynamic though, because we saw that Candus at least was put in a cop car, but we never saw Katie get carted away in a cop car, and I think that
No,
says a lot to
exactly.
her military background, and why she might not have been treated like maybe say you or I would have been.
Yeah.
I hate to put myself into Candace's shoes, but I will say that I would, my ass had been in the back of a cop car too. I mean, if I
Yeah.
wasn't, I'd have been damn surprised. If
I
I was
mean,
Candace.
anybody. Right. Yeah, I was reading this, Adam, in my opinion, she collapsed from heat or drugs in the car. She thought she was asleep and realized there she was dead. She had moved her so CPS wouldn't take all the kids. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a theory. My theory is a lot more nefarious, but it's definitely a theory and it's definitely possible.
Yeah, it's another case where a lot of
I
things can be possible, right? I mean, just because we don't know.
I still believe it was trafficking or
Yeah.
elimination because of CPS going to investigate her before school and stuff, and she had been so abused it was going to come out. That I can't get away from that. But I know with the heat and the drugs and the dry drowning and all of the other theories too. I mean, there's a validity to all of them. I mean, there's possibility to all of them, but I truly believe she was about to start school. CPS had been out there the day before. They did not close the case. I believe they were coming back to investigate and to inspect. I don't know how you want to say it, to do an evaluation on Summer, and what was going to come out was not going to be okay. So there had to be something done.
I bet you they would only have to probably give her those little dolls or something to play with, and she just started acting out with them or doing something that they would be able to easily identify because of the level of normalizing
Agreed.
this crap.
Agreed on that, but I think physically her body would have shown something.
Oh, absolutely. I'm surprised that I don't know why they didn't rush her over to get checked to begin with, in my opinion. I mean, and I guess that's what mothers are for, though. Your mom's supposed to make sure, especially for a little girl.
I mean, we've heard
sorry.
so many accounts about how, CPS came out and closed the case, but then we've heard about like so many other things, and I don't believe CPS closed the case. I believe they came out and because I mean it's been said that I mean, I think that Don was hiding from CPS, wasn't he? Like he was avoiding them.
He was avoiding them like the plague, yeah. And then he's like, well, I guess it's all right, if they take the kids, because, then again, social media is, everybody's bothering us. And it's like, what are you talking about, you freaking coward?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Play the victim, the victim.
And then look at how badly he's talked to like Josh or people that we've heard those phone calls and the threats that he's made or the things that they did like to other people, threats and his sisters and things like that. I mean, you cannot discount that. You have to put that into this scenario. You have to think about this.
Oh, I agree.
You have to add it up from the ground up. You have to add up like his background, the things he's done, the things he's been arrested for. Look at what Candus has done. I mean, the relationship with Hunter was absolutely inappropriate.
Oh gosh, yes.
I mean, there's a lot that you can add up here, and both of them have to, in my opinion, protect each other because they're both have done things.
Yeah, oh, definitely. And I agree with that 100% that they're not going to roll on each other, because if one rolls on, the other one's going to say, "Well, yeah, well, she did that. Well, guess what?" Or he did that. Well, guess what? I could tell you this about him or her, and then it's a he said, she said back and forth, and then still where's Summer, and they could confuse that situation, um and manipulate, that's the most frustrating.
I want to say something. I'm reading the chat, and um I do want to say, because I have personal experience being married to somebody that worked for CPS. They have way too many cases, they're overloaded, and their hands are tied on a lot of things. They cannot just remove children. They have to go and follow there's a checklist on everything. And I know people that they would have removed children if they were able to and were not, and their hands were tied. So I think CPS, I agree that there's problems there, but I also believe that the CPS, well, I know mine was a first responder investigator, would go take pictures of children and stuff, and there was so many hoops they have to jump through to even remove those children, that a lot of times it doesn't happen, and that's what happens to these children. But CPS agents, like the detectives, the first responders, they're actually, a lot of them are out there for the kids. I guess I have a different take on it, because I was married to a person that worked for the state of Florida that was a CPS first responder that had to go within 20, within so many hours. They had to go immediately on call in the middle of the night and take photographs of these children. And I know what it does to a person to have that job. And I've seen it like in real life, like, and it's not something somebody could do. It's not something I could do. I'll just say that.
Well, I certainly couldn't either. And I'll tell you, our friend Janice, she's a social worker as well. And I know her heart. I know there are so many good
Marsha,
people out there.
Marsha, I am so sorry about your grandchildren, and I'm sorry that that happened. But not every caseworker is like that. Just
Yeah. Oh, Marcia
I'm
says,
just being fair. I'm being fair because I know from personal experience in my life and what I've seen, and being married to somebody that was a first responder that went out and took pictures of these children, that went to schools and interviewed these children, that tried to get the parents, and the parents avoided them. And there's a lot that also can happen. Now, there are bad caseworkers, the same as there's bad people in society. There's people that are negligent. There's corruption everywhere. There's police that are as well. I mean, so we cannot.
no, but I do understand. I understand where you're coming from too, Chloe. But yeah, Marcia says the CPS allowed my grandchildren.
I think CPS, there is corruption there, and I'm sure. I think in Tennessee there is. I agree with that, but I don't think it's everywhere, and I don't think it's every caseworker. That's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to be the fair. I'm the Libra here, so I see everything from both sides. And having lived and married to a person that had to do that job, and seeing what it did to them, and knowing how it went, I don't know. I have a little bit of a kind of
Well,
a,
and it's
I don't know.
definitely like a case by case basis too. And I mean, I could see, how it would be for both sides. How it would be to deal with like a situation where, your grandchild's abused and the kids
Yeah,
told the
absolutely.
caseworker, but then
Awful.
they didn't do their job,
Yeah, and
or
that's a bad
if their hands are
caseworker.
tied, and both could be true at the same time.
Well,
They could have been told that, and then they really went home defeated that day and thought, well, shit, I wish I could have taken that child, or I wish that there was more that I could do. It is such a tough position to be
mine
in.
was actually held down by a gun, removing by a shotgun, holding a baby in her arms, and was almost murdered, and luckily the police showed up in time. So I do have to say that they go through a lot as well. Now I believe that
Yes.
there's bad. Oh, hey Tina girl, I believe that there's bad. There's ones that don't do their job, and there's ones that try to as well. That's all.
Well, and I try to highlight police officers that do a great job and police
Ones that are
officers
not
that
good.
don't do such a great job. And I do both because I understand that there needs to be recognition, but then also we have to point the corruption out when we see it, because if we don't,
Absolutely.
then but it's not fair to put all of this people in the same box, because it's just it's not that easy, unfortunately.
Well, I believe there's good and bad people in this world, and there's good and bad people that do many different jobs in this world. So it could be it could be detectives, it could be CPS workers, it could be a lot of things. And also with the corruption that was going on there, I truly believe that, some of these people, maybe they were, I mean, like, look at the sheriff of the county. Maybe they were, there was, I mean, I believe there was corruption there. I mean, I do. I 100% do.
Most definitely, I can see that. Strawberry and Peaches says, I pray Josie is safe from Don and Candus, and he needs a real family. Don's face says it all. He's scared. Yeah,
I agree.
I agree, and I also think that it's a tough situation that Josie is in right now, aging out of the system, in my opinion. I don't know that he's going to get adopted, but I hope it doesn't push him towards Candus and Don. But what do you think, Chloe? I mean, that's a really tragic. Josie, I feel so bad for Josie.
I feel bad. I feel bad for all three of those boys, and I still always have said this, and whatever. Sadly enough, I believe that Summer actually saved her brothers. Unfortunately,
wow. That's really powerful, Chloe. I mean, yeah,
at least they were taken. They were taken after that, and had this not happened with Summer, I think that it kind of would have fallen through the cracks. I mean, I think that's sad to say, but
yeah, I hear you, girl. I hear you. Well, let's go on to this next clip really quick.
Okay.
So this is, let's see. Okay, yeah. Just 2 minutes.
Number 3. Bringing to words the most vicious acts which he thinks might have been done to his missing daughter.
Somebody has hurt her, probably sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her.
All right, so now we have projection. Here, Dawn is talking about things that might have happened to Summer. Remember, he said in that article, at least, that he believes she was kidnapped, that she was abducted by someone.
Somebody has hurt her, probably sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her, probably killed her.
People don't like to lie, as I say all the time in my videos. Often what they'll do is, if someone's going to lie, the least likely thing they'll do is tell a lie by commission, where they just straight up bold-faced lie to you. Like, did you eat my sandwich? No. I did not eat your sandwich. I was in my office all day. And then you watch the video footage and they stole your sandwich. That's really unlikely. Telling a bold-faced lie like that is the hardest way to lie because you're lying direct. So the most likely way people lie is lying by omission. So you tell the truth, but you withhold context. For example, the context that you did something that you're saying somebody else did. And here Don says somebody hurt her. Definitively, somebody hurt her. The lie there might be that he has hurt her. He's just leaving out the context that it was himself who hurt her. Or he knows who hurt her, right? A friend of his hurt her. Maybe he let someone come in there once a week and have his way with Summer and, pat her on the head for not crying. Good job. Good job for not crying and blah, blah, blah about all that in exchange for drugs or favors or whatever. This guy's a criminal record. The third way people lie is a lie of persuasion. And that's where they manage. This is what manipulators do. where they tell you the truth, but they manage your perception of the truth by using different qualifiers or hedging terms, so that even though they're telling you it's the truth, they minimize it or they skew your perception of it so that you don't totally get the correct picture.
I couldn't agree more with Deception Detective.
Yeah, really, really great analysis there, right?
Yeah, because I was already, when you had me muted, I was talking. I mean, I was talking because I knew I was muted, not because I was trying to interrupt. But yeah, no, I believe that's complete deflection. I think I mean, no parent that their child was missing would come up with these scenarios. They're so disgusting. I mean, I would never, ever even want to believe that. I certainly wouldn't want to say it out loud.
Yeah, because like it's almost too painful to even let your mind go there.
Oh, well, whose mind goes there? Like, unless you have a sick mind.
Unless somebody said, like, I think your daughter was trafficked. You know, I could see, like, okay, maybe this scenario. Like, say I go to a psychic or somebody, because you know how a lot of people will try to solve cases that way and things like that. But maybe somebody told me that and I thought, oh my gosh, I started believing it. So then I was going over all these scenarios. But like you said, I don't think I could even reach the level of disgusting, like, detail that he...
No, not that detailed. Not to even say that. Like, because I would, even if I ever even like thought that could be possible, I would never ever even want to believe it or say it out loud. I would actually do the opposite. I would be like, I would not want to believe that. And
You don't want to
yes,
speak it into existence even, right?
no, exactly. Exactly. Hey, Cinderella. Oh, the 911 call from Candus about Dawn hurting Summer. Yeah, we actually, Cinderella, Connie actually brought that up when she said, Daddy, don't. Daddy, don't. And it was all on the call. And then there was the other 911 call where she had supposedly gotten into something or OD'd, and she took her to Allie's and was screaming and crying and like whatever. I mean, she didn't take her to the 911. She didn't call 911. She didn't take her to the hospital.
No, yeah. I mean, what a concept, right? It's like they wouldn't want to do that because then they would examine her, like you were saying earlier, you know. And I think they were
Exactly.
afraid of that, or like maybe she might be alone with somebody and she might say like, help me, or I don't, you know, my mommy's, you know, daddy's mean to me, or you know, he's touching me or whatever.
I truly believe that physically she would have yeah, there would have been evidence and they couldn't let that happen. Oh, little Miss Sharon. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. You're so right about the kitten. Oh no.
Oh, what happened? The picture reminds me of Don throwing the kitty to the dog. What?
Yeah, he threw a kitten and the dogs, I think, attacked. Oh, I know.
Into like a dog, like a bunch of dogs or something. Hey, everybody coming in. Hello. I always get so into talking to you, Chloe, that I'm like, you know, you're so good at the chat. I get so into
No, I
talking.
know. I'm just reading all these comments because I love seeing everybody's opinions and everybody's theories and like whatever. I mean, we all have seen this for 4 years and we've been going over it, and there's so many scenarios. Like we could sit here, we can theorize about this all night, and I love hearing other people's opinions because I know how I feel, and I also know that over the years I've flip-flopped on different things and how I feel, but when I go back
Sure.
over these comments of Dawn's, like I just I can't discount them or put them away.
Well, I think that speaks to how fair-minded you
Connie,
must be about these cases, that you have evolved in your way of thinking. Because if you had told me, you know, I think the same thing as I thought from the first day, I would question. No, I'm just teasing. I wouldn't question you, but you know what I mean. I think it just speaks to the fact that you're analyzing this information over and over again instead of sticking with an original theory, which I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but I mean, because I have in cases before, but in the same way, with it being 4 years later and nothing, and you've been following it for 4 years, I think that's awesome that your theories evolved.
Strawberries. I can't see your whole name, but Strawberries. Don and Candus should have been in prison for any of their children, any of this time, all the things that happened. What about Candus's 2 children that were taken away from her, and her son that didn't he suffer brain damage from her beating him? And then I saw Connie. I know Connie and I just kind of came from we've been along this for like the whole ride, but I agree with Connie because see Connie has like the same theory I have, that either it was going to be exposed by examining her, or she may have told, and they had to. I go back to the elimination murder or trafficking. They got rid of her. They just made sure she was gone in some way. Whether it was they sold her, they did something that was bad to her and hit her. I actually think that they did away with her themselves. I think Grandis, Candace, and Dawn all know exactly what happened. I think quite a few people on that hill probably know what happened.
I agree with that. I mean, because he says right there, he says
Meow.
somebody has hurt
Yeah.
her, probably sexually, probably hurt her, killed
Right.
her.
Yeah.
So like those are such like matter of fact statements. Like there's no, there's no taking those statements too
Right.
literally, in my opinion.
In meow, I want to say this to you. All of them, you are correct. They should have opened their mouths on what they saw. And guess who then, after all of this, comes to YouTube and all these places and like says all these ambiguous things and then takes them back and then defends people and then attacks them and whatever. And I mean, I think we all know who we're talking about. I'm talking about here. They lived neighbors. And yeah, no. Hey, Mimi Jean.
Yeah, well, and it's just, it's absolutely horrific. And I mean, it just brings your brain right to the worst case scenario, because even when Deception Detective was talking about how, they may have been selling Summer out and then patting her on the head for not complaining and being a good girl and going along with it. That again just turns my stomach and just
Oh my
shows
gosh,
how
Connie.
twisted.
Connie, did you just, lady, remember what I
What?
told you that I was trying to find the clip for you? Look at what Connie just said.
Oh no. Don said Summer was fish food. I remember you telling me that, and I
We
was like,
talked
I
about
want to
that
see the
last
clip.
week. We talked about it last week, and I was trying to find that clip for you, and I could not find it. I know I've been busy, and I didn't get probably like as good into it. But Connie, if you remember where that was, let me know because I want to send that to Lady Freedom because she has not seen Don say that, and that's
No, I've never seen
100%
him say
true.
it.
He said he said we're never gonna find Summer. She's fish food by now.
Well, and it reminds me of when Katie Proudfoot says that Sebastian swims like a fish. And don't get me wrong, that's what people said about me too. I'm a swimmer. I love to swim. When I was little, they couldn't get me out of the pool, stuff like that. But let me tell you, like when she says that, it reminds me of swims with the fishes, like that kind of mob term, like, they'll be swimming with the fishes. And it
Yeah.
like when you said
No, but
that,
he
it gave me the
said fish
chills.
food. He said they'll never find her. She's fish food by now. And
Ew.
Cinderella, CPS was at their house the day before Summer went missing. Don and Candace said CPS closed the case on them. That was never, none of us know that. We don't know that. But what I was told was that CPS was actually coming back to investigate Summer. So that's why Connie and I think that they did away with her before CPS could investigate her. But
Yeah, I think that's a strong possibility.
like I said, there's so many theories. Like I flip flop so many times. I go to trafficking because I believe that Don may have owed money for hugs and with D's. And
Yep, that's a big one. That's a big one for me too.
we know he went to Knoxville all the time. They took the children there. We know. I mean, JSB said it. You know. Okay, hold on, Meow. I wonder what Fred is telling Ziggy. I would like to be a fly on the wall to hear. Well, actually, Fred probably has more information, and well, I believe Fred has more information on this than anyone. And I don't know if you're saying bad about Fred and Ziggy or not, and that's fine. But I know Fred and Ziggy are actually working with TBI, so I know that Fred is told everything. He is 2 years sober as of yesterday, and he got off that hill, and he's the only one that is really actually trying to help. Everybody else he's told everything. He was when he was in jail. The only reason why they let him, he told them everything. He met with TBI the whole time he was in there. Somebody tried to kill him when he was in there.
Oh my God.
He died. He actually had they had to do the panels. He had burn marks on his chest for them to bring him back.
Wow. Yeah, there's been a lot of deaths in this case as well, you know.
And a
Mysterious.
lot. But Fred was in there talking to TBI and whatever. Mimi G and Summer
Thanks,
Moon
Mimi.
needs justice found. Absolutely. I cannot. I pray every single day for that. And Tina Girl, that church, that church, that church. Yes, yes, yes. See what I'm saying? There's a lot more players in here than I think when you really break it down. And some of them that like to go public and talk and tell lies, and we all know that they're lying. And then others, like the church and the weird stuff that happened, and the way there's a lot. Yes.
Yeah, oh, I agree. And then, of course, and the church was brought up several times in the first interview, and, you know, and the lies, the manipulation, like, you know, even in the clip talking
Wait,
about, you know,
can
a
I ask?
direct lie, you know, you could be like, no, just lie outright direct, but people don't like to typically do that. You know, they'll lie by omission, so they'll leave stuff out or, you know, leave
Meow.
out context. But then I think really the manipulation, the persuasion type lie, what he was talking about is what they've used, you know, even with Candus running off like she's crying, but really, you know, she's got her own YouTube channel. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Okay, a couple things here. Okay, Meow. Ziggy married Fred on 11/11. It was after this she did meet Fred during the thing during this by going there to the hill to talk to people. But I don't believe that Fred has anything to do with this. In fact, he's the one that's gone to TBI and given his information. So, but then Tina Girl, I want to talk to you. Girl, you know what's up because you know that she knows. Why does she have to go on and speak so ambiguously and say all these weird things and then try to take them back about the kids were being drugged on that hill and then, oh, she didn't know, and this and that. No, Jody Sue, girl, no.
Everybody told me not to trust Jody Sue in the beginning.
Oh, Jody.
They're like, don't trust her, Lady
I
Freedom, whatever you do. I'm like,
this.
okay, I believe you guys.
Let me ask you this. Why is it that Jody Sue now proclaims she knew all of these things that were happening, but never went into the authorities? What's wrong with that?
Well, there's a
Why?
lot, and she
But you're
really sounded
okay to
like
go
she seemed
on
like a clout
you're okay
chaser.
to go on YouTube all the time and talk about this when you were the closest person there and you're saying you knew this was going on. Her at the time, Andy, she knew was going to Knoxville with Dawn. They were taking kids there. She talked about the kids coming home beat up. Like, let's go back and talk about all of the things that Jody Sue has admitted, but then turned it around and talked about everybody else and acts like she doesn't know stuff. I mean, yeah, Mimi Jean, see Mimi Jean, that's the thing. Like, there's so many in Little Miss Sharon. You're right. JSB just wants to be relevant. I agree, but I still agree that JSB should have went to the authorities with certain things she saw. I think she knew things and went and knew things and didn't do what she should have done. That's just my opinion. Now she'll say stuff, but she didn't do anything about it when it happened.
Well, and we're definitely going to get a little bit more into Allie a little bit later because of a statement that Dawn made about her daughter.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah, because isn't that strange? Because I believe that Allie knows way more too, and I think that she was allowing for a lot of this nonsense. She was trying to say, "Oh, I didn't know that, Candus was giving my son twisted tea." It's like bullshit. You didn't know. And rest in peace, Allie. I mean, I'm not trying to. I know she's not here to defend herself.
Yeah,
but.
no. But I do think she knew. I think Allie had a lot more information because she was also living on the hill for a while with there and all that happened. And Meow, I think Andy, yeah. I mean, do you want me to be honest? Like, I mean, I'm not going to accuse anyone. I am not going to. I'm going to say allegedly. I think Andy knows a lot, actually, in my opinion. But, there again, I think JSB does too. I think that there was a lot going on they saw. I think that there was trafficking of hugs and with a D, but between Knoxville and Knoxville and wherever they were, at Ben Hill and whatever. I mean, how many trips do we know about them going and staying in hotels and bringing kids with them? And these are all Jody Sue's comments now. But why is it then that immediately? I mean, I don't know. Yes, I think I'll answer the question. In my opinion, allegedly, I believe Andy knows exactly. And you're right, Cece. Dawn should not have been walking out in society like many, many years ago.
Yeah, why don't they lie? The thing is, that's what kills me about the Chomos is that why do we ever give them a second chance when we know damn well that physical and even, chemical castration has never even worked on these people. So it's never going to help.
Because they'll find another, they get off on other ways.
They have the urges. They can't, I can't help it. I hate saying that, but I mean, come on, they're sick.
Good
they're
old
never
boys
going to get
club.
help. It's not, there's no help for them.
Mimi Jean, good old boys club. That's right. I mean, and then what do you think? The Brandon and all that was too. I want to say something. I read a comment, and I'm trying to find it right now. Allie, okay. This is from Little Miss Sharon. Allie saw how the children were treated, like being made to lay down on hot concrete. Okay, well, Allie saw a lot. If she even just admitted that, I mean, and Grand Bun saw that, and whoever else was Allie. I mean, what was the other one that passed away too? She was really angry about that. Let's just say that if she saw that at her house. So imagine what she saw at Candus's house.
I know, and who would allow for that at your house? I'd be like, get away from my house and never come back. And I'd probably call the police, but I know it's not that simple.
Mimi Jean, bring back the chair. Not sorry. Old
I saw
Sparky.
that.
we got Old Smoky or Old Sparky. What do we have? We have Old Sparky in Florida. Yeah.
I
Hey,
100%
hey,
agree.
ask. Well, let's not ask, but let's talk about Ted Bundy here. We got him here in Florida. You're a Florida girl too. You're a Florida girl too, lady. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I am now. I mean, I have
We
my
don't
full
we don't
Florida
play.
driver's license and
I'm gonna tell you
everything.
something. There's a couple states that don't play, and Florida and Texas are the two main ones.
I have to agree with that. I'd have to agree with that. And you know, that's a good thing though, because
Meow.
we can't let this continue.
Meow. Andy and Ryan being such close friends is very weird to me, especially since they both work for the same family and other things beforehand. And Ryan finds nothing with this tiny shovel. Is pretty interesting that he's best friends with Andy. I think that's Meow. I find that highly interesting.
Yeah. Well, you know, when we put the connections together, it is interesting, and especially with the sheriff and all of it.
I don't have the capacity to have any sort of empathy, anything for Andy except for disgust. And the fact that somebody would affiliate themselves with Andy, I think, is kind of a proof of what a person's I don't know what the word for it is, but I just
yeah, like guilty by association.
Well, I mean, yeah, guilty, exactly. I mean, I'm not saying Ryan, like, you know, whatever, but I mean, we now have a lot of background on that, and there's a lot of talk about that, and you know, I don't know. I mean, Ryan, you know, he can go out there and sweat and, you know, and have a tiny shovel and try to like pretend like he's looking for something, but I mean, you know, come on.
Yeah, well, another similarity that I'd rather probably not get into with the Sebastian Rogers case is we've seen local people doing that kind of mess too. Like, look at me, I'm out here, and then
we all have those people that want to pop up, and I mean, Ryan was a little late to the show, in my opinion, but I mean, you know, I need to keep my mouth shut. Sorry. The tiny shovel. How about the tiny shovel? Let's just
Chloe,
talk about
that's
that.
funny. Little tiny shovel.
I would like to just keep talking about the tiny shovel. I think there's an analogy there.
We need to
let's
focus
go.
on the tiny shovel.
Let's move on.
All right, girl, let's watch this next clip. It's that's a good transition time. Here we go.
Number 3. Bringing to words the most vicious acts which he thinks might have been done to his missing daughter.
Somebody has hurt her. Well, that's a definitive statement. Somebody has hurt her. It's in the past tense. It's very clear about an actual event where she was hurt by somebody, either himself or his wife or a friend of theirs. But somebody has hurt her. I take him at his word. I believe that is true.
Sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her.
And here's the projection. So somebody has hurt her, and now he's saying it's likely they hurt her sexually. I think that's because, and I think he actually has a history of being attracted to minors. That's from what I've read. So if that is true, that he has a history of being attracted to minors, the fact that he's saying it's probable that someone sexually assaulted her, and remember, she's like a 5-year-old little girl, is projection. I think he's revealing what he would do in that situation. Because if it were me or you or any other normal person, thoughts like this would be A, hard to even think up in the first place. B, even if we could think of them, it would be so unbearable and disgusting to even consider, and so hard to consider, you might not even be able to put it into words. And then third, the fact that you would say it's probable that's happening is totally unlikely. unless you've had some sort of experience like that in your life, or you consider this disgusting thing probable. I think this is projection. He might be telling us more about himself than the supposed abductor of his daughter.
All the children.
He just said everything we just said.
I know, right? I mean, it's like Don telling us about Don, right?
Yeah. He told. Well, they always tell him themselves.
They do, and then he's
You
like,
just have
"Hey,
to.
my name's Don, and I'm a jerk. You know, I'm
Yeah,
a pedo. I'm a."
you literally just have to listen to the language, and it's. Oh, Tim Mullins will pay you to lie for the wells. Maybe.
That guy's another real winner, right?
Well,
he's a gem. He's a peach.
I can't. A meteor manager. I mean, come on. I mean, I don't know. I want to be a meteor manager. Meteor manager.
A meteor one. So you just manage all the meteors.
Yeah, I want to manage the meteors.
Sounds like a tough job.
I love his level of intelligence. So that's what he considered himself. Good for him.
Good for him.
Wait,
Chloe
hold
gives
on.
him the stamp of approval. Good for him.
Hold
He
on,
should be proud.
Meow. What did I do? Did I do something wrong? I'm sorry. She said, "Don't, Chloe." I'm like, I don't know what I did, but little Miss Sharon, yes, I did see your comment about Allie, and I agree with you. I think Allie knows knew a heck of a lot.
She's kind of a sicko herself in a way that she would allow. Because I'm telling you, I punched a girl out for doing that with my son, giving him twisted teas and giving him puff bars and giving
She
him.
lived with Candus. She and Candus were both, whatever, doing whatever they were doing with, who, and Jose. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, come on. I mean, Allie, rest in peace. I'll say that. I'm not going to talk ill of the dead, but Allie definitely knew more. Yes, I agree. I agree with whoever said that and whatever.
Yeah, and it's not to bash her. It's just kind of like fact, but anything that we kind of know to be true from her statements, I don't feel as bashing her necessarily, but I know how you feel because yeah.
I want to say this to Mimi Jean. I want to see. I think Connie. And I want to see Connie's opinion too. I would say. Hold on. Mimi Jean said Tim Mullins will pay you to life for the wells. That's true. But also Connie can maybe back this up. I don't know. I don't know. I believe that Tim, he was around before he came to that vigil and then acted like whatever because he already had information and knew them and pretended like he didn't know them. I mean, I don't know. I think Tim Mullins is like there's a lot there too with him.
A lot to unpack with Tim, right?
A lot to unpack. We could do a whole show about the meteor manager.
We need to, because getting acquainted with all the players is really important.
Well, I mean, I love his level of intelligence. I love his intelligence. That he likes. He's the meteor manager or whatever. Yes, Mimi Jean, Tim did know Dawn. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to say all these things because, I don't want to sound crazy, but I love it when people back me up because he wasn't. And Connie said that too. He was around before because we know. We know that at that vigil, he already was there, and they were acting like they didn't know each other or whatever, and supposedly he said that's where he met them, but that's not true. We all know that.
Talk about manipulation,
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And Don has told on himself so many times. Candus has, I mean, agreed, Mimi Jean. And I
he's
mean,
revealing what he would do when he says like somebody has hurt her,
yeah,
probably
because
sexually, you know, and
no
yeah.
parent would listen. If my child was missing, I would be like, oh my gosh, like, you know, like maybe she this and that. Like, I would never ever say she's being in a hotel room being beat and
Mm.
no parent would ever say those things
Well,
about
thank God
their
for
child.
Deception Detective for reminding us again that this is a 5-year-old little girl and his daughter who's missing. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, and he's speaking like that. It's gross.
Like, who does that literally? And yeah, beat the F
Who
out of
like
her.
nobody even
And I
thinks
take him for his word too. I think he is, like you said, telling on himself.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, he's always telling it.
But he thinks he's
He's
being
not as
slick.
smart as he thinks he is. Like I
Right.
said, these people are street smart. They're criminal. They're career criminals, and they're criminal smart. That doesn't mean so they've. I don't know. They're it's just they're street smart. They're not intelligent. They're idiots, but they are criminally smart. So I mean, they've got
Sure.
away as much as they have this far along.
Yeah, they have got, I mean, you know, 4 years, sure. Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. No
And
doubt about it.
they've avoided everything. They've when they have spoken, it's always so bizarre. It's not normal the way they speak. Um, Candus, she like walks away or she's like looking at Don and side eyeing him at everything he's saying. He's like got his arm on her like when she's speaking. I mean, it's the body language itself. You can see it.
Right. Yeah, and there's a lot to be said about body language, in my opinion.
Yeah, I
And
mean, we've got the
that's something
speech
to look
analysis
at.
here, which clearly is giving it away. And then let's add the body language analysis to it. I mean, you have both. Like it just oof.
Yeah. And it's just sad and it's sick. And, it's funny how, again, he wants to blame media. I know a lot of supporters of his would say, why are you being so hard on them? They haven't been convicted of anything or even, arrested on any charges connected to Summer's disappearance. But it's just these
Connected to
things right
Summers,
here.
but what else? What about the other stuff they've done?
Exactly.
I mean, they still have a history. Just because they haven't been convicted or charged with Summer yet, it's because they don't have the proof, and we have corruption in that county. So, I mean, that's just
Exactly.
a given. But look at the history of these parents. Like, I don't know. You can't ignore that.
No, you can't. And I think it would be doing a disservice to the case if you just said, well, we're not going to bring in anything that was happening, especially the dynamics important. The people who were around Summer is important. So, but let's watch this next quick clip because I think that was like a part 2 of the other one of
It was. Yeah, okay, I'm ready.
yeah, I was kind of like, well, because I wanted to break them down and really get his
Yeah, I
perspective
love
and then
it.
ours.
Well, I love him saying that, and we're talking about it again. We're going over this so much. Like it's great because we're like, I mean, Deception Detective has this down.
Oh, absolutely. And he's been able to, really pinpoint some of these things to look at, and that way we know what we're looking at. We know, okay, this is deception here. This is, somebody's not being truthful, and it's kind of neat because it's like maybe a way of human lie detection. So he's a human lie detector.
Well, and we know lie detectors are not admissible in court, and they're just a tool, an investigatory tool. But
Yeah,
I
it's an
actually think
investigative tool.
deception, detective, and speech analysis is much different because these people aren't sitting down to hooked up to a whatever. They think they're just like defending, like they're saying, they're throwing things out there that they think everybody's going to believe. So it's actually better to me, I mean, because we also know that, I mean, I'm not saying that you can't find out with a lie detector test, but it's a tool, it's an investigation tool, and they're not reliable.
Yeah,
Because
I think,
I mean,
yeah. I
Ted
mean, I really
Bundy,
think
didn't Ted Bundy pass like 12 lie detector tests
he passed,
or
yeah,
7? I don't know.
enough
It's
for
some
me
crazy
to
amount.
wonder.
But that's because if you're a psychopath, you easily can do that.
Well, you believe your own lies is the sickest part of it, you believe.
Well, it's not even just that. I mean, yes, you believe your own lies, but on top of that, you don't have the same body response that an average person would have of nervousness and
Right.
heart rate and all of
Yeah,
that.
'cause you
And
just-
that's what it gauges. So a true psychopath can sit there and pass one because they don't get worked up. They
no
in their mind,
remorse. They don't have any remorse.
yeah, and in their mind, then they don't have that. Yeah, they don't have the remorse and the stress and the worries and the
Conscience.
cares and the conscience. So that's why they can literally pass, and it's happened so many times. And there's also people that have not been able to pass because they have been having anxiety and they are upset. Like, so, like I said, it's an investigation tool, and I understand the purpose behind it, but it's definitely obviously not accurate.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Well, and they don't sweat it. That's the whole thing. They don't sweat it, but a normal person would. And like you said, if you also, some people have a hyper conscience where they're like, nervous because, and that can occur for anybody in a situation.
That would
You
be
could be nervous
me.
for various.
I have anxiety issues anyway. I'd be sitting there like, just because I was being on a lie detector test, I would probably be having major anxiety and like,
Yeah, your heart rate would be up.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah,
me too.
I'd be
I think I'd be
sweating.
the
I'd
same.
be sweating because I'd be like, "Oh my god, I'm being questioned for something that's awful. Like, how could somebody think I did that?" Or you know what I mean, that kind of thing.
Sure, and if you were really innocent, you could be just overwhelmed with worry, and too. I mean, that causes a lot of issues as well. Which I think that's kind of what Candus used as her excuse for the first lie detector that she took, in my opinion.
Mhm. Oh yeah, or the one she ripped off and walked away from, or if she ever did, whatever. I mean,
She
that's
Incredible Hulk the
ridiculous.
lie detector test.
Yeah, like ripped it off, like ran out of the room, yelling at everybody. She got new teeth that got taken out. I don't even know. Like, I mean, come
Got new
on.
teeth.
Well, and then I mean, the OnlyFans.
I just full on snorted. That was great. God, you said the OnlyFans. I died.
Well, it's only because I've seen ugly, really bad pictures that are awful. I wish I never saw. I wish I could unsee. Connie knows. Connie saw the same shit. Connie would.
Oh
Connie
no!
wants that. Connie, you want to unsee what I saw and what you
Please
saw.
refrain from sending that to me. If you want to give me a bad day, you can send that over.
No, I'm
Oh,
never going to
shit.
give you a bad day. I'm only trying to be there for you to give you good days. You know that.
I know. Oh my goodness, Chloe, you're so hilarious. So I could just see that. Pertaining to what we were talking about last night's live, and I get a picture of something I can't unsee.
Oh my goodness.
I feel like that about some of the crime scene photos I've been curious enough to take a gander at.
Yeah, I know.
Like, you're just sitting there like, why did I do that? Because they're so gruesome. Like Gypsy Rose, those ones were. And, they're very telling, too, because then you start thinking, you're like, oh my gosh, they got it wrong, it looks like.
Connie, you went and see it too, don't you? Me and Connie had to see it too many times.
Or
Oh Lord,
Connie. Oh my goodness, guys.
it's like burned in our brains. It's gross.
I know. See, that's the thing. You can't unsee it, and then you just, ruins your day. Next thing you know,
Anyone that like wants to see Candus, pantless standing in a field, if you want to call me, I don't know, maybe I'll share it with you.
What'd you say, Lost? I'm sorry. I should turn my mic off if I'm a cackle.
I said I think I just threw up a little bit in my mouth.
Not a little bit, a lot of it.
A lot of it. I told you guys you gotta have your barf bags tonight.
I need another glass of wine.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yes.
Like we poured one glass of wine to sit here, and now we just can't even. Now we can't.
I haven't even seen the pictures. I don't even want to think about it.
Yeah, he doesn't even know. Connie knows.
Lost doesn't
I
even
know.
want to think of a picture right now.
Anybody in here that's seen and knows what I'm what I'm talking about, like, I think I apologize to all of y'all, and I feel your pain.
If you've ever seen the alleged photographs.
Connie said, "Chloe, why did you go there?" Listen, Connie, I'm sorry, but it was so disturbing. It's just I'm sorry. Hey, Lizzie Carter.
It's the trauma of having seen that it's like, it just came back up and you didn't.
I didn't even mean to say that out loud. I wish I did. Now I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. God, no. I don't think anything can be off limits with some of the shit that Don's pulled out of his ass tonight. So I'm just saying, nobody's to blame besides Don tonight.
I'm only here. I am literally here because I'm trying to lighten up how disgusting what we're hearing.
I appreciate you, because I would have went off on a lot of really mad tangents tonight had you not been here. I just know I would have, because I was in a really kind of a foul mood because of this,
Well, and I'm not at all like listen, summer I pray for every day, and summer I had loved, like I wish any of us could have had Summer and taken her and given her the life she deserved. So, don't think
precious.
like I'm not trying to make jokes of things. It's just that there's certain things that they have done that you just can't even imagine that anyone could do. And I've seen way too many things that are just really awful and gross that I don't know. I guess you have to either laugh or you have to cry. I don't know. It could be it could be my trauma and my CPTSD that I try to like laugh about things instead of cry about things. I don't know.
I do. I'm definitely, that's my defense mechanism, but I think it's important, because if it makes it a little bit easier, I think, to kind of take on all of it, because it's super triggering. It's triggering.
It is triggering.
And if you've been through it, you probably couldn't even sit and watch, or knew somebody. But for Summer, I think it's important to, especially when they're going to get up after she's been gone for 4 years, and with the song and dance. Well, I can't blame Candus on this one. He's the only one. We'll blame the cat. The cat was a accomplice.
I can't believe the cat sitting next to him, because cats like. Well, you know what that cat was doing? That cat was probably like sitting there like, yeah. Well, we'll just
this shit again, right? This shit.
I mean, I know Perla Combs wouldn't have been sitting next to Dawn.
No way.
Perla Combs has much better. He's a much better detective. He may have been sitting there to investigate him, but I don't know. We'll see.
Well, that's true. Or sitting across from him asking some questions with one of those old police lights they put on you.
I'm pretty sure Perla Combs, yes, would have investigated him, then would have probably like scratched his face off. But I'm not sure. Maybe something like that.
Kung Fu Kitty.
That's right.
All right, let's watch this next.
Okay.
It's not going to get any better because it's like a 1 through 10. But here we go.
No, it's gonna get worse. Okay, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Number 4. Not wishing prison upon the person who took his daughter.
A soft tone about the person who allegedly abducted your daughter is a red flag. I would expect any parent in that situation whose kid was actually murdered by someone to say, "You're damn right. Fry him."
So what do you think should happen? What do you think should happen?
I have to leave it to God, and I know what prison's like.
But listen to how A, Don doesn't say that right away, and B, which is odd, he actually personalizes it. So when they ask, should the person who took your daughter go to prison, he starts speaking about himself. So he's projecting himself onto the person who might go to prison for abducting and potentially killing Summer, which is very strange, very bizarre, and potentially very revealing. When he pictures the person who killed Summer, he pictures himself.
What do you think should happen?
I have to leave it to God, and I know what prison's like. And I have mercy for anybody who's in prison. You're lucky if you get out of there alive.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So would you want to see this person in prison?
I don't know if I could do that, to be honest with you.
That's a strange answer. That's a really bizarre, unexpected answer. And it suggests he knows that something terrible happened to her. And it suggests he knows who did it.
Yeah. No,
it just depends on all the circumstances,
That's actually probably one of my worst. I know it's gonna get worse, but I can't, I don't have words right now. Maybe you should talk first and then I'll talk.
Well, I think it definitely suggests that he is aware of what happened to her, like who did this to her, him internalizing it and picturing himself when they're talking about, and that I think that was Chris McDonough who asked, what do you think should happen?
It is.
Yeah.
The fact that you would not say, because we've all just said, what did Ernie Shaw do at Dawn and Candus' house? I don't know, Meow. I know that Ernie went there and when Candus was there by herself and she wanted to cook him spaghetti, which her spaghetti was hot dogs, ketchup, and spaghetti noodles. And instead he brought a pizza. He was trying to get information over, but that's what I heard. I don't know. But what I wanted to say about the whole thing about him saying about what would you think? Yes, Mimi Jean got Candus pizza because you didn't want her spaghetti. You got it. The thing is that he didn't say, okay, we just said a minute ago, we would go to jail willingly, prison willingly to defend our children. And he's saying, I wouldn't wish prison on them. Okay. What father would not want their child to have justice? I mean, that in itself is crazy. The first thing I would say, I would be like, I want that mofo dead.
Yeah, damn right, fry him. That's what the detective said. Damn right, fry him. And I don't give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch. I hope it hurts. I hope it hurts. That's.
Listen, I said bring old Sparky. Whoever said that, bring the chair back. Whatever, bring old Sparky back. Let's let him. I mean, that's what I'd be saying. I'd be like, and I'm not even, and I'm going to be really honest here, and this is probably going to not go over well, but I'm not a huge proponent of the death penalty. I believe and there are reasons where people should get the death penalty, but I also think some people should rot in jail. So, like I kind of go back and forth on different things, but in that situation, I would have been like, yeah, let's fry them. Let's go.
I see what you're
Fry them.
saying though, because you're like giving them the easy way out for them to have to live with themselves. It's like, let's see if they could live, how it feels to live with themselves.
Some narcissists, in my opinion, and criminals, to have the power taken, especially serial killers and there are certain ones like that, to have the power taken away from them, be under control of other people, and not and then whatever, like waste away in prison, die there. It's a slow death. Like sometimes I think that, I know the death penalty or average is what, like 15 to 20 years before they are put to death, but
it's a long
they have so
time.
many
Yeah.
appeals. And but the thing is with the death penalty, we spend so much more money than letting them just rot in jail. And I think that sometimes people should sit in jail and just never, and know that they don't have a life and they're never going to have a life again.
Exactly. And be
Because
behind
I'll be
bars
honest,
with the rest of them.
if I was in prison for the rest of my life, I probably want to die.
Oh yeah, I would never even make it
I would
there.
prefer that than sit there for the rest of my life, So
yeah, I think it'd be easier. It would be easy. It would be the
sometimes
easy way
I
out.
want those people to rot in jail. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because I know people could say like, "Oh, well, then our tax dollars are paying for them to sit in there," and I get that.
No,
too.
It's
actually cheaper. It's way cheaper. It costs us millions and millions of dollars because they get so many appeals, and there's a lot more money spent on people in death row than there are for just to be sitting in prison. Yeah, it's actually like
Well, that's wild.
There's a lot of facts to it. Yeah.
Yeah, so you'd have to weigh out all the options.
Because if you get convicted of the death penalty, you get more attorneys, you get more appeals. Like you exhaust them. You can go all the way up to the Supreme Court. Like it grows and grows. Whereas if you get convicted for life in prison, you're in prison for life. That's it.
You also, you have to take into account, you can say what you want to say about the prison system, but there is a certain level of jailhouse justice for certain offenders.
I'm down for jailhouse justice.
So if somebody,
especially a guy like Don,
somebody that anytime that somebody hurts a kid, that's target number one.
Especially, I agree. The children thing. They are the target. Absolutely. Look at gosh. Look at the people that have been murdered and hurt and stuff because of the things they've done in prison. And sometimes jailhouse justice. Maybe I'm not upset about that. I agree.
Yeah, I don't feel sorry for them, not at all.
Well, I don't feel sorry for them because they put themselves there.
Right, and their offenses, especially somebody that hurts a kid, it's like you're going to hurt the most vulnerable person. That's always going to lead to worse things down the road, in my opinion. Same thing with animals and stuff.
Oh my God. Oh gosh. Kids, animals, and older people,
yes.
Like elder abuse, children, animals, I don't know. What kind of person? How could you ever be that kind of person? You truly have to be a psychopath to do those things.
Yeah, I agree. And, people will blame it on other things, but I agree. It comes from a place of not good, energy or spirit.
We could blame the way we were raised or things that happened to us. As some people can. But there's a lot of us out there that have been through really bad things and been abused and raped and everything else. And we're not abusing other people. So it's a choice that you're making. And that's their mentality. So Yeah, you can't just say, oh, well, they had a bad life, so that's why they became that way. Because you have a choice. And I believe truly that I am a generational curse breaker. So, in that because I am a victim, a survivor of, a lot of trauma, and I have CPTSD, and I know for a fact that I would never hurt another person. So that has to be said there, that there's something wrong with their head, and it's not. It's not just because they were abused. Like, people, because they're abused, do not grow up and abuse other people unless that's their choice or unless they're sick. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I totally see that. I mean, I think both can be true. Maybe the reason why they were doing that is, is because of that, but in the same way, it doesn't give the excuse
Like
because
nature
many
versus
people,
nurture.
yeah, nature versus nurture all the way. I
But
mean,
but
but
see, I've read so many books and on that and like profiling and different things. I don't believe. I think that nature versus nurture. I think there's a bit of both there.
yeah,
But
I mean, yeah, because they both can kind of be true there, because, but like you said, I don't think it's okay, and it doesn't explain it away. I guess
no,
it
and
just
it
kind of
depends on the
makes it.
situation, I'm sure.
It's a circumstance that, yeah, it doesn't help the situation, and you can almost be like, oh, okay, your dad did that to you, so you did that. Or if a little kid acts out against another little kid, I think that speaks to the nature versus nurture, and they might just
Okay,
have to be
but not
told, like,
adulthood. Yeah, but not adulthood. You know right from wrong.
oh, but Don, no, he's a predator.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, like he says, leave it to God. I know what prison's like, and I have mercy for people in prison. And I'm thinking to myself, well, okay, so you're basically saying that you're giving this person mercy because they're just like
Right.
you.
After he just said, which you watched before, that his child was probably in a hotel room somewhere being raped and murdered, scraped and murdered and schmurdered, and I don't know all the words. I forgot all of them right now. And beaten and etc. He said all of those things, and then they said what should happen to the person. Well, I know what it's like in prison, so I wouldn't want to wish that on anyone. Really? Really? After what you just said.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know if I could do that. I got to be honest with you. I can't really say that or do that to another human being, but it's okay to let your 18-year-old daughter be, raped, and she's supposed
Raped
to take it and
and,
take it
and, and give
like a
her
champ.
props for handling it well and not complaining about it. And then, talking about Summer being beaten and, whatever else and
Yeah.
all of these things. But then what do you think should happen to them? Oh, well, I know what prison's like. I wouldn't want to wish that on anyone. Oh, really? Wow. You of all people, right?
Right? It's like Bizarro Land.
Crazy. Crazy.
Yeah. And then we're supposed to be like, oh
Yes,
yeah, that sounds
brother.
normal. Damn us. Damn us. I'm telling you. Damn us right to hell for thinking that is, wrong. Because that's what
Yeah.
I took away from, the interview with Don this time around. I did. That's what I took away from him was like, oh gosh, the public is just a bunch of jerks, but then I'm looking at this and I'm saying, oh, not so fast there, bud. Not so fast.
No, we've seen way too much from him. I mean, and how many phone calls have we seen of people he's called and threatened? And I mean, goodness gracious. I mean, we saw him on the toilet doing, H. I mean, weird.
Yeah. H on the pot,
Gross.
Don. Yeah, we've seen H on the pot, Don. We've seen sticking
Yeah.
up for rape, Don. We've seen, I mean,
Yeah,
what makes this guy's a good guy,
we've seen Candus call his sister, who he essayed, and crying and saying, "Oh my God, they took him. I don't know what I'm gonna do." Trying to get sympathy from.
Yep. Yeah, we've seen the Don that does domestic violence on Candus, Don. I mean, like, when does it end with this guy to where we're supposed to ever think that he's a good person or a nice guy or a good dad, husband,
No,
whatnot?
crazy. It's so crazy.
It is. It's like, oh my gosh!
It's so unbelievable that 4 years later we're still sitting here talking about this and they have not been charged. It unbelievable.
Great point. Exactly. I mean, that's wild, right? Just right there. That's wild.
I mean, watching these comments, these are just some of them.
Yeah, and there's so many good people that care about this case, so that's why, typically this would have been a really sore subject, but in the same way, I think that people need to remember this because she's still out there and it's really that bad. Like, if it was mild, I wouldn't be going so hard, right? But just I feel like I'm not doing Summer justice if I don't.
If it was mild, we would not be here 4 years later, all of us, like hundreds, thousands, millions of us, like praying for justice, like hoping for justice, like just wanting somebody to be found. I just want her to be found. I want to know what happened. I want her to be brought to justice.
Yeah,
Yes, that's the one, Miss Sharon. You got it. They both are. They're both.
And
Absolutely.
how are we going to find justice if we don't listen to the people who were responsible for her last?
Right. Yeah, I mean, there is no question about who was with her last. We know Grandis and Candus were. We know the boys were inside, they say. But, I mean, how many times do we believe that Don didn't work that day? Or how many of us do? I mean, I don't know. The chat could say, I mean, look at the chat. Like, was Don at work that day? Who believes that?
Yeah, not I, said the fly. I do not believe
Exactly.
that for one, not even a little bit, And didn't he admit it somewhere? He alluded to it, and then also,
Well,
Hunter was saying, "Hey, I don't think Don was at work because how would he have
Hunter even
known?"
admitted, yeah. He said he called Candus because he might come home from work early, and it was 10:30 in the morning, but she was at Walgreens with Grandis getting her medications,
Mm-hmm.
and then he decided to work late, but then one of his coworkers said he sat around and talked with him for an hour. There's just so many weird stuff. Like, what? How does that like even make sense? No, Lolo, I agree with you. Don was not at work that day. I don't, and also, why did Candace leave her boys at home and take Summer and pick up Hunter? That's like the whole thing. Like, none of this is right.
Yeah, none of it is right. None of it is right at all. It just doesn't add up. No, and then especially when we hear the way he's talking. I mean, like I said, I was completely blown away when I heard what
I
he
don't
said
think.
about
Wait, hold on, Tina
his
girl.
daughter.
I don't think. Are you saying I thought Donna admitted to being home that day? Do you mean Don? Because Don didn't, because he said he drove home immediately as soon as Candace called him, and he called 911 on his way home, and all of these things. He's never admitted to being at home that I know of. I could be wrong and have missed something though.
I thought I heard that he did like let it slip or something.
Well, I think he may have let it slip, but his whole story is still based on the fact
being at work.
that he was at work and he rushed home, and there's accounts where he said he got there before the police. There's accounts where he said he got there in this many minutes. There's accounts where, there's so many different stories. So I don't know.
Yeah, and we're dealing with such a liar. Well, they have to cover their shit. you know.
But I mean, Connie, like, you remember he called Candus to say the boys called him and said there was a predator on the hill, and then later supposedly he was so rushing home from work that he was there so fast. I don't know. Oh, Cher said he admitted to her. Okay, Tina girl. Well, see, that's the opposite of what he's told everybody else. I mean, that's the opposite of his original story. So, I mean, what about him driving home and getting there so fast, and cutting the time in half so he could, like, he got there and he went straight to the shed at the bottom of the hill, and he was looking in there just in case she was hiding, and no, he was hiding stuff.
Yeah, well, and it just speaks to the ever-changing stories that we see in these cases. The first story is never the one that we end up with, or they tell people different things, and then they muddy the waters, and then they'll say, I never said that, and
Well,
then they lie
Mimi
again.
Jean, I agree. See, I do believe he was home. I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm saying he said totally different things than that.
Well, and he might have come home early too, like Mimi Jean says. Candus told Jenna he was home at 3, so maybe.
Yeah, but
that was.
That's what
but see, that wouldn't
Candus
have put
said,
it the
and then she
time.
texted Jenna and said, "Don't say that. Don't admit that. Don't tell anyone."
Well, and that would have still not put it in the time frame with Hunter, because Hunter said that the phone call came in while they were all together, that the weirdo was, there, and da 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 da.
No, but his story is, and he stuck to it for so long, was that he was at work, he got a call from Candus, he drove home so fast, he got home. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, his original story and the story that he was with, now whether he's admitted differently or said differently since, was he was at work. He came home. Candus didn't have service. He was trying to call 911. Like, I mean, there's
totally different, right? It's like completely different.
Yeah, Candus said he got home at 3:09, but he said he was on the phone later. So, I mean, like I said, I don't know.
Yeah, and that's what's frustrating.
It's okay. He has 7 alibis. You're right, Tina girl. It's okay.
7 alibis.
He had 7 alibis, and Candus ain't got 1. Well, all I know is that if you had a real alibi, you only need 1, as far as I know. But good for him.
If you got a solid alibi, yeah, I agree. You don't need all kinds of different, and you certainly don't have a different story, and you don't, it's not frustrating to you. I mean, if you're telling the same story over and over again and people aren't listening, then that's frustrating, but not when you're changing it up and then people have questions and then you're getting frustrated. That just seems like you're lying, I mean, hello, but.
Yeah, I mean, there's his story from the very beginning was that he rushed home from work. So if you really want to go back to that, whether he's admitted differently since, he still lied at the beginning.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Well, and then we're going to hear a little bit more about who he blames. Here, I'm going to play this next clip. Yeah, because, I'm sure you know exactly who I'm talking about.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, I know.
All right, here we go.
Number 5. Going on and on about how much Summer loved him instead of the other way around.
Yeah, she had to be by me. She just had to be by me.
That's her personality.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, she loves me to death.
She loves me to death. Once again, we have a little bit more leakage about death. So the more I see, he already said, when he said bad words to her, it killed her. Now he said she loved me to death. This is the second time we've seen a reference to death when he's talking about his daughter who is allegedly missing or has been kidnapped. Also, the third option is that they hang out with lowlives, drug addicts, drug peddlers, basically scum of the earth. And one of them they might suspect who, right? So one of them, they hang out with lowlives, they know people. These people have weird proclivities, perversions, and one of those friends was there one night and took her. And they don't want to ruin their relationship with, a potential drug dealer or someone who knows stuff about them who could blackmail them. So they don't want to turn that person in. And so they know someone who actually abducted her, but it's not a stranger kidnapping. And they're withholding that information. And the hoax in that case is that it's a stranger who took her rather than someone they know. That's the piece that they're withholding.
We had such a great love for each other. She loved me, and I don't know why I've never had someone love me that much in my life.
All right, so he's talking about how Summer loved him. So he's talking about his daughter. Notice how he's saying how much she loves him. And as Criminal pointed out, he hasn't said yet that he loved her that way, which might be a little bit of over-persuasion that if he was abusing her, that she liked it. And he's trying to convince us she loved me that much, she enjoyed every minute of it. And he's forgetting to tell us what is to be expected, which he tells us how much he loves her. So he's so focused on persuading us that she loved every minute of what he was doing to her, that he forgets to tell us how much he loved her back.
Yeah, she had to be by me. She just had to be by me.
That's her personality.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, she loves me to death.
We had such a great love for each other. She loved me, and I don't know why I've never had someone love me that much in my life. And so it's been awesome, between me and her. And so it's killed me.
Once she didn't want her mother, she only wanted me. I just couldn't believe it, she only wanted me. I've never had anybody love me like that. She says, but Daddy, I just want to be with you.
Oh my God, barf.
The very beginning, the first comment, I can't remember what it was. I had something really big to say about that. But
she had to be by me. She loves me to death. That one?
No, it was something else, but that, yes, that was what I was going to talk about. Was he never once talks, okay, I would say how much I love my child. I can't, I love my child so much. Like, I've never loved anyone that much. I've never experienced that. Like, I miss her, whatever. No, he is saying gross things. He is saying he's never had anyone love him that much. He didn't understand why she loved him that much. All those things he's saying are so bad.
Absolutely predatory and grooming.
That's
grooming to the max.
Disgusting. He's never had even live. He doesn't even know why she loved him that much. She couldn't be without him. Whatever. And we all know he slept naked with her in the bed. He took showers with her. Like, let's talk about that. That's disgusting.
Well, and just like Deception Detective said, that he's trying to tell us that Summer loved him so much that she enjoyed the abuse because she loved him and wanted to please him.
Exactly.
Isn't that disgusting?
Uh-huh. The very first thing that was said,
Was it a great love for each other? I have never had anyone love me so much in my life.
Is that the beginning, what he first started saying? Then that must be it. Because I was
There's one of them, and then I wrote down, it's always been awesome between us. And I thought that was disgusting.
And that too.
That sounds like a boyfriend. Like if I told, or that sounds like if you were like, hey, Lady Freedom, how's it going with your boyfriend? And I was like, well, it's always been awesome between us, Or if I broke up with someone, I'm like, I don't understand what's going on. It's always been awesome between us, or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But like, never a daddy-daughter relationship ever.
I've never heard a father speak about his child that way. I don't understand it. I can't. I don't know. I have a really good dad, so that's just the opposite of what like my father would be. He would tell you how much he loved me and how he thought I was amazing. Not, oh, I can't believe how much she loves me. Like, it's so wonderful. Like, this is whatever. No, that's gross.
I agree. And especially if you were missing, you would just say how much you love, because you're hoping that maybe she's out there and can hear you, or
exactly. That, I guess that's what I was trying to say. your child is missing, but you are talking about how they loved you? Like, not how much you miss them, not how much you love them, how you, like, please bring her home. Like, will somebody please just come forward and let us know what happened? We just want to bring her home. We just
Amen.
we just love her and we miss her, and like, just like, please, like don't aren't isn't that what parents with missing children that actually want them to come home do, is to plead for them? Like, I don't know, that's what I've always thought.
I mean, that's what I would be doing.
I
I
would
wouldn't
be
even be
on
thinking about
television
her
every
love
night.
for me. I would be thinking about anything. I
Yeah.
would be thinking about my love for her only.
I would come on your show every night of the week and be like, please, if anyone could ever help me, if anyone could know, whatever. I love my child so much. I just want her to come home. Like, I really miss her. Blah blah blah. Like, it's just that is what parents do.
Exactly. It's completely abnormal
Not
to
talk
see and hear
about how
this.
much their kid loves them. What the hell is that?
And then to say things like she only wanted me and say, Daddy, I only want to be
Oh,
with you. So that
that's
makes
what
you
it
think that
was.
she was
That's
scared and
what
maybe
I think
said that?
I think that's what it was that I wanted to talk about. She only wanted him, and she only wanted to be with him.
Yeah.
And it was so amazing. He never had anything like that before. Okay, that's creepy. That is
Totally.
weird. Like, go into, like, I love, like, the speech analysis of all of this is so true, because, like, you look at this is not a normal parent. Parents do not speak this way.
No, not
And
at
he
all.
is telling on himself. Always. Through the whole thing. The whole thing.
Well, and it almost seems like he is being like very truthful. And this again was Chris McDonough asking him these questions too. So Chris is very good at making people feel comfortable. We, you and I both have talked about this before
Oh,
on the show.
yes. Well,
Yeah,
you
he's so
have to.
good, right?
You have to, when you're talking to people like this, because you have to go to their level, even though it might make you feel super icky. I mean, I know I've done it before. I've talked to people I didn't want to talk to, but
Yeah.
you have to just listen and be like, oh wow, really? Like, it doesn't mean you go along with them or you agree with them, but you're like, really, that happened? Wow. Like, how did that make you feel? Like, that's what you do. Chris McDonough obviously is I mean, that's what amazing at what he does. But that's what I appreciate about him with Candus and with Dawn, that he was able to get down to their level and act like he was sympathizing with them when he was really getting information on them and they didn't know. And I love that.
Exactly.
I love
Yeah, and that's why
see.
Don's so comfortable, right? He's just telling like
Mhm.
how their relationship was, and then Chris is like, "Oh, so that was Summer's personality, huh?" And Don's like, "Yeah, she just only wanted me," and he's just opening up more and more.
Yeah,
He's brilliant.
just like whenever um Candace brought Chris into the dungeon, and then he's like, "Oh wow." He's like, "Well, I understand Summer a lot more now." And she thought it was a compliment. And she was like, "Oh yeah, I know, right?" Like, she didn't get it. See, Chris McDonough is really good at making comments that we know when we're watching it, but yet he's really bringing out the truth. You know what I mean? Hey, YouTuber.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. He is. He's bringing in the truth for sure. And thinking
But that's
about
what you have
who.
to do as an interviewer. I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to pretend like you're on somebody's level, like that you're not. Like, you have to pretend like, oh, wow, now I understand. Well, what happened next? You
Yeah,
keep
now I
going with
understand.
that.
Yeah, that's a great phrase for while you're interviewing, right? Especially somebody that you don't want them to know that you're trying to fish for information.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You just, like, you have to. Yeah, I love that. I mean, that's how you do it. I
Fishing
love
for
that
more
strategy.
understanding.
it's just be like, wow. So what happened next? Like, oh my gosh, now I'm getting it even more. Oh, because they're too dumb to know that yeah, you're getting it more, but you're getting more of what's wrong there. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. 100%. I mean, yeah. And I mean, when we're thinking about who could have taken Summer, Deception Detective brought up a great point, like that they hung out with people who were like scum
Oh,
bums, right? With like perversions and weird
that's and that.
proclivities just like them.
Mhm.
And, you know, so it could have been someone that they knew and that they're withholding the information. I
That's
think
what my
that's a
point
pretty
was.
strong possibility. What do you think?
That's what I kept wanting. That's another one I forgot. I'm so sorry. Like,
No,
that
I'm
was
writing them all down. There's no way
100.
I remember all this.
A
There's no
100.
way.
I know. I need my notebook right now. I should have had it out. I'm sorry.
You're good. No, you're
No,
totally good.
but that was the other thing too. Okay, the people they knew, the people they hung out with, the people they associated with, the parties they had at their house. That are many accounts have like come forward with. You have to understand, they were with the least unsavory, the most unsavory characters in society. And so, oh, Lolo, oh my gosh, that makes me sad. You're right. But you have to understand that they like allowed people around their children and associated themselves with people that we would never allow around our children. And not only
Never,
that, they were
right?
doing drugs around their children. I mean, whenever Candus took Summer to Allie's house instead of the hospital that night, and said she had OD'd, she had gotten into something. I mean, let's like think about all this stuff. Like that is not. Um, I mean, you wonder why. Why didn't she take her to the hospital?
Yeah. Yeah, well, and it's just all weird, and a lot of these people seem to have a lot of direct knowledge, and a lot of them seem to have guilty knowledge that they may have heard from each other, because a lot of times people aren't going to come forward. They're going to talk to their people that they trust, and so a lot of times that's how information gets leaked
I
out
think
too.
there's quite a few people that have direct knowledge, and they all have had their issues and whatever.
Oh, absolutely, and it's tough to keep a secret, especially in a close knit group, right? Especially when rugs are involved. And
When they're all like on the hill, like each one of them had different things that they were sharing with people or selling, or like what things that we've heard neighbors say was happening or given to the children. We've had accounts of other people on the hill that have said about and not even on the hill, people that even just knew other things about their parties they were having. And there's a lot of people that were at those parties.
yeah, and that's really troubling. I mean, and deranged to think about the fact that there was a lot of people that participated in that.
Especially one in specific, to me, that shows how much corruption was there.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
And
Big time.
I think
Big
we
time.
all know. I think we all know who that is.
Yes, I do
Because
too.
there's definite accounts that they had. There's more. There's quite a few accounts of different. Try to see this the right way of like direct contact with certain people that we know have been protected or have been gotten away with things they should never have gotten away with, or gotten a lot less time for things that they shouldn't have. And I mean, there's a lot of protection that happened there, in my opinion.
Oh,
For
yes.
certain
Well,
people.
yes, and that the guilty knowledge, that's what's going to keep people from not wanting to roll on each other. On the flip side of things, he does bring up more of these death references, which is like, when he says, like, if he said anything to Summer, it would just kill her, or when he mentions that, she loves me to death, it kills
Oh
me.
yeah.
So he's also doing those behaviors, which I find to be
Well,
interesting as
and
well.
as deception detective brings out multiple times, he mentions dead, it would kill him, different things.
Yep.
These are all, to me, these are all slips. These are all
Yeah.
like deception detective said. These are all him saying things that really are about him and things that he's talking and projecting onto other people or saying what may have happened, but no parent would ever want to believe that or say that. So that doesn't make any sense. It
Right.
shows where his mentality is. Like, his mentality is sick, and no parent would be saying those things.
100%. I agree.
Oh, Adam,
All right, I
you're
have a
right.
little clip here. I want to play this little clip, and it's only 39 seconds, but it was a pretty big statement that I wanted to kind of analyze with you
Okay.
guys.
Number 6, he always knew something would happen to her.
I just always had this feeling that something was going to happen to her. I've always knew that something was going to happen to Summer. It's just something in my gut has always told me. I just couldn't believe it. She only wanted me. I've never had anybody love me.
To her.
I just always had this feeling that something was going to happen to her. I've always knew that something was going to happen to Summer. It's just something in my gut has always told me.
Number 7.
So
You remember this one? This was a hot button issue.
Absolutely. And
It really
Lola's
was,
right.
wasn't it?
Leakage.
Definite leakage. It was like a spill,
Yeah. And Lolo, I agree with you on the being available to other people. I don't like to say, it's hard to say, like you said, how to say it. And maybe someone did bring her back, but I actually think that at that point, maybe Don was in trouble and there was I don't know. I can't, I go between the fact that he may have owed people money or he was involved with somebody and he got something from it. That and the fact that she was about to go to school. It was going to have to go to the doctor. CPS had been there the day before. They were going to probably evaluate her. There's multiple ways we can look at this that they really probably had something. Whether or not they did it, somebody did something and they were involved. That's my opinion.
Absolutely. Or they know about it. They know. Yeah. I agree. And that's why he's kind of like deflecting and saying, I always knew this was going to happen and I always had a feeling and I knew it in my gut, but it's also just so weird, like if you really did feel that way, wouldn't that be something that would make you cry? Because that would be a touching moment, in my opinion, where, like, if I always had a gut feeling that something bad was going to happen to my child, then
Who says
that would really traumatize me to have to even share that.
Says that?
Yeah, just playing devil's advocate for old
No,
Don.
no, I know, but I'm just saying, like, who would even say that?
Nobody with,
She was
in their
5.
right mind.
She was 5. And he
5
says,
years old.
I always knew something was going to happen to her. Well, why, Don? Why? Because what do you
What were you putting her into? That's right, Chloe.
Yeah.
Absolutely, girl. Absolutely.
Yeah, Don, tell the truth. Straighten up. Tell the truth. Candus, come
Cut the
forward.
shit, Don.
Like, first, like, somebody talk. First to talk, first to walk, whatever you want to say. At this point, I don't think either one of them have that chance. But I'm just saying that, like, I mean, why can neither one of them tell the truth? Because I believe they were both involved.
Yeah.
Or they both have guilty knowledge and have had participated in certain things that they don't want to admit. I mean, there's a lot there. You take that apart, there's a lot there.
Yeah, there's tons there in my opinion, and they know it. And a lot of
Tina,
other people know it too.
Tina, I believe that. Tina, that's how I feel all the time. I mean, I have flip-flopped. I've said it over the years, on whether it was elimination or it was somebody that, it was a debt or whatever. But I truly, I fall with Tina, girl. I do.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I think it's important to just remember again who we're dealing with, who was around. I mean, all of those things considered.
The
I'm
people
surprised there
they
hasn't
allowed
been an
around their
arrest.
children and the things they were doing around their children. I mean, that in itself, they should be in jail.
Oh, definitely. Well, and I don't know. It's weird that the laws are so lax when it comes to child abuse in Tennessee, in my opinion. Because I mean, I even think of Sebastian. He's a person with special needs. He has a pocket of fluid on his brain.
Right.
He's got a rare chromosome deletion, and he's on the spectrum. So, is there a reason why no one's been charged with abuse? Because, in my opinion, he was definitely abused.
Especially when we already have accounts of abuse, especially with all the CPS cases that we know
Yes.
there were. We don't know what we know. I mean, we've been told, but I mean, we know that there was multiple CPS calls on Sebastian.
Multiple. Yeah.
Multiple. And so
yeah.
there again, same thing. These parents were not taking care of their children. They were doing things they shouldn't have been doing. They were at the least they were negligent. But I know that we all know differently. I mean, we believe differently.
I know, and I was really holding on to hope that they would be holding on until they found Sebastian, and then they could charge them with that too. But I'm starting to, wonder.
It sucks because we're all sitting here with the same feelings and with the same opinions about the parents being involved, and instead we're still sitting here waiting for justice to be done. And I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I know it's just super frustrating. Well, I'm gonna play this next clip here. We got a couple more, and I also want to know what you have to. I also want to know what you guys think of the interview with Don, because I want to play it again because I played it in the beginning of the show, but I'll play it again. Yeah. So, but this clip's a little bit. So these are going to be just a little bit longer, but they're about 2 minutes each. But I thought that the ones about blaming the boys was earlier on, but I think it's coming up here.
Okay.
Number 8. Sexualizing a 12-year-old.
That little girl right there, I seen her in the park. That poor little girl, she got a body from hell.
All right. So here we have him talking about a 12-year-old girl. And you'll notice that he's talking about her body in a sexual way. She's got a body from hell. You'll also notice the word hell, which is another afterlife-related word. Right? So he said, it killed her, it was the death of me, or something like that. So he said, killed, death, and now hell.
Hell, I didn't know her black all over her heart. She'll be pregnant
He's revealing that he thinks it's common. It's a given that people will be attracted to a 12-year-old. He's revealing that just like he said it was probable that someone was sexually assaulting Summer, he's saying it's probable that a 12-year-old girl will be pregnant. It tells us about him. When Dawn talks about seeing a 12-year-old and being confident that she will be pregnant soon, he's projecting onto the world his view that children are sexual objects. And to me, that tells me he is attracted to children. Because when I look at a little kid, the last thing I think about is anything involving sexuality or pregnancy or parenting or anything like that. So he's projecting.
How old is she?
One second.
What is she have? 12. 12.
Wow, right. Sorry, so wrong clip again, but like, so that apparently Hey Jude tells me is
Yeah.
Allie's daughter that he's talking about at 12 being a body from hell and bleh.
Okay. Yeah. I know he also brought that child home supposedly to the grandma's house, and he said it was a crack house, and he talked about her too. But yeah, the body from hell, I think, yeah, I guess Jesus is probably right. I was remembering that as when he supposedly said he took that girl home so whatever, and then it was like, crack or something, whatever he was into. I mean, but yeah, you're right. The fact either way, whoever he was talking about there, saying that she had a body from hell, and talked about her in such a manner as a 12-year-old, that's unbelievable. Like, gross.
I know, right? Like Deception Detective said, like, who thinks? Nobody thinks that way.
What 50-year-old man would look at a 12-year-old that way? Any man. Okay. Any adult man. Okay, let's agree. Any adult man. But especially someone that has children, that's a parent,
A daughter? Oh.
has a daughter. I mean, gross. No. It's that's a big one to me. That one, I think, says a lot.
Yeah, I was like, oh, it's this one, and I was like, because he does look at them, and I love that Deception Detective, like, called it like it was, and he's like, that shows me that he's attracted to little kids right there.
Yeah. No, it does, because the way he talked about it, and he talked about it so casually, like it wasn't like that was normal.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Agreed. That's awful. That's just disgusting. I can't imagine ever seeing that about a 12-year-old.
No, and I don't know about the context, but it really doesn't matter.
Well,
at this point,
I thought it was a different context than Hey Jude said, but I will believe I will absolutely believe that Hey Jude, knows, because she knows this case very well. I thought it was when he brought that girl. He said he gave that girl a ride home, and she lived with her grandma, and then it was a crack house. Like and then we're like, okay, who first of all takes a 12-year-old home or a young child home, like says, oh, I needed to give her a ride home. That's weird.
Totally.
And then, all the other things that were said. So regardless of who he was talking about, it's just disgusting.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I know people say, well, oh, well, you didn't know what he was talking about. And it's like, it doesn't matter, because if he's looking at a 12-year-old that way, and then also we know what he did to his sister. what happened to
Well,
his daughter.
we know his MO. We know his MO. We know what he liked. We know from a very young age he was SAing his sisters. I mean, 5 to 12. I mean, come on.
God. Yeah, that is
I
just
mean,
sick.
that's who he is as a person. It's gross, and it needs to be taken into account. All of these things, I'm glad Deception Detective called out and broke down, because these are all things I've thought. These are all things I've thought when I've watched all of these different comments he's made.
Oh yeah. Well, and I mean, he's the expert, you know. I kind of like bringing people in that have that background that can, you know, kind of reinforce, you know, what I'm thinking too. And I'm glad he talked about it too. He really hit the nail on the head. Somebody said that earlier.
Oh, he totally hit the nail on the head.
Yeah,
Deception
there were several
Detective.
things. It was just like spot
I mean,
on. Well,
I've
and to
seen.
hear it from a guy too, I think is really important because, you know, women, there's certain things that we might look at. We might be like, oh, I can't believe that guy's hitting on me again or something like that. And, you know, so I just always like to kind of hear from an expert, also get a completely different point of view. But he really, you know, noticed a lot of the things that I was like completely repulsed by, or, you know, like some of the things I was thinking when I was watching it.
Lolo, agreed. I think I especially with Brandon and hearing about he supposedly was at some of those parties. I think Connie, I would say Connie would remembers that too. And I mean, look at what happened with Brandon, and look at him moving in with his dad. And, also, wasn't there, I mean, there's rumors, and I don't know if these are true, but wasn't there rumors that Dawn and Ronnie Lawson had some sort of like friendship or connection with something? I don't know. I remember hearing that. I just don't know the details, but isn't there like rumors that they had some sort of like, I don't know. I'm trying to think, like business deals or land deals, or he was talking about land, or there was different things that have been told too. And then we also have heard from, I think I've personally heard from 3 different people that Brandon Lawson had been at those parties on that hill.
Gosh. See, and all of it adding up just doesn't look good.
Oh
Don
yeah,
gives me the ick.
YouTuber, that's right. It was. It was, but I thought that they just had business dealings of some sort, or they were something about like land. It was something about land or something, and I'm not sure, but either way they had some sort of connection.
Cousins, though. Wow.
I didn't know about cousins, but I knew that there was somehow that there was a way that they were connected in some way, but I didn't know how. So if YouTuber is saying that, YouTuber's been around forever, so I'm pretty sure YouTuber would know.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I'm not 100% on the connection, or, you know, if there is one, but Cousins is, you know, pretty close connection, and they could have, I don't know, done things.
Yeah, YouTuber, you're right. I don't think that's true, but I think they had a connection. Because I heard about some sort of like business deals or land deals or something John was trying to deal with him with. But I do know 3 different people said Brandon Lawson had been on that hill for those parties.
Oh.
So, regardless of whether it was Ronnie or not, I think Ronnie was covering up for his son. I mean,
Yeah. Well, and that's what's going to happen, especially if they were, I mean, in a higher profile case, I mean, look at P. Diddy, look at all these people coming out of the woodwork and, they were involved or they were at the white parties, I guess they were called. You know, it's
Well,
like
I
a
would.
whole nother level, but
Yeah,
I get that,
it's
but
another level. It's another level. I think I do have to say that everybody that went to Diddy's parties didn't know that that was happening. That happened in back rooms and stuff.
right. Yeah, that's what I
Because,
mean. I mean, there
well,
could have been,
because I don't like to admit this, but I had gone to one of those parties. And it wasn't one of those parties. It was one of a Super Bowl party. And I was invited and had a ticket, or not a ticket, but like a on the list. And I know that I left after about 5 to 10 minutes because I had weird vibes. So you have to think that you got to know something's going on that's weird when you're there. And if these people were there, then there was something weird going on. If they were involved and they showed up there, I mean, who would go on that hill? I wouldn't.
wouldn't
There
catch me
has
up
to
there.
be there. Yeah, you wouldn't catch me there. There has to be awful, like bad energy, like heavy. Like I no, I wouldn't even like put myself there. But I am an
Even
empath and
looking
I'm
back in the
intuitive, and it
picture,
would
like
hurt.
on the background, Chloe, isn't it weird? Like even just looking at the picture, it's like ominous.
Oh gosh, and like and you know what I don't like is that people will say like, oh well, she could have been like eaten by an animal, or it could have been this and that. There would be remains, there would be evidence, there would be something. Equisearch, like, search all of that, they would have
Yeah.
found something, some sort of evidence.
I agree. It's
There's
just
no
like
way
Lily and
she
Jack.
walked
They expect
off.
us to believe like a little 4 and 6 year old got really, really far, so far that we can't find them on their own. I mean, if they walked off by themselves, we would have found them. Same thing with Summer. She's 5, so because they're 4 and 6 and she's 5, so
Right,
same
but like
group.
if a bear got her or a mount, whatever, all the stories that some people
They're
want
not
to
going
say.
to eat the whole person,
No,
would they? They don't eat
remains
people.
remains would be found. At least
I agree.
clothing, at least parts of clothing, at least some bones, at least like
Something.
it would look like a crime scene. There would be something. There would be evidence. Like there's no way
That's it.
she was just, walked in the woods and an animal got her. I do not believe that. That is crazy.
I think so too. I mean, even though those woods do look scary, or like say they got bit by a snake out there and they
Well,
passed away,
see,
they'd
then
be
they would
there,
have found her. Then they would have found
Yeah.
her. And
No,
and if an
yeah.
animal were to have attacked her, there would be clothing left. There would be bones. There would be something. They would have
Oh
found
God,
something.
100%. Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on with that. I mean, there's no way, like you said, there'd be at least some blood. I mean, not to be, but I mean that is what it is. You said, like you said, exactly what you said. There would be
Yeah.
some type of evidence
Yeah.
there.
Unless, as Lost said, there was pigs involved. That she was
Oh
saying.
my gosh, Lost, yes.
Yeah, pigs don't leave anything.
Pigs don't leave anything.
And we've also heard that too.
What was there pig farms around? I mean, is that area? Well, I mean, I guess people have pigs. It doesn't matter. I mean, you don't have to have a whole pig farm to have pigs, but
No, I'm just saying there had been like a rumor or two of that too. I'm not saying that happened. I'm not saying that happened at all. I'm just
no, I was
saying
just wondering if maybe there was like a place close by because I know.
I would have to look that up. Like I don't know. I'm just saying that I have heard people say that.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I believe there would be remains if like there was an animal. Now, if that was the case and there was like some sort of pig farm or something, that would be different. But I don't think so because what I believe is when Don, what sticks out in my mind, and what I told you and Connie, you and I talked about last week, and Connie brought it up in the chat, and I didn't say that to Connie. She did not at all. That's nothing that her and I talked about. The fact that what did Connie say earlier? That oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I got a brain fog a little bit. Fish food. Thank you, Connie. Thank you. It still bothers me. It still bothers her. And last week, Lady Freedom, I told you that. I was trying to find that clip of where he said that, and I could not find it. But he did say, and we've seen it, Connie and I've seen it, that he said she's fish food by now.
Ugh.
She's never going to be a found. She's probably fish food by now. Okay, that's weird too.
He's
Think
so
about all
harsh.
these
Like, who
scenarios
is
he
that
said.
harsh?
Who would say that? My child's probably fish food by now. Like, they're never gonna find her. They're never finding any remains. They're not gonna find any evidence. She's fish food. Like, what? Who says
I know.
that?
Like, even if you're like having a pity party and you're like, you're never gonna find her, but like, if you really thought that, wouldn't you be like that, like crying and being like, they're never gonna find her, and I bet you she's fish food by now. You know, you would be crying and you would be distraught, right, or something, or
Yes,
you might
right.
shed one single glistening tear or something.
YouTuber, do you remember that too? Because I know Connie and I do, but I think YouTuber has always been around. Like, I don't know.
I
I
want to
just don't
find
know.
that clip
But
now. You
but
guys are gonna have me
YouTuber,
searching.
do you remember that, or do you remember where that was? Because Connie and I can't, but we know we've seen it and heard it. Yeah, yeah. See, YouTuber remembers it too. See.
Yeah.
So
Thanks, YouTuber. Because I mean,
yeah,
it's like,
no, I'm glad because I wanted.
oh, Josh, Tina Girl said maybe Josh would know.
Oh, we should
Oh,
ask
we gotta bug
Josh. You
Josh
know what,
for it.
Tina Girl? Good idea. I should ask Josh because you know what? He would know.
Oh man, I was so bummed out last night because I didn't know if Josh had his live back up. I went and Mammon had a good live last night too, but yeah, I
Oh,
was
I didn't
bummed
see
about.
that one. I
Yeah,
saw
I was
you. I saw you and
bummed.
Josh's.
I know, right? And then it cut out, and I was like, I was so bummed out. But I know that there was like a lot of storms and stuff too.
Oh, Tina Girl, Justin would probably know too. I'm sure.
Justin, that's
I'm
another
sure
one.
there's I'm sure pretty much all of the people that have been doing this case since the beginning. I mean, we've all seen it. I mean, in the chat, like there's all of us are saying, yeah, we've seen it. We just don't remember what it was. But yeah, I think we should probably reach out to like one of them and like get that clip or find out where it came from because I wish I could remember and I just don't.
Yes, and it's just so gruesome and so harsh just to say something like that. Just
Nobody
so
would say that about their child.
no, and it's like only if you kind of knew and you were
I mean,
guilty. I guess.
oh, she's probably been beaten to death. She's probably been in a hotel. She's been, the R word and all these things, like, raped, whatever, what I'm talking about with the R word. I didn't mean the other one, but you know what I'm
No,
saying.
I know. Yeah.
And all these things, and then fish food by now, and this and that. Like, no father would say that. They would say, please bring my child home. I want to find her. I miss her. I love her. Like, please let her come home. Just let her come home. Or at least let us, like, know, like, no, he didn't plead. He gave every scenario that could have happened to her.
He sure did, without any type of emotion at all. Just
none. Zero
well,
emotion.
this is what happened, and
Well,
this is, and then thinking about
like
her even getting beaten at a 5-year-old.
Like the very first interview. Well, it's okay. I'll see her in the resurrection.
Oh,
Okay.
I got that.
What?
I see. That was the clip that we were looking for originally,
So
which
you
brought me
literally
to this.
on day what? On the first couple days, you already decided she was dead, and said, "I'll see her in the resurrection." Okay. Well, guess what, Dawn? Guess what? If you believe in that, I'm not saying I do, But Dawn, if you believe in that, guess what? You're not going to see her because you're not going to be there.
No shit. And, any good person isn't going to be anywhere near where Don is. If that ever I mean, Don knows. He knows. And I think that's
trust me,
his references to hell.
I know none of us are going to be where Dawn is. Like,
No. Oh, hell no.
And I'm not talking about even just with Summer. I'm talking about, let's go back to his criminal history.
Oh, God.
I mean,
yes.
and then let's add Summer on top of that, okay?
Well, and that's she's like collateral damage because nobody took care of him back in the day.
There is no comparison of where I'm going to be or Summer's going to be or you're going to be as opposed, if you want to believe that way, to where Dawn's going to be. I guarantee you that Dawn and I will not be coinciding. We will not be near each other in the afterlife. Whatever happens in the afterlife, I don't know, but I won't be with him. I guarantee
that's
that.
True, and none of us know that, and none of us know for sure. But I mean, it's like, but he's all talking about church and faith and all this in the beginning, and then talking about how she's fish food. Like, what in the world?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can only hold up like your mask. The mask slips, and
great point.
And I think we've seen plenty of mask slips with Dawn.
Oh gosh, yes, and he almost like his mask fell off for a minute, and then he had to grab it off the floor.
I don't even think he ever had.
So right.
If he ever had a mask, he wasn't wearing it. Okay, let's be honest.
Gosh, it's like Chris Proudfoot. He's so free with being so like completely ruthless in public.
Yes.
Like most people like tone it down a bit.
It's because they don't care. Because they're arrogant and narcissists.
True
they
that.
Don't care. They think that they're always going to be believed, they're always right, etc. And that is the problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's that's the freeing factor, I suppose, is that the narcissistic ego is just allowing for all of the bullshit. And, they do have those delusions of grandeur, and because Don is that way, like I'm right. And there's a couple clips that are coming up. It's going to be, and then.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, let me play this next one. And
okay,
oh gosh.
Go ahead.
And I don't know if this is, like I said, I'm waiting for the one because I hate how he blames the boys. It's just like, so I'm like anticipating that one every time.
Number 8. Sexualizing a 12-year-old.
That little girl right there, I think her in the park. That poor little girl, she got a body from hell.
All right. So here we have him talking about a 12-year-old girl. And you'll notice that he's talking about her body in a sexual way. She's got a body from hell. You'll also notice the word hell, which is another afterlife-related word. Right? So he said, it killed her, it was the death of me, or something like that. So he said, killed, death, and now hell. He's revealing that he thinks it's common. It's a given that people will be attracted to a 12-year-old. He's revealing that, just like he said it was probable that someone was sexually assaulting Summer, he's saying it's probable that a 12-year-old girl will be pregnant. It tells us about him. When Dawn talks about seeing a 12-year-old and being confident that she will be pregnant soon, he's projecting onto the world his view that children are sexual objects. And to me, that tells me he is attracted to children. Because when I look at a little kid, the last thing I think about is any...
I'm so sorry. I was playing the wrong one, and I got him to get something to drink. I'm so sorry. Hold on 1 second.
Number 9. Claiming he knows where Summer's at.
Man, but my daughter's probably on the fucking streets right now somewhere. Nobody's listening to me. Donnie, we can't do anything. I know where she's at.
So just listen to this. He's talking about a 5-year-old as a streetwalker.
12. That's 12.
Number 9. Claiming he knows where Summer's at.
Candus, my daughter's probably on the fucking streets right now somewhere. Nobody's listening to me. Donnie, we can't do anything. I know where she's at. She's in a fucking motel room somewhere with some fucking weirdo.
And these are his words, not mine. This is very bizarre. Also, just remember, everything he's saying here is about his own daughter.
Fucking some motherfucker trying to sell me for a little bit of crack cocaine.
And statements like this right here, where he's talking about someone trying to sell her for a little bit of crack cocaine, is the reason I think the possibility that he sold her to someone or pimped her out to someone is not nil.
I know where she's at. She's in a fucking motel room somewhere with some fucking weirdo. Fucking some motherfucker trying to sell me for a little bit.
Also, notice how he says that she is effing someone. He says she's in a hotel room effing someone. The correct way to say something as disgusting as that would be she's getting abused by someone. Abused by some MFer. Not effing an MFer. That implies that she is actually consenting to it and participating in it. It's a distorted view of the world. Of children.
A little bit of crack cocaine. I know how it works. Donnie, stop letting your fucking mind go there, okay? I've already been there. I've seen it. Stop it.
Listen to these admissions.
I'm just telling you what I've seen. I'm telling you what I've seen with my own eyes. I believe that you have seen this.
Gosh.
I can't. Okay. So he's saying she's in what? Okay, let's go back to Knoxville. And well, yeah, his trips to Knoxville with Andy when they were taking the kids, when GSB says they would come home with bruises and stuff. And yet he's saying she's in a hotel room doing that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Getting
he
the F out
says,
of her room.
yeah, well, exactly. And JSB has made those comments about how they would go to Knoxville. It's been accounted for that him and Andy made regular trips to Knoxville. And then he said somebody's doing it for crack cocaine. Well, guess what? What was Don saying? What was Don buying when he went out to the Dr. Phil show?
Yeah, that was his rug of choice, right? They caught him
Exactly,
buying.
that was his drug of choice. So he is literally talking about himself and what he's seen and what he's done.
Yeah, absolutely.
In my opinion, there is no other way around that. But Fed Up Buttercup, you were asking about Daddy, Stop Daddy, is that the one? That was a call that Candus called 911. Right?
Yeah,
right,
the
Connie?
911 call, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. YouTuber said that. Okay, good. Thank you, YouTuber. And she's crying in the background, and Candus is talking, whatever, and she's saying, "Stop, Daddy, please, like, stop, Daddy, don't do that, Daddy, whatever."
Aww.
I mean, it's awful. I don't know the exact words she was using, but you can hear them. And I don't have that clip. I will find that one for you, lady, if you want me to. And I'm still looking for the one about the fish food, which I still couldn't find, but YouTuber and Connie said they both heard that, and I'm sure other people in the chat have heard it. I didn't maybe missed it. But yeah, no, that was said too. And no dad says that about their child. And
what? Yeah, which dad says like the stuff about he knows where she is, that she's somewhere on the effing street. Like that is weird too. Like
oh, oh, oh,
a
on the
streetwalker.
street. On the street. Oh, that was the other part. Yeah. Oh my God. There's so many. There was so much in that one thing. Like every little like comment he made is sick, and it
All of
shows
them,
who he
right?
is. Yes. I mean, well, all of them that we've heard all night, but I'm saying that one had a lot of sick. I mean, well,
Well,
all of
because
them
he's
did.
like blaming Summer for being in a hotel room when she's 5 and effing
And
a mother
effing
effer.
someone. Like a 5-year-old makes the choice to F someone.
I mean, gosh, like
No.
what?
No. She, if anybody was that was happening to her. A 5-year-old doesn't do that.
A 5-year-old doesn't like know, right? Because they're so innocent that they don't realize what
That's
that even
disgusting.
is, and they
And
don't.
he put it on his daughter, not on the other person. That right there to me, every time I hear that, that right there, there's something about that one that strikes me like really badly. I mean,
Well, because he
all
calls the guy a weirdo, and
yeah,
then he turns around and says that Summer's making the choice, right? I got you. I got you, girl. I mean,
yeah,
man.
and that's the thing. Like all of these bother me a lot, right? But that one right there, that one, it, it's so gross. Like it's so disturbing.
Right. Yeah.
That
It's like,
he would talk about his 5-year-old daughter that way. That you would even say that. A 5-year-old doesn't do that stuff. They don't even know that stuff. And if she does, it's because of them.
poor baby. Exactly. They taught it to how else would she know that? How to
Exactly.
do something like that with somebody? Obviously because little kids, again, so innocent. They have their little shows they like to watch. They want to play. They want to, they're not thinking of sex in the slightest.
Oh God, no. They don't even know what that is at that age.
No.
Unless they've been abused.
Unless they've been abused, and then
Exactly.
he turns around and says that the weirdo that she is doing this to, not him doing it to her, is trying
Exactly.
to sell her for a little bit of crack.
Of crack cocaine.
And then here's the
That
thing, he's
that
demeaning
he
her right
did.
there, like, oh, she's only worth a little bit of crack.
A little bit. Thank you. And we know that is his thing.
That's Don's bag, not, he, and again, like the
Ah.
projection, right? Because that was the whole episode, really. I know we've clipped it up, but, Deception Detective put this out, basically talking about how it's full of projection, so, but there you go again, another
Yes.
bit where he's like showing us who he is.
Yeah. I mean, every time he speaks, he shows who he is. Absolutely.
And, I hate it because, Summer is so
Lolo,
beautiful.
you're so
She is such a
right.
little doll.
Okay, did you see what Lolo said? That is
No,
so
what did Lola
true.
say?
And he sounded jealous, which is sick. That is so true, Lolo. I always thought that too.
Oh,
Like it
hell
bothered
no.
him.
Oh, hell no.
That's disgusting.
Oh my God, that is so spot on though. Oh man, Lolo.
I've thought
Oh
that
my
before
God.
too, but I never would ever say that. I never really said that out loud.
So
But
he's blaming Summer. Let's back up, man. Oh my gosh. So he's blaming Summer because he's jealous that she is so much of that way of a bad little girl. You know what I'm saying? And then she's over there doing that to him, and we were supposed to be in love and we always had it good together, or whatever nasty old comment he made. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I didn't even. Oh my
yeah,
God.
when you see, that's the thing. When you hear these a couple times, or when you like go over these like so many times, you hear it so much, you like really get like a different take on it too. Like at first you're shocked, right? And then
Yes.
you go back and listen again and again, and then you're like, whoa. Like, it's still shocking, but you're like listening to what he's saying and breaking it down, and you're like, it's even worse than I heard the first time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like yeah, it's almost like you can't really even be desensitized to it, but because it's so horrific.
It doesn't even sound. It's not normal. Like, it doesn't even seem like it could be real. Like, it doesn't.
No. No, it's almost like it would be too unbelievable if I was to just tell you, "Hey, Chloe, there's this guy Don, and he said this about his daughter." That you might be like, "Okay, Lady Freedom, I trust you. You're my friend," but then you might question me until you hear it yourself.
I would
You're
be
gonna be
like,
like,
well, I need to
"What
watch
the
this
hell?
or
Like,
hear
really?"
this. Yeah, I would be like, well, can you send me that clip because I want to see it. Like, I want to see, like, I would want to see it myself and like
Yes.
understand it. But you can't misread this. There is no misreading what he's saying here. Like,
None
Deception
whatsoever.
Detective is bringing out the actual undercurrents of it, but regardless of whether we have any sort of speech analysis background or training or anything, because we don't have what he has, we still see what's wrong with that.
Oh gosh, that's such a great point. Like, even somebody that doesn't have any background in anything could hear that comment and understand why someone would be outraged or why someone would say, I mean, if you're not outraged and, I mean, look at her little face. I mean,
Oh,
it's
if you're
just,
not outraged, then there's something wrong with you. Then you're sick too. And
yes.
Connie said the same thing. She said, you pick up things every time you listen. And that is so true. Like, Connie and I, we've been listening to this stuff for 4 years. We've been watching the stuff on YouTube. We've seen him do the weirdest, grossest thing. Okay.
Oh,
And I mean, all kinds of stuff. I mean, well, look at the barrel. I mean, we're literally looking at this where her head is shaved to the scalp, and they're directing her to dance in front of that barrel. And every time she walks away, they make her come back and dance in front of it. Okay?
yes. That's what
What?
I was talking about early, like right when we started the show, before you
Okay,
guys
right
came
when I
on.
missed it.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. We were saying that. And then also the other picture with the boys.
Oh
What
yeah,
were,
is it by the horse? Is it the one by the horse pond where her head is completely shaved, and they all have
yes, I
longer
think.
hair than her? But yet they said that she wanted her haircut like her brothers. None of her brothers had their haircut like that.
No.
No, that was a punishment and a demeaning act, in my opinion. And I know a lot of people say she had lice and whatever. I don't think that's the last one, but there is a one where her head's even like shaved even more, or maybe that's just a little distorted. But anyway, what I'm saying is, it doesn't
I can't
matter.
believe how many there are like this though, where her
No,
hair is like,
there's ones where her hair is like shaved scalp, bald, like she has zero hair.
look at that one. I mean, it's like,
Exactly.
and they're all different stages, and hair. I mean, better than me because you're a
And then
stylist.
a lot of people, and I'm a hairstylist, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna just go there, okay? And I'm gonna give my opinion, and this is just my opinion. But if there were lice in that house, every single one of them would have had lice, right? Why would Summer be the only one that they would shave her head? Okay? Because lice are so contagious.
Great point.
And once they infest, there's no way that house they cleaned out like the way it looked, right? And disinfected. And I know because I'm in first grade, my child had lice. Okay. Which happens to a lot of kids. It happens at school. They called me at school and said a kid there had it, and they were worried
Yep.
that she did and whatever. And I use natural things like olive oil because it suffocates them, because I don't like chemicals, to put on my child, etc.
Of course.
But let me tell you something. Do you know how much work it was for my whole house to clean it, to spray it, to do all those things that you needed to do, to pack up all the stuffed animals into garbage bags for 2 weeks so that you know that they're gonna die. Like, I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. I spent 2 days. I even wore olive oil on my hair so I wasn't getting it, just in case, right?
Just in case. Well, because those little buggers, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, they're
Okay,
not
so
fun.
if she had lice, and that's why they shaved her head, okay? The lice don't go away because that's still enough hair. The lice would be there, right? But it was
Right.
dumped onto Candus, Dawn, and all those kids. And look at the conditions they were living in. They did not clean that house. Okay? So then why are the boys' heads not shaved? If the scenario was lice. And so a lot of people believe that. And
Yeah, I don't because in it, like you said, and it was like a trap
well,
house,
and
really.
even if there were lice, you don't have to shave her head.
No, like you said, there's different things that can be done. That's less invasive and safer,
Yeah,
and
but they would have had it too. If she slept in the bed with Dawn and Candace,
oh yeah,
they would be in their bed in on both of them, and they would be itching, and they would have then if the solution in their mind was shaving heads, because it's not, and I'm just saying this as a hairstylist, then they would have had to shave their heads too, and they did not. Well,
and they
Candace
didn't.
did later. Like now we see Candace here with, after she was gone or whatever. Like she said, "Oh, well, I did it," but her head wasn't shaved to the scalp. She's got a short haircut. She's got a short haircut. There's a difference between shaving to the scalp.
Oh, definitely. No, I mean, no question about it. Well, and
Oh,
she
see,
doesn't
Connie.
clean.
Connie knows. You're Connie's seeing the same thing, and I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's just
We
absolutely
all,
crazy.
if any of us have had children, most of us, their children have had lice at some point in time from school. Like it just happens.
It is a lot of work, and you do have to treat everyone. That's so true. That is so true. Well, and what did you think about Don saying, "I know how it works. I've been there. I've seen, or I've already been there, and I've seen it."
Yeah, because he was involved in it. Exactly.
And he's like, "I'm telling you what I see, with my own eyes." So he's like, I mean,
Oh, fed
what
up
the
buttercups. That's
fudge?
gross. I know. Yikes. No,
So he's been
listen.
there while there was weirdos having relations with
Yeah,
children.
yeah.
And I say that
Has,
just because I can't say
and
exactly that
and
what
he
it really
just
is
and
child
he
sexual
admitted that.
assault.
And he admitted that. And we have all of those accounts of him and Andy going to Knoxville and staying in hotels. What
Nasty.
were they doing? I think truly they were trading off kids for drugs. I mean, that's just my opinion. But
Ooh. Chloe, you could be, absolutely, and I know we have to say alleged, but I mean, evidence would point in that direction. I guess we could say that safely.
yeah, say SA officer, there is absolutely Fairy Tales a preventive shampoo. There's a spray that you can spray because after my child had lice and I gave them and I, put the olive oil because I wanted to go natural. I did have the Fairy Tales, which I sprayed in her hair. I shampooed her hair with it and before she went to school, and I put her hair in a bun or a braid and put hairspray on it because lice like clean hair and
They
they jump.
do.
So all I know was that spraying her hair and putting it up instead of it, because she had very long hair, instead of it hanging down, was the way that I was trying to help prevent her from getting it again.
Right. Oh yeah. Well, and that's the best way to do it, I think, is to do something like that, like you said, suffocate them out, and then you're absolutely right with the clean hair. You guys are making my head itch just talking
Uh-huh.
about that.
Oh,
You're making me
listen.
itchy.
Listen, I'm itchy too. And especially whenever I knew that my child had lice, I was itchy. All night. I had nightmares that I had them in my head too. And I didn't.
I'm like that too, though, Chloe, because I hate bugs, and so like just even the thought of, you know, especially like a bug infiltrating your child's hair, your child's head. Like, I mean, even isn't that funny? Like, we're sitting here like worried about lice, which, you know, I mean, you're not
And we're itching now.
Yes.
And I know a lot of people, they really believe that's the story of why they shaved her head.
I don't think so. I mean, I would have believed that probably in the beginning, but not at this
I
stage.
don't anymore, or I did never, because I thought it was a punishment to her, from what I had seen, or
Absolutely.
either that, or it was making her look androgynous, because that could go either way for people that were sickos.
Yeah, and we talked about that last time.
Yep.
Yeah,
But-
and I mean it's a definite possibility, and you know, and it would fit for what we're seeing here, especially with these comments, you know, from Don. I only have, oh my gosh, I have, okay, so I have one more.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe I missed it in here or something, or maybe I didn't upload it. Something about I thought he was blaming the boys, and maybe I'm.
Oh, he tried to at some point too. Yeah, he did.
He did. That's why I was like, maybe I mucked something up. So let me go. I'll go ahead and take a look. But this is going to be the last one, number 10, and then we'll watch Don in the cat interview.
Okay.
Number 10. Again, more disturbing ideas on what might have happened. And remember, these statements were made just within a couple of weeks after Summer went missing.
I don't want to think she's dead, but it's a possibility.
All right, so here we have him allowing for the possibility that she's dead.
Well, I'll see her in the resurrection. As long as I keep the commandments and I do what I'm supposed to do, I'll see her in the commandments. If that's the case, you know.
My biggest fear is, you know, her being tormented or locked in a dungeon or basement or something.
Statistically speaking, I mean, there's a good chance she's already.
Once again, statistically speaking, there's a good chance she's already dead. Parents of actual missing children do not. They think that their circumstance is the 1 in a million. They don't care about the statistics. And if you saw my video about how real parents of missing children talk in my McCain series, the mother of Gannon Stouch was a great demonstration of that. She said, Gannon Stouch was a preemie. He was born early. The doctors told her there was a 1 in 100 chance that he would come out and grow up and live a normal life, and he did it. And then she used that to say, he's out there. Statistics might say that he won't be found because 48 hours have passed, but Gannon is that 1 in 100. He's that 1 in a million, and he's still out there.
Already dead, if you look at it statistically. Well, I'll see her in the resurrection. As long as I keep the commandments and I do what I'm supposed to do, I'll see her in the commandments. If that's the case, you know.
My biggest fear is, you know, her being tormented or locked in a dungeon or basement or something.
Statistically speaking, I mean, there's a good chance she's already dead if you look at it statistically.
Well, there we go. There we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Jill, Jesus, Don, speaking the Bible. I don't need him to preach to me because I know right from wrong.
Amen, right? And I
Uh-huh.
mean, listen, somebody like him, oh, I'll see her in the commandments as long as I do. Well, yeah.
No, well, he has no chance at that shit.
That ship has sailed, right?
Before even Summer went missing, he already screwed that over. In
Big
that
time.
church and everything else, there's a lot of weird stuff there.
Do you think the church is probably telling him this shit, or like at least egging him on with it?
I think there was some weird shit going on at the church, but I mean that I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just so
But-
it's unthinkable.
Yeah, right. Tina girl, is that cat supposed to be? That's Candace's stand-in right there. The cat. I can't believe
Yeah.
that cat would even get close to Dawn. To be honest, I mean, we've already heard what he's done to kittens. I can't imagine. Most cats don't. You know.
Do you think that's why he might have had that cat in the interviews to make sure that he can dispel some rumors there?
You know, either that or he's just trying to look like he's, a good guy. Like, oh look, I like animals. I don't,
Right.
who knows? What about all the dogs that went on vacation the day that Summer went missing? I mean, the dogs were just like, I guess they went, I don't know, on a vacation that day. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to know that as well. Well, and he starts talking about, like, statistically speaking, she's already dead, and it's just so weird that he would say something. I mean, just I don't know. That to me, that sounds like he's distancing himself from the whole entire situation of being her father. Saying, just statistically speaking, he sounds like somebody on the news or somebody
Oh,
that might
come
be,
on. And
you
like
know.
Don knows statistics. I mean, come on. I mean, statistically speaking, Dawn, you're her abuser, and you know what happened to her. Statistically speaking, if you
Yeah, I'd
don't,
like to throw spit some statistics at
yeah,
him.
I'd like to
How
throw,
many
I
dads,
was gonna say,
take
I'd
their
like to
kids.
throw some statistics to his way, especially after like going over everything he's ever said and done. I think I could probably put some statistics together that would show that he was most likely the, um, you know, I mean, I still think Grandis and Candace know, but I think they were all involved. They all know,
They
and
had to have been.
and they all have stuff on each other, same as the other people on the hill that haven't talked. Um, they have to keep their mouth shut because they all got something.
I agree. Well, and it's a big contrast to parents who are actually concerned and want their kids back. Like, Landon Gannon's mom was telling stories of his survival, while you have Don telling horrific tales of what could have
Hmm.
happened to Summer,
Oh, complete opposite. Yeah. I mean, look at every parent that we've seen with missing children and compare them. And there is a huge comparison between the ones that we believe are guilty and the ones that have been proven guilty. And them, and then the ones that searched for their children, begged, pleaded, and were out there searching constantly. Where they were complaining on the first night of EquiSearch having helicopters out there that
Ugh.
kept them up at night. And at the same time, they went out and took drinks and food from the EquiSearch teams for themselves.
Oh my God, they did not do
Yeah,
that.
they did. Connie, right? Connie, come on.
What? Okay, so I've heard
YouTuber.
it all now. Oh my
YouTuber,
gosh.
Connie, like all the people that have been here, like you know what I'm talking about.
Oh my God,
They
Chloe, I
literally
cannot believe
complained.
it.
EquiSearch did the hugest search for her, and they complained that they were
Oh.
kept up that night over helicopters. Do you think you would have been sleeping if your
Oh, yeah.
child was missing?
Well,
And
it's just like
then,
Katie
and
Proudfoot.
then
She
on
was
top of
asleep
that,
whenever Chris was talking with Terry Lynn, and he goes, "Yeah, Katie's sleeping right now," or she'd say
yeah,
something, or
come on.
and I'm like, "How the fuck is she sleeping right now?" I mean, unless
And
she's,
then,
maybe she took a sedative, but
on top of that, they went out there to the where the EquiSearch was, searching, and they went and raided their snacks and their drinks.
I cannot even. That is just so
And
nuts.
those people were looking for their child. They should have been out there handing them out waters and helping them. Yeah, how could you even eat or drink? Or how could you sleep and be complaining about helicopters looking for your child? I
I
mean,
could not
we
function.
can't. We can't even right now. Like this,
Yeah.
it's just it gets worse and worse. The more you show right here, it just gets worse and worse. And it's funny because I've never, like, I've watched all of this, but to put it all into one take and like and segment it this way you're doing, I mean, this is huge. Like this is
Well,
it
and
just shows.
Criminal is the lady. I want to say it right. Criminal is the one that put this together, and then DD did the analysis, and I was like, wow, this is gold, And then, like I said, you had me looking for the resurrection comment,
Yeah. Yeah, and I was trying to find the fish shoe comment for you. Like, I mean,
We'll find it.
yeah, we'll find all this stuff. I'll figure it out.
We'll
But
find it, because and it just brings me back to what we're about to watch here with Don. Oh, it's all the media's fault, and I can't believe how they've been treating us, and oh well, and it's like, are you kidding me right now? You got to be kidding me right now.
well, hey, y'all, Candus, she has a hard time, doing interviews because sometimes her stroke acts up. Remember that?
Wait a minute, you got to tell me about this. I gotta know. I gotta know.
Connie, come on.
All right, spill it, Connie. I need some tea here because.
Oh, well, it was one of the things she did, and she was drunk and
Oh, good luck.
out of her mind, and then I think it was Dawn that said, "Oh, her stroke was just acting up."
So she has chronic stroke
No,
syndrome.
I don't think strokes just act up. I think
No, they
that you
don't.
have a stroke.
No, they don't. They don't. I'm trying to
know
find
what
a
I'm
good
talking
diagnosis.
about. I think everybody in here that knows this case knows what I'm talking about. I mean, there's just too much ridiculous.
I literally have never heard anybody say that her stroke was acting up. I would have died. It's kind of like I'm a little bit pregnant right now or something. Like you can't be a little bit pregnant.
You know what? Right now, I think that I don't. God, what's acting up on me right now? My seizure. The seizure I had 2 years ago. It's acting up right now. Sorry, guys.
It all came back to me. It's a relapse of a seizure I had Oh Lord. Has she ever had a stroke? I can't even believe I'm asking this question.
Well, we don't even know, do we, Connie? I don't know. I can't. I know. I just keep asking Connie because it's only her. It's her and I that have been always like in this
No,
together.
that's great. I
Connie and I were
appreciate
just always
greatly.
with the same group and like watching the same stuff over and over, and we're like shocked and
I
like
love
appalled.
Connie. No, it's great because it just helps us get the information because it is 4
her
years later.
metabolism. No. Yes, Tina girl. She can't lie. It's not her metabolism. You're right, Tina girl.
Tina girl.
You got it. No, that she literally said that. Lady.
No, she did not. I'm like sitting here. You guys are cracking me up because it's so ridiculous.
I can't lie. It's not in my metabolism. That is literally the quote.
I don't even know what she might have meant by that. It's not in my metabolism.
Yeah. Well,
it's not in your mentality, maybe, or your. I'm trying to help her.
It's not in my. There's no. You know what? Let's not.
Hell yes, we got hell yes.
Hey, do you remember the commercial when we were kids? This is your brain on drugs.
Okay, yes, I have that in one of my videos. I found it in a meme.
That's Candus and Dawn. Hey, Vic.
2 eggs in one pan, and then they're jumbled up. Any questions?
I love that everyone in here says I can't lie. It's not in my metabolism. See, everyone,
not her metabolism.
Everyone remembers that.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. I mean, and these are the things that, at least bring a little bit of life to it.
We just said that part. That part. It's not my metabolism. I can't lie. That part.
That part. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Metabolism, not my metabolism.
And she did say, in YouTuber, she did say metabolism. She did. YouTuber got it.
Oh my god, that's fantastic. Oh Lord.
Listen, I
miss all the good stuff.
I wish that we weren't up here like able to even laugh at them because I mean we all literally hate them. I mean, we dislike them. I guess hate is well, we do. We hate them. Let's just be honest.
Because it's
But
so
I mean,
annoying. I'm not laughing because it's like funny to me.
no,
Really, it's
because
just
it's so
annoying. And
outrageous. Like you've never heard
yes,
such a shit.
outrageous is
And
perfect.
yes,
Yes.
YouTuber, the meteor manager. I mean,
The
come
meteor
on. The
manager.
meteor manager. Okay.
These
They
damn
can't even
meteors.
get like media right. I mean, that's
He was a meteor.
crazy. Lolo, these are Candaceisms.
Candaceisms. Oh hell yeah, that's so funny.
Well,
Oh,
I like to call her Can't, instead of, she went by Can for a little bit there. Can't.
that's what her YouTube channel's called.
Well, I call her Can't.
Oh,
So
can't. She says can't. That is so cute, Lolo. Oh my god, you guys are killing me. Hey Vic.
can't put a sentence together.
It's disturbing, Connie. Us can't pronounce
My
metabolism.
menopause is acting up from 2013.
Oh Lord. Don't you just hate when that menopause starts acting up again? Oh Lord,
shit.
meow, you're so funny. I love that.
You know what? My pregnancy is acting up right now from 2004. Okay, so I don't think I can talk anymore.
Right, I'm a little bit pregnant. I can't make it to work this morning. My pregnancy from 13 years ago is acting
Yeah,
up.
my 20-year-old 1-year-old child. My pregnancy is acting up.
I'm having sympathy pain for.
Oh yeah. Lost his pregnancy. He's having sympathy pains from my pregnancy acting up.
Oh hell no! He's having sympathy pains from your pregnancy that was 20 years ago.
Right.
Oh, Connie said, "Are you telling us something?" No, Connie, I'm not pregnant. I'm not.
No,
and I'm not able to be pregnant.
Right?
Neither am I.
No.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if Lost is able to have children, but I
not
can't
able
have children
to either.
anymore.
No.
I'm not having any children
I'll
anymore either.
tell you, if I could have
That's a
had
big
more,
no.
I probably would have, but I couldn't. I had cancer, so it happens. But listen,
Well, I love
that's
kids.
why I don't like people that have their children taken away. Because you know how many of us are good parents that we would have taken those children and loved them and given them everything in the world.
Well, that would be a different thing if if there was a child that came in and I saw that and I was like, yeah, I need to do this, and I would do that. But, starting over at this juncture, I'm like,
Oh no, I don't want to have a baby now. But
But but you know what I'm saying though? If there was
but I'm
even
saying I
a
couldn't
5 or 6 year old kid or 7,
Well,
but
no,
it's
my
so
child was
hard.
2 and I had cancer in my uterus and I literally couldn't have children anymore. And I was lucky to even have her. So what I'm saying is I'm so blessed and I'm so thankful. And Connie's been fixed, so have I.
Nah.
Yeah,
but I mean, you know how it is. It's like it's so hard for even a good person to get
but
to be able to
seriously,
adopt.
I
It's
would have
weird, but then these
adopted.
parents out there.
I would have taken any of these children and I would have loved it. Sebastian. Oh my
Oh
God.
God, Sebastian is
Summer. I would have given that girl the life of her dreams. I would have loved her more than anybody ever loved her. I mean, any of these kids that we are talking about, that it's so sad.
I just wish that Sebastian would have, been given to his dad earlier, and not to.
Oh, Town Chat Cafe. Sorry, Town Cat. Cats on the brain. Sherlock Holmes. You know what? You're right. That's why we have our fur babies now. But
True that.
Connie's pregnancy's acting up too.
Oh my goodness!
God,
You guys are making my pregnancy act up just talking about your pregnancy's acting up.
Connie's 35-year-old pregnancy. Well, I'm sorry that we're laughing, but I think it's either laughing or crying right now. So I'm seriously like I have to make fun of their stupidity.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the lies. It's the lies that are kind of comical
Because
because
so
they expect us to
outrageous.
believe it,
They're
It's
so
like, what?
outrageous.
Yeah, it is. And it's like nobody believes you except for you, possibly. I mean, some people don't believe what they're talking, but some do.
I mean, and there's real things that do act up, okay? Because I mean, I have health issues that act up, but I mean,
Sure.
stroke.
Not a stroke. There's certain, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. But
and
yeah, you're not saying like my cancer's acting up or like
yeah,
those are things that don't.
my
I
cancer
mean,
is.
you go into remission, I guess, but I guess
Well,
people
no,
could argue that.
it
But
was, yeah, I was good. It was taken out, it's all good. But what I'm saying is, I mean, this is ridiculous. The YouTuber, the pregnancy that never ends. Oh gosh, that's
never-ending
a horror.
pregnancy.
That's a
Oh
horror.
Lord.
Yeah, I don't think any of us will be pregnant forever.
No, yeah. The good thing about the pregnancy is that there's a baby at the end. That's a good thing in
Oh,
my experience,
Tina
at least.
girl,
I mean,
you're
I didn't
right.
hate being pregnant, but it was also, at the end got real
Oh, I had
uncomfortable.
I actually had a great
Summer.
pregnancy. But yes, Connie, strokes don't just act up. We know that. But Tina girl, you're right. Seth would have
I know.
wanted him. Seth wanted him. Seth would have. I mean, they didn't give him the chance
But I know what
because
you're
they
talking
were.
about too, though, because like a child like Sebastian, him, he's just a wonderful child, and no, we just want to want to save him. You know what I mean? Like that's the first. I get you, Chloe, too. We just want to save him and be like, make him happy and don't ever let him be sad like he was, or
Oh,
abused or
so, lady, this is lost.
he lost.
So hey, so speaking as a single father of a son who is on the spectrum, and having to fight for rights and everything like that, the system unfortunately is flawed, and it's usually harder for the father. At least I can speak for Florida anyway. It's harder for the father. I mean, the mother pretty much has to be caught
Like yeah, they
yeah,
have to do something like.
caught buying drugs and with the kids with her, on camera to prove it in the state of Florida in order to have the children, something to that effect. I mean, really, for the father to get custody of any child, much less a child with any
Which is why it's
challenges.
sad for Seth,
It's
because
very
Seth
sad.
would
It's
have
very
taken care
sad.
of him, Sebastian, and would have
Yes.
Well, that's a
absolutely.
great point. I mean, that's a wonderful point because I mean,
The
it
system's
really
flawed
puts things
on
into
purpose.
perspective. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, so they didn't see really an urgency because, yeah, Katie wasn't like a streetwalker on the, buying rugs and, all this stuff. It's
Right.
like she wasn't that. She
Well,
was
she
military.
might
She
not have
was,
been buying rugs, but she was buying a bunch of alcohol.
well, that was, yeah, that kind of came out later. Like, I didn't fault her
Oh,
for the bar behind them whenever they were on the interview with,
well,
Holly Thompson,
listen,
but
listen. I have
I
wine,
found out later
but I don't
that
drink to the extent where I look bloated like she does. But anyway, or
yeah,
certain people where they have that like serious like alcoholic look. Town
yeah.
Cafe. We
It's
have to.
gotten worse for Katie because they've sat in the house, it seems like, and it's like they're not going anywhere. And then she's probably, might be allegedly drinking herself into oblivion. I don't know.
Hey, drop the link for Town Chat Cafe so they could see our kitten name.
Oh,
Because Town Chat Cafe. I keep saying cat. Sorry, it's cats on the brain. Um, said Chloe J. What did you come up with a name for your kitty? Well, actually, Lady Freedom and I named him Perlock Holmes. And if you go to the channel,
so cute.
If you go to the channel, you'll see our mascot Perlock and what he looks like because he's cute.
Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. And the new channel is the True Crime Persuasion.
Persuasion. And
Persuasion.
and this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take interviews and things like this and just break them down and like really break down what their body language, speech analysis, like their facial, just all of that, like the ticks, like the duper delight, like whatever. We're gonna break all of that down. But yeah, our kitten is Perlock Holmes, and we think
And I
that's
hate to
cool.
say it in this case, and you probably feel the same way, Chloe, but like I hate to say it because I know Hunter was a minor at that time, but I would have loved to have seen his facial expressions. And
Oh,
really only Chris McDonough would know that, but
well, they put that camera so you couldn't see him, but
I
you saw
know.
Allie flailing her body around and giving him looks.
Yeah, I
Kicking
mean,
her leg,
saving grace.
down, laying back, flailing her body back, giving him looks like with her mouth, like an O mouth, like to texting her like grand bun over there, and he got up and yelled, "Sandra!"
Sandra, yes, I remember Sandra. It's like what the it was so like loud and obnoxious that I almost didn't even I didn't know that was like a thing, like kind of pop culture-y thing in the case, because it's like I was like, what, who is, she's obviously yelling at a
It's
neighbor,
the
but then you said
neighbor.
that and I'm like, oh hell, she did say Sandra.
No, it's the neighbor, the next door neighbor, and she literally got up and started yelling that. That was to distract from the interview. I mean,
Oh, absolutely.
you can
A
tell.
huge distraction. Like, oh, look
And
over
she did
here.
it
Don't,
twice. And she did
something was happening. I need to go back and really look to see what was actually happening at
we
what was
should
being asked.
we'll have to go maybe on the other channel we'll go over that again, but break it down like shorter, because remember I was telling you I wanted to like cut it like into shorter pieces because there was so much body language there.
Yes, yes.
And Chris was like really doing a good job with that interview, acting like on their level with that Mountain Dew and the pizza, and like acting like, oh well, you're cool, I'm just an old guy, what's up, bro? Like trying to, he
Yes.
was really on getting on his like, whatever, and trying to get him to talk, and he did. Chris is amazing. I mean,
I
we all
love
know that.
Chris. I
Yeah, we all
love
know
Chris.
that. But
Yes.
her getting up at that point and yelling, Sandra, twice.
Oh God.
I mean, all that did was to take away from what the Hunter was saying. She was trying to distract that interview. It's so obvious.
It's so obvious, isn't it? Yeah, we're gonna rock it out on that interview, because what we can do too is just like clip it down, but then also do one where we just have it like silent, but we talk over it to point things out. So at least
Yeah.
we know what like is being asked and what the context is, but then watching, because her body language was
Suzanne.
off the
Hold
charts.
on. Suzanne has the deeds. Okay. Suzanne says Sandra was Allie's youngest daughter. Okay, I thought it was a neighbor. I just thought she was distracting from the thing, like by yelling Sandra. I don't know. Oh, meow, thank you.
It sounded like it too, though, because she was like, Sandra. I was like, did you really have to
It
do that
doesn't
when you
matter.
know
It
this
really
interview
doesn't
is
matter
being
who she
conducted?
was yelling at. She was doing that to get up and make a distraction, in my opinion.
I think so too, because she knew there was something important going on, and why would she do that? Like, she's
She
not a
was trying
child.
to take away from what Hunter was saying, because that whole time, like I told you, like before we did, like watch that. I was like, watch her leg movements. Watch her, like she starts shaking her leg at one point, like to get his attention while he's talking. There's a time where she like moves around. Why do you think her tank top goes from not far enough to way up too far? Because she's moving around. Thanks, Tina girl.
You're right.
Meow, Tina girl. Hey, social butterfly. But no, yeah, okay, little Miss Sharon. She was calling her daughter home. Okay. But the way it looks in that video, it looks like she was getting up to like distract from what was being talked about.
Why didn't you just text her daughter or call her daughter or?
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know what?
Or like go out of like
that
maybe
was
the
my take.
camera area and then maybe holler out. But then again, I don't know.
Either way, it was weird, and in my opinion, she was just trying to
Back in
get.
the 80s, you could step outside your house and you could yell out for your kids to come home. Nobody does that anymore now. Everybody's just texting.
That's a great point.
Yeah, all I know growing up is we just had to be home by dark, when the lights.
Well, we had to be home by dinner time.
Yeah.
If we were home by dinner time, then we were in trouble.
Right.
That's how I grew up anyway.
Yeah, and now they got to text them from across the house, and they're not even out of the house. They're across the house, so they text them to get them away from the technology. I don't know what their technology situation is, but she damn sure was texting a lot while she was in the interview. So imagine,
No, town chat. I live in Florida. I'm in Florida. I'm in Central Florida, actually. Do I sound like I'm Texan? I'll take it, though. Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah, we say howdy in here sometimes because Town Chat's from Texas. So.
Oh, I say y'all. Y'all, howdy.
I say y'all sometimes.
Over yonder.
Yeah,
down yonder. Over yonder.
Listen, we're from Central Florida, so we are we're in Grady Judd County, okay?
Oh yeah.
Tampa and Orlando. So Grady's our sheriff, which he does a good job.
I have some moon pies. I have moon pies.
Catching those PDFs.
Yeah.
But to be honest, DFW, yeah. Oh gosh, yeah. I would love to do your hair, and I love Dallas, so I got you. But I do really believe that, and yes, Connie's in it. Look at all of us. Look at all of us from everywhere just coming together. Isn't that nice? I love it.
It is so many people that care about
summer
and the situation still,
and,
just the topics we've discussed.
We're still doing it. We're not gonna let it go. Like me, I came to YouTube because of Summer. I think Connie might have been here before me or came because of Summer too. I don't remember. We've known each other for so long now, but I mean, I think all of us, have been, not all of us, but a lot of us have been here for this whole thing. And it's like the stuff we've seen is it's so outrageous. And it's like, until you even play some of this stuff, sometimes I forget it. It's sad because we've seen.
Oh, I know. Well,
stuff.
just hearing it all again is just enraging as the first time almost.
Well,
but it's like,
worse.
yeah.
It actually gets worse. The more you watch it, the worse it looks to you, and the more you pick up out of it. It's awful.
That's true, because it's just like the longer it goes, it's like, where is she? It is so sad. Well, let's see what Don has to say. I gave him the floor first, Chloe. So, I tried to be diplomatic. I'll give him the last word.
Is Don coming on? Is Don gonna come on the panel tonight?
No, Don? he's just made a fool out of himself on the news.
Hey, Don, are you watching? Do you want to come up and talk to us and explain?
Don, do you want me to drop a link?
I mean, yeah, come on up.
I'll be dropping that link. I want to talk to the cat.
He's going to talk to us about statistics.
Oh, wait.
He's tell us
about a lesson in statistics from Don.
A lesson of statistics with Don. Oh, Lord.
Oh, my gosh. Little Miss Sharon, you're in Australia? Oh, yes, and this was your first. See, Little Miss Sharon, she's been right here with us all the time.
Wow.
If I had to do statistics with Don, I'd need an entire box of wine.
Well,
I think it would make my brain hurt.
Not the little ones, like the 5-liter.
Yeah, I think
Franzia,
or a giant bottle of whiskey. I don't know which one, but
well, whiskey would be quicker. That'd be a lot better, probably.
No, but seriously, you can't make this up. Like it blows your mind, and when we watch this over and over, we're like, this can't be real, but it is, and that's the freaking sad, scary part. And
this is the reality. What we're looking at, even on the screen.
And we haven't even gotten to Candus and what she's done and said.
Right. Well, and I just found the opportunity. I would have added her in, but since she decided to duck out on the 4-year, why should we talk about her?
Don, come on panel. Come on panel, Don.
Come on, Don. Come on. Okay,
Oh,
Chloe. So
Connie
let's
said I
watch
have
the
to
cat
double up on
interview.
my
You're
blood
gonna die.
pressure
Have you seen?
medicine.
Did you see this one?
No, go. No, but play it. I'll
Oh Lord.
can't
Okay,
wait.
brace. Oh Lord, this is gonna be. I don't know whether you're gonna laugh or cry or what you're gonna think, but here goes.
Okay.
This weekend marks 4 years since a Hawkins County girl was last seen. 5-year-old Summer Wells was reported missing from her home on Ben Hill Road in the Beach Creek community on June 15, 2021. On your left, the photo shared by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation when the Amber Alert was issued. On your right, an age-progressed photo released 2 years ago of what she may look like.
Nearly 4 years ago, 5-year-old Summer Wells disappeared from her home here in Hawkins County. It's believed that she walked out of this door and hasn't been seen since. And today, there are still no answers as to where she could be.
It's 4 years too long. My thoughts and feelings haven't changed. I mean, it's been heartbreak, continual heartbreak for the past 4 years.
This very yard is one of the last places Dawn Wells' daughter Summer was known to be.
We love and miss her very much and wish that she could come home very much because she was kind of the bossy boss around here, and we just miss our children, man. We had 4 children running around here like crazy.
The then 5-year-old has been at the center of an Amber Alert since June 15th of 2021. Crews searched the Beach Creek community for weeks, with law enforcement receiving numerous tips that never panned out.
We haven't talked to them in a long time. We let Chris and Trudy, our private detectives, deal with TBI in Hawkins County because, I don't know, anyway, it's just better that they do that.
These faded signs all throughout the Beach Creek community are a sign of hope that Summer Wells could still come home nearly 4 years after she disappeared from her home on Ben Hill Road.
It's very bad, and and then when you add the social media pressure, of them saying that we're suspects or whatever, that just adds to it, and it's kind of living a nightmare.
Summer's mother, Candus, has only spoken to us on camera once. She declined to be a part of this interview minutes before we started recording.
She wanted to, but all them fears started creeping up, of what happened, in the beginning with the social media and everything, hunting us down everywhere we go and trying to basically ruin us everywhere we go, and she's just having nightmares.
After Summer's disappearance, the Wells' 3 oldest boys were put into Department of Children's Services custody, with Dawn and Candus eventually signing their rights over.
We haven't received any updates from them, no contact, and in fact they deleted the phone number or blocked my phone as soon as we got done with that case and signed our children over.
And still today, one word describes their entire situation.
It's heartbreaking.
In Hawkins County, Ansley Daniel, News Channel 11.
Okay, Chloe, what do you think? Because I kind of told everybody what I thought earlier. But what do you think about all this? I mean, it's crazy, right?
Oh, it's crazy. Let's Lost say something because he doesn't know all this stuff, but he had something to say, so let's let him say something.
So
yeah, Lost, go ahead.
I just saw that that video, and he said that they signed their children over, the boys over. Does that mean they voluntarily signed over their remaining children?
Well, he also has said that CPS stole his children.
Right. So if they signed them over, that's total contradiction.
Exactly. It's
Absolutely. Well, he also said just recently that Josie might be coming back to stay with him.
Yeah, well, and you know why they weren't even allowed to have contact with those children when they went to the foster, because they were supposed to be able to talk to them, and then Candus, she'd call and be drunk and say crazy stuff, and then they got banned from even talking to them. But yes, they did sign them over. They did, but they were going to get taken away. So they signed them over instead of they were going to get taken away.
Right. They willingly did it, but it was going to happen inevitably.
It was going to happen, and that's just it. I was just going to say something. I think it was Little Miss Sharon. Hey, Little Miss Sharon, we don't really want to talk to Dawn, But we do talk to Josh, and Josh definitely. I know Lady Freedom and I have talked to Josh together, and we've also talked to him separately. But yeah, we really don't want to talk to him. I think Josh is probably the only person that could even be. I don't know. I don't know. Could contain himself. I'm not really sure if that's possible with Dawn. I don't know.
Well, I haven't experienced Don myself.
No, but she said we should talk to Josh to get a gauge on him, and I said, oh, we have.
Oh yes. Oh gosh, definitely.
We talked to Josh. I fell asleep on the phone with Josh that one night.
That was funny. And do you remember us talking? We were talking about we actually ended up talking about Chris Watts and the Shanann and the girls in that case, and it was really funny because I don't know how we ended up on the subject, but it was a good talk. Just talking about whatever theories that we had and stuff like that, and then we were like, right, Chloe, and then we really thought, oh, she's sleeping.
To be fair, it was 5:30 something in the morning here.
Late night, right? Yeah.
But
well,
yeah,
for us, not for Josh, because he's all
not
he's
for
in
Josh because he's
California,
on the West Coast. But seriously though, like Connie said, I've seen Josh interact with Don. Oh, we all have, and I have to say that Josh can handle him better than anyone. So when I say, "Oh, Don, come up," I don't think he's really watching this. If he is, go ahead and come up, Don. We'll drop the link. I'd love to hear what you have to say. I'm sure he's going to cuss us both out. So I mean, statistically speaking,
Statistically speaking, we would get cursed out if Don decided to come up on panel tonight.
All depending on his metabolism.
Well, no, that's Candus.
His metabolism would be really off of that.
Well, Candus can't lie because it's in her it's not in her metabolism. But Don, it must be in his because we've heard so many different things out of his mouth at this point. Look at this last thing. I mean,
Well, that certainly explains why she didn't make the interview, is because it's not in her metabolism to lie, and if she did the interview, then she would have been lying.
It's not in her metabolism.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
Josh, you guys are teaching me so much about the case that I didn't know.
Listen, Don has, like Connie said, cussing everyone out. Don has literally in public, like on YouTube, like on lives, like on phone calls, like threatened to, slice Josh's neck. You know what I mean?
My Lord, poor
things like that. Like, okay, a person that would do something like that, and some of the other people he's threatened and the things he said to certain people. I mean, he has given himself away and who he really is over and over and over.
Absolutely. It's like he shows his own ass, but then he's like, these damn social media people think I'm guilty, and I'm like, well, bud, I'm here to tell you, I wouldn't think you're guilty if you weren't saying this shit.
Hey, well, statistically speaking, I mean, I would say that
it's highly probable.
I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah, Tina Girl. He's a very angry man. That's why But seriously, I'm sure he would have nothing nice to say, but I would probably laugh at him because that's just the way I handle things. So
I would too. I would definitely laugh at him if he cursed me out. I would laugh my ass off if he did that.
But like Josh was so calm, he handled it so well. And I've heard him talk to other people and be so nasty, and you really can't believe that.
Has he done that to women? Does he have a pattern of that?
Oh, absolutely.
Dang. Okay, I just had to double check before I opened my mouth because I know Chris Proudfoot does, but
he's very bad to women.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I know he doesn't have that regard, but I didn't know if he was disrespectful. You know how some men, won't yell at a woman. Some would.
Well, we've heard on YouTube and stuff, him like screaming at Candus and his grandchild.
Aww.
A lot of different things. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, that's pretty much what he does.
Do his older kids talk to him? Do you guys know, or
Well,
Chloe, do you know?
when they were staying in that hotel, it was his daughter and his grandchild, who was like a young child, I think. I mean, I didn't. It was on. It was just a recording. I don't know like the camera part or anything like that. But I mean, he was cussing at the child.
See, and that to me, it's like, what for? What? Why do you need to cuss at the child like that? Like, I don't
Yeah,
understand
girl,
what.
he's such an angry man. Tina girl, did you hear that? Like whenever they were in that hotel, and I think it was his daughter or whatever that was in there, his grandchild, and he was like cussing while he was doing an interview with somebody on the phone. Like it was awful.
Yeah, it sounds awful, especially to know there's a little kid on the receiving end of that. You know.
I was like, who? Like, I mean, oh, him being around children should not be legal at all.
No, or cats for that matter, or dogs. Little Miss Sharon says Lady Freedom, Don, and CP are the same coin, different sides. I agree with that.
I agree. I agree.
Because I also
There's
heard
two,
that there was a little
there's
bit of stuff going on with Chris and another one, or and his family member is the reason why he went in the Navy. I don't know if that's true. You know, that was purely something that I heard, so hearsay, but I heard it.
Me too. I did too.
You did too, yeah.
Yeah. I
Which
think
kind of makes you wonder, right? Because,
well,
like,
it's
I mean,
whenever there's so many different things, whenever there's so many, like, how do I say this? Like, I'm pretty sure you and I have heard things from different people.
yeah.
So when you have multiple people that say the same things, you've got to there's some sort of validity to it, you know?
Yeah, because it's like, you know, especially if it's like the same thing, but like for example, like if you or if I said something that I heard somebody say and you said something that was very similar, and it might not be the exact same thing, but there was some key words that were in there that matched, then I would say that both of our witness statements would be believable and corroborated, right? At least.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at with
Oh
like some
gosh.
of the rumors.
Well, like, yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's exactly
Multiple
what
sources, you know.
there has to be validity there. If there are multiple people that have said the same things, there are multiple people that have had the same accounts, that have had the same stories, that have seen things. And yes, social butterfly, Don is filthy, disgusting, showering with his daughter at the height he was, at the size she was, in that bathroom where I don't even want to say she would come up to. Um, that's disgusting.
And
No,
then wasn't he sitting in a bathroom reminiscing about losing his best friend or whatever,
he
or I'm
was.
sorry,
It
when
was
he
at
looked like he
work.
lost his best friend?
It was the day that supposedly Summer went missing. That he rushed
Mhm.
home supposedly from work, but we think no, it was the day before. It was the day before Summer went missing. That's what it was. He was at the construction site where he did drywall, and it was a house they were working on. And Dudley came in to work because he fired Dudley that day and owed him money.
That's right,
And
Dudley.
Dudley caught him sitting in the bathtub there. Literally, he said he had never seen Don that way. He was like practically crying, and he looked like he lost his best friend. And he said he did not know what was wrong with him. And I believe that Don didn't go to work the next day. That then he knew that CPS was at his house that day, Dudley, that he fired Dudley. And that the next day, whatever happened to Summer happened to Summer. I mean, that's just my theory. But
I mean, I think that's telling, really telling.
I think he knew what was going to happen or what was happening because we don't real. I mean, I guess what was maybe going to happen, maybe, and have you ever noticed too that these moms with these children that go missing, they always have like all of these activities the last day of their lives?
Oh, mm-hmm.
It's
They
like
sure do, don't they?
they have all these plans, they do all these things like, and you're like, it doesn't make any sense.
Just like Katie, like it's like all the places that she went to were on
Well,
camera,
that's
that's
exactly what I was. That's
yeah, huge
exactly.
red flags, right? I
And
mean,
any of those places would have been too much already for Sebastian. So to take him to all those places on the same day, she knew that would overstimulate him. That would be
well, and then to take him on a day
to a
that bowling
bowling
league, I
alley.
mean,
To a bowling alley. She took him to a bowling alley. She took him to BJ's. She took him to dinner. She took him. Okay, what on that day? And then, like Connie has said, same with Summer. Oh, they had to go swimming for what, 20 minutes? Like,
I know, how weird
how
was that
did
just to go down there for, and then
And they had to take Grandis to the ER at 8 in the morning, but yet they had gone to, supposedly the boys kicked her in the knee or whatever. When was that? Like a week or two before? But that morning she needed to get up, and Dawn even said, and that's where it gets inconsistent, is what time he left for work as well. Because he normally said he went to work early, but then yet she supposedly took Grandis at 8 a.m. to the ER, and Candus didn't get up that early because he said that Summer and like her like to sleep late. I mean, why all these scenarios? Like, they don't make sense in their lives. They're things that weren't normal, but the last day of these children's lives, when they were last seen, when they just vanished into thin air, all of these events happened that were. It doesn't make sense.
no, it doesn't make sense
Oh
at
yeah,
all.
in Social Butterfly, right? She never mentioned feeding her, but then whenever that was brought up, she said she gave her a cold hot dog in the morning, right?
Ooh, the cold hot dog really bothers me. Thinking that
And
that might have been the
and
last thing
then
that Summer
they
had to
went to
eat.
Sonic and they only got her a slushie.
Well, they
But
stopped at the gas stations too. Why wouldn't they get her a hot dog? You can just grab one from the roller thing in the gas
if
station.
you went to
That's better
Sonic,
than a
you
freaking
couldn't at
cold
least
hot
get
dog.
French fries. I mean, what kid would go to Sonic and not want like French fries or like
Or
a
tater
burger
tots, or
or tater
yeah.
tots or
Don't they have hot dogs at Sonic?
yeah, they got
They have
hot
good
dogs.
call. They got hot dogs at Sonic.
Yeah.
I can't.
I was just pulling out a Josh as a corn dog. Sorry.
The corn dogs. Well, and I mean, it's all madness because it really isn't a true story. It can't possibly be true because it just doesn't make any damn sense. And I mean, obviously they could probably go back on Candace's phone and look at her. I don't know. Well, unless she didn't have a tracker, but I don't know what kind of phone she had.
Well, multiple phones from what we know, but I mean, but
Well,
then
just like Katie and her iWatches.
yeah,
And
but then she couldn't call 911 because she didn't have any service yet. You can call 911 without service. So Don called 911 on his way home, supposedly. But at the same time, she posted a photo that she took off of Facebook of Summer or of something, and then she took it down. She supposedly accidentally posted it. So that went through. So I don't,
right, and they were, steady looking at TikTok videos the entire time.
Right,
They were
but her phone couldn't call 911, so Dawn had to rush home and call 911.
Yeah, see, that doesn't make any sense. And how would she get a hold of Dawn if she didn't have service? And
oh yeah,
come
exactly.
on. She sent him a honing pigeon.
Oh,
Hey, Lori.
Smoke signals, homing
Smoke
pigment.
signal.
I think maybe some Morse code.
She sent a raven.
And then
That's what I was looking for.
a raven.
She
Oh,
sent
that's
a
my spirit
raven.
animal. That's my spirit animal, actually. But
I
or
love the
it could have
ravens.
been that she maybe they had tin can phones that they like talked through a string. I don't know.
Oh shit.
I don't know.
That's hilarious.
Well,
Maybe they just had
hey,
superpowers from the corn dogs they ate.
Hey, listen. Let's be honest here. We know Don went at work that day, so that probably wasn't that long of a string. Okay, okay, Lost. Okay, Lost.
That's
my
funny.
gosh.
He was down the
Lori.
hill. They wouldn't have enough string to get from on top of the hill to down that thing. That thing is steep as hell.
Oh, did you? Oh my gosh! And like nobody could get up it. I mean, even Chris McDonough was saying like, "How did anybody get up here?" Like, it's so like rocky. Like you have to have like, from what I was told, I don't know. I haven't been there. I mean, I have friends that have been there, but it's not. You don't just drive your car up there. It's pretty tricky, from what I've understood.
Right. And then didn't it like rain so the, gravel was washed out too, so it was real tough to get it. Well, I mean,
I
according to
don't
Chris.
know if it rained. I do know JSB was in the creek to wash her feet off because she didn't want to be scented. In the creek, yeah, in the creek.
The creek.
But it was only supposedly like a couple inches deep. So I'm not sure. I don't know if it rained or not. I mean, I don't know. I know the tree people were there with the trees. Like, I mean, I only know certain things. I'm not sure about the rain, but if you heard that, then that's probably true. I don't
Well,
know.
and it may have been him asking too, like, does it wash out? Because because it's on a hill, and I know like even my friends that have a house down in Branson, it's like it is on a hill as well. I mean, everything in Missouri is hilly, but it does get washed out, and they have to take and push the gravel up and smooth the road back out again. So but it's not as steep. I have to say it's not as steep as what Ben Hill looks like. So.
Oh no, yeah.
Little Miss Sharon said Candus only added the hot dog for breakfast when social media said she had no food. I agree with that. I think Chris and Katie have done that too with adding
Oh
things to
yeah,
the
yeah.
story. Like
No,
whatever
they
outrages the internet, they're like, oh yeah, Sebastian did
yeah.
have this, or
Oh, they didn't.
whatever.
Little Miss Sharon is so right. They didn't add that morning hot dog until like literally like the last year. Like that was not even there was
Really?
no food. Yeah, I mean it was probably a year ago. Right, Little Miss Sharon? It was not at the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. So the truth didn't come out at first, or what? Okay.
Well,
So
it was when
actually, it
people
would be the truth.
questioned because she said that they got up and they had to take her to the hospital and they had to wait on prescriptions, so they went to the horse pond and all this stuff. And I really do think it was when she was questioned. I'm like, well, you got her a slushy, like you went to this and that. Like, did she
Eat at all?
did she eat? And then it was like, oh yeah, I gave her a hot dog in the morning. She liked cold hot dogs or whatever. Tina girl, I don't know. I never heard the tree people heard anyone scream like Jody Sue. The only account I know was Jody Sue hearing the scream. That's
the only one I've heard of as well.
Just one I've heard. So I don't know, but if there were tree people out there working on the trees because they supposedly investigated them or talked to them or whatever, you would think they would have heard a scream. Because remember, they were trying to say, "Oh, what if it was one of the tree people?" Whatever. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, and I mean, I know everybody has different preferences and what they like and stuff. And Lori, don't be sorry. I'm glad you're here. She says, ew, I can't stand hot dogs. And I know a lot of people, especially kind of when you know what they are. But like, I'm a Chicago girl.
I like hot dogs.
I'm picky about my hot dogs, but I like hot dogs. But girl, not cold. I don't even care if it's a Nathan's, Hebrew hot dog or the good ones. If it's cold, I don't want it.
No,
Why would you serve that to the
But
little
my
girl.
mom buys ones that I think they're different. Like they're good ones. And like she'll she'll make them. She'll just they like snap
You
and
can
they're
buy
like
good
good
hot
hot dogs. But I do agree. I don't want some mushy cold hot dog.
No.
Oscar Mayer cold hot dog. I agree with you, girl.
And
Yeah.
if it's like the pork ones and stuff that are all the different, like chicken, pork, and whatever,
Well,
and
I
I'm
don't.
like,
Listen, let's not talk about. I was gonna say, let's not talk about what's actually in those. Let's not talk
But
about
no, I
those.
will tell you this. There are some at Walmart. What is it? It's like they have
Candus
different
is
ones.
orange.
Like one of
That
them's
makes
like a
sense.
pineapple
Oh
one.
my
One of
gosh!
them's like,
Listen.
but they're chicken and they're really good. Like
Yes,
they're
but listen.
sausages.
Do you know what Losh just said?
What?
The hot dogs. He goes, "Those are carny dogs. Those are carny food."
No, remember we were talking about that? Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
and I swear to God, like I don't think he ever even like remembers that Candus was a carny.
Dang, straight carny
He
food.
said he didn't know.
Straight up, like straight up carny food, like
That's a
a 5-year-old.
Oh my
Yeah,
God, that's even better.
It's a carny staple to eat cold hot dogs.
it's a carny staple.
No,
Oh,
see, Carney Capital is right
yeah.
here, Gibsonton. That's where I adopted my sweet Papillon from. And she's like a little circus dog because I like rescued her from.
I want to go there. I want to go to this.
I've got like 3 friends that grew up carny, and it's a
Do you
regular
know
thing.
Carney people?
I do know carny people.
Oh,
Yes.
weird.
And I mean, they're not like sideshow carny people, but like they're just
Are they like
they grew
Candace
up.
and Dawn?
No, they grew up. Yeah,
they
they grew
like-
up traveling with the carnivals and stuff like that. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean
And
to
so,
get into a weird conversation.
so
I was
yeah,
like, what?
as kids, it was like, it was a regular occurrence to just start eating
Just
cold hot
admitting
dogs.
this.
Just wake up in the morning like Rocky. Don't worry about cooking
don't
the egg.
cook
Just
the hot dog or anything because that
So they
doesn't
just
make
take
sense.
it out of the packet,
Yeah.
and then the fridge, and they just eat it like for
because-
breakfast.
So like if a carnival breaks
So that
down,
so you know what though? What he's saying is actually Candace could have fed her a cold hot dog.
yeah, it would have been a regular thing because when they break down the carnival at night and they're traveling at night to the new location, the next morning they just bust open a pack of hot dogs and they just start eating cold hot dog. This is story.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. You said bust
No,
open a
I
pack
mean-
of hot dogs. I just pictured that in my head.
Yeah, and it's not the good hot dogs. It's like the ones you don't want to know what's
Lori,
in them.
I love brats.
I mean, I want to know what's in my hot dog. So
Yeah, if it doesn't say like all beef, like Hebrew Frank or something, like the ones Hebrew National or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
what
I
I
don't
was saying.
want
My
it.
mom buys like really good ones, but
I-
they're like almost like a sausage hot dog, but she gets them at like, I don't know, like a specialty store. And honestly, they're not like a hot dog. And they're so good and they like snap when you eat them. You know what I mean? But I love brats. Whoever just said that, Lori, bratwurst, love them.
I'm a brat girl too. Yep.
I can tell you, my great grandmother.
Parboil them in beer. And then
Yes,
grill
you
'em.
have to do the beer brats.
Yes, it's so good.
My great grandmother was born in the 1800s. She lived to be 102, and
Man, you're
her
so old.
her only job she ever had, she worked in a hot dog factory, and she helped make hot dogs. And I can tell you, she never ate a hot dog in her entire life after she started working there.
Sharon.
She wouldn't eat one.
Sharon,
Right. That's why I
is
kind of
a
put that
good
disclaimer because I'm
point.
like, I understand why people don't or won't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm fine, but I like hot dogs. I'm okay with hot dogs. I mean, they have to be good
If you
ones.
know what you're getting,
They
I
gotta be
like the
cooked.
chili dog. Okay, but
Hmm.
Little Miss Sharon, I thought the same. Isn't that weird? I mean, don't you think that's a form of abuse in a way? Like whenever you like break it down, when you look at these like when you look at these children and like some of the other ones that we know that were, things like, I mean, they were being deprived, not of just love, not of just attention, not of just like care and like the things they actually like necessities, but like food.
hot dogs.
I mean, that's sad.
Yeah, like how much does it take to even warm it up in the microwave? I mean, if you're gonna be a jerk, I mean, but I mean, because it doesn't take long to boil it. It's very easy. It's not like there's much doing. You wait till the water's going, or you could put them in there before. Hell, I mean, that it's like just the lack of care for. I don't know. It is weird. It's just like when Sebastian went into the Texas Roadhouse and he pointed at the little POS system, that you can play games on or pay your bill. He was messing with that, or he has to play with it, and Katie just like tossed a menu at him and didn't let him play with it.
Better.
And it's weird, it's just like those little things that why couldn't you have let him play with it? What's he hurting to play with it? And she's sitting there on her phone either way.
It's the same.
I know. These people aren't parents. They're not loving. They're not maternal, or either way, like motherly, fatherly, like whatever. They're just narcissists, and it's all about them.
Unfortunately, in the world, and people might not like this comment. I really don't care, but anybody can be a parent, but it takes a special person to be a father or a mother to a child. So,
I agree.
Or a mom or a dad.
Or a mom or a dad.
You could be a sperm donor.
Right.
Easily.
So anybody can have children, but it takes a special person to be a mom or a dad, and especially if the children have any challenges, so that takes even more.
And we're not sure Summer didn't yet, really.
So I might get some comments on that, but that's just my.
You could say that.
That's my belief. Yeah,
Yeah,
so.
no, I think you're so right. Well, that was the difference between me leaving a Happy Father's Day in the the details of this video for Seth and telling Chris and Don that they can F off. I mean, because I'm not going to sit there and say Happy Father's Day, guys, when you guys are acting a fool like this. I mean,
No.
I honestly I
no.
feel like I can safely say though that I do think that Don is worse from the things that he said, but that doesn't mean that Chris has never thought or said these things, just not publicly, right?
But Don also comes from a different place where I'm pretty sure Chris had to have a little more, I can't say restraint because we all know he was a jerk, but, or he is a jerk, but, maybe said in different ways, whereas Don could be more nasty. But I think it might come from where they both came from. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a comparison there, but I think there's also like a different life they came from that might attribute to that.
And Don didn't serve in the military, did he?
No, he sure didn't. Because
I want to make sure.
He was too busy stealing panties.
No, there's no way he would have made it past.
No, he was stealing panties. He couldn't. No, he couldn't because he was too busy stealing panties. But anyway.
Yeah, panty stealers have a hard time in the military. No,
yeah, well, panty stealers, they don't want to go in the military because they want to go, stalk women and steal their panties.
And steal their panties, right?
Only the red panties, though. The red panties.
Ain't no time for panty stealing when you're in the armed forces.
Yeah, I don't think that they usually wear panties in the military. I mean the men. I mean the women.
I never wore panties growing up, so
Yeah, right.
Well, darn, I was about to say what color panties are you wearing right now? No, I'm just teasing.
Oh gosh.
Terms of service.
Mine are black.
Oh, camo. I don't know. I mean, I know that we're laughing, and it's just to make this lighter because it's so sad. So I just want everybody to know that I literally Summer is why I came to YouTube, and I pray for her every day. I just want her to be found, and I want her to be brought to justice. And I also want the same thing for Sebastian. I want something good. I want a good outcome for Sebastian.
Yes. Oh, yes.
And
Well, and when you
I
have
will
those
never give up.
proclivities of like stealing women's underwear and stuff like that, that
Yeah.
is very like I don't even know how to
That's deviant.
classify
It's
it.
deviant. He's a
Deviant.
deviant. He's very deviant.
But what has that led to? I'm trying to think of other instances where that's led to, because I know cross-dressing is one thing, but he might have been stealing the panties to sniff them or something. You're right.
He
You know,
admitted
not
to
to be
the
rude,
police.
but
No, you don't know. He admitted to the police he stole them. He was going to masturbate.
What?
Am I allowed to say that word on here?
I don't know. Say prasturbate or something. But
I think he pleasure himself.
There you go.
Okay, Connie, can you?
I never knew that. See, you guys teach me stuff, and just when I think he's,
he wanted to plasterbate. I preferred. Yes, he was a plaster.
We'll just call him the plaster caster.
Lost
No,
just really got that. I didn't get plasterbait. What he was saying. Okay, Connie, can you remind me of the? Yes, it's true. Okay, yeah. He told the police because he had stalked this woman who was a dancer, exotic dancer.
Imagine that.
And she left her garage up. She went in her house. She took a bunch of pills. She was actually going to unalive herself or numb herself of some sort. And he was stalking her. And he went in her garage and he stole a pair of red lace panties. He was then outside of her. Who knows what he would have really done to her, actually. No, he wasn't. And they were in his pocket. And the police came because he hid behind the vehicle. And they talked to him, and he had to empty his pockets, and that's when the red panties came out. And he said they were his girlfriends at first, and then he said, "Well, I was just gonna, plasterbate to them."
Gosh, and he admits it like no big deal. That's all I was gonna do, officer. I mean, I'm a good guy.
I'm just hiding behind a car.
plasterbate.
I just went into a woman's garage. I don't know. And then they found her in there and had to wake her up because she wasn't. So it was really
So Don
sad.
saved her life. Oh God, no, I'm
Yeah,
just teasing.
Tina Girl said it right there. It was in the police report that he wanted to please himself. That's exactly.
Oh my God, and see, this is what's nutty to me, that these people will just readily admit that and think nothing of it.
No, because that's how deviant he is, though. He doesn't know.
His brain's so distorted that he has no idea.
Right.
Wow.
Exactly. But I do think plasterbait will be on our new word for our new channel. Is that okay?
Yeah, totally. Oh yeah, because we have to. It's so
We'll
sick
make
that
up our
people
own
can
words,
do these
'cause
things, but we're not allowed to talk about it.
Right. On YouTube, we have all these like terms that we use. Like, I mean, especially like being a mod. Like, like I mean, I'm just usually a mod, so like you know what to watch for, and you're like, oh, can't say that. Like, like disguise it, and for YouTube, reasons or whatever, we say, I forget. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. For YouTube, algorithm, whatever. And whatever, but like honestly, like it's funny how that we have all these words that we have to use when we're true crime and we're talking about something that's actually really serious. And if you're watching true crime, I would assume that you would expect to hear certain words that we can't use, but it's okay. But I think plasterbait for John Wells must be like that. That goes hand in hand. It does go hand in hand.
Pun intended.
Yeah, pun intended. Yeah, and it's okay if it makes it a little bit lighter too, because I think it's just tough. I mean, these are such tough subjects. Ugh. Especially tonight. I'm so glad you guys were here.
It's hard to go through, and it's hard to watch that. So that's why, like, I mean, I know that, like, I know, like, I've made jokes out of things. I would never make jokes out of Summer. I've made jokes out of
Oh, Summer is not
Dawn.
the joke. She is like, just a
yeah. I mean, I just hope
gosh.
everyone knows how much I love her. and
It's
that's
hard
why I came
hanging
to
out with me though,
YouTube.
Chloe, because I am silly and I do kind of
No, but
cope
I'm
that way.
silly.
I'm only trying to lighten the situation. I'm not in any way,
Yeah.
shape, or form
No,
making
no
fun.
disrespect
No
here.
disrespect.
No, gosh,
I'm trying
no.
to lighten the
No,
whole
yeah,
situation.
it's so hard to
I don't want
talk
to
about
offend
and think
anybody.
about. It's so hard to talk about and think about that sometimes you just have to like break it up a little bit. Like that's all. But Don is an easy person to, make fun of because I mean he's done so much weird stuff. Like I mean it's not I mean he belongs in prison. I don't know why he's not in prison for his life already for the things he's already done. And had he been, maybe Summer would still be here with us. I don't know because I still don't. I think Grandis and Candus had things to do with it. So I'm not
Sure.
saying that, but I just it's so upsetting, like when you look at his background and you see all the things he did, the things he's done, the SA, his whole life. I mean, since he was young.
How did he even
And
get to this point?
yeah, how did he get to where he could even
Good
do this?
question.
Yes, Connie, you're right. And that's why we said we made a new word tonight, Connie. Connie, we made a new word. And you
It's
everybody
statistically proven.
doesn't know this, but Connie, she likes to name everybody. And she comes up with really funny names. So we can let Connie make up words too.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm in for it because again, like I mean, we have to disguise the words and and it
Yeah,
does kind
and
of bring
if we
life to
have
it.
we have our mainstream disguise words, so we can make up our own because you know how we like to get punny,
Yeah.
like
We're not just
Perlock
funny, we're
Holmes,
punny.
like
Some,
Perlock
some,
Holmes,
sometimes my metabolism just comes up with stuff,
Well,
Your
no, it's
metabolism
oh,
helps.
so you whoa
It's
whoa
just in your
wait,
metabolism.
so Lost has it in his metabolism, but can't don't have it in her metabolism.
Can't.
Yeah,
You just
can't.
can't get it. Oh boy, Candace, I mean, and that's the thing. It's like something happened between those hours, but it's like we don't know who exactly it is, but they've all done such awful things that I can't even feel sorry about busting on them.
No. Definitely don't feel sorry. Mm-mm. No.
No, and especially after,
We're here for the
seeing all of
victims.
this.
We are here for the victims. We are here for the children. And
Yes.
all I have to say is I don't know. All I have to say is that, I like me making fun of them is just me trying to make light of how nasty that Dawn is.
Trying to deal with it.
Yeah.
Cope
Can't
with it.
metabolize.
There
Connie
you go.
S.
Can't metabolize. Yes,
Well,
and
well,
it is. It's tough. It's
yeah. I'll I'll have to share a couple things with you, lady.
right. Well, it's the little things.
Maybe.
What you got there?
Well, I meant maybe Connie has the photos. I don't know. You may not want to see them though. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, I would die. I would die laughing. I know I would. You guys would have to come pick me up off the floor. I'm like, you did this to me. Now come get me.
There's another person that sent lingerie pictures to Dawn, and I can't say who it is, but it's somebody that shall not be named, and it's not who y'all all think right now.
Oh.
It's pretty weird. So it's
Maybe
pretty
she
weird
read
that
the news story about the panties or something.
it was somebody actually probably I think knew Dawn before I saw a video clip, but they weren't in it. Just heard their voice, but they're a person on here. So anyway, it's funny. Oh yeah, Connie totally knows. You know who I'm talking about, Connie. But we won't. Well, we're not going to mention it because it's somebody that wouldn't be right for us to mention. But so the funny part to me is that any of these YouTubers who are supposedly Summer supporters then doing that with Don and flirting with him and whatever, and seeing photos and all of that stuff, I don't think that I understand why and how gross that is. It really freaks me out.
Same here, because I would have no desire to do that, even if it was like a parent that I believed in and I cared for. It's like I don't think that that's what they're really in it for. I mean, maybe the bad ones are. I don't know.
But if you look back over the years with any sort of, you know, suspect or even the killers that were caught and put in jail for life, or even
Oh yeah, they all come from like a deviant. They started with like that stuff.
but they develop a fan base, a sick fan base, unfortunately, because there's other crazy people out there, and they, you know, I mean, look at not Ted Bundy, but who was
Which one?
Who was
BTK?
Not Son of Sam, but the short guy that had the cult.
David Koresh?
Oh, Manson?
Manson.
Oh, Charlie Manson. Sorry, I was like thinking called David Koresh.
I don't know. I know too many of these weird ass cases. I wish I didn't know.
He's the OG.
He had a cult following, and
Well,
he got married.
Yeah, but he controlled them with LSD.
But
and
no,
drugs.
I'm talking after he was in prison. He
yeah.
people,
When he was in prison, he did.
Yeah, he got married in prison to some fan that was crazy.
Oh, they all do. Oh, we'll look at I mean, lady, you're gonna know this because it's your town. Wade Wilson. What about the Wade Wilson wives? I mean, I want to go over that crap.
I'd go over that with you. I haven't done it over here at all. I haven't covered him
on our new channel. I think that's what I think we should go over some of that.
Wilson?
Yeah, do you know Wade Wilson?
No, Wade Wilson's the name of
No, Deadpool. No, he
Deadpool.
has he's a serial no, he's a murderer, and he has a schmurderer, and he has his face tattooed like the Deadpool character.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's spot on like it.
Literally
like total face
in
tattoo.
Ladies Town.
What?
Yeah, I'll tell you about that case later. See, this is the thing. Lost doesn't know about any of this. He's just here with his perspective on things, and that's why I like it, because he doesn't know all of these cases.
I get lost in the translation.
He gets lost in the translation.
I get lost in translation.
Exactly. But the thing is that the interesting take that he has without even knowing the cases is interesting to me.
Well, it's like the first glance, right? And sometimes that can be a really kind of like a wholesome kind of organic look at things if you haven't been bogged down with every gruesome detail of the case. If you could just be given the facts, like the small amount of facts, and still surmise what everybody knows that have
or just watch this, never having seen Don speak.
Yeah.
And see him, and then come, back with this. It's crazy because I mean, we've been all looking at this for 4 years, right? But then to have somebody that doesn't even know the case to come in and then make these observations that are so astute, and they're things that we've been saying, and so it's you're welcome.
Yeah, really, I feel the same way. I mean, and I'm like the middle grade, right? I'm like, the mid-grade person who kind of knows the story, but not really from the YouTube perspective, and like all the deets about that.
And I'm only telling the silly stories, okay? I'm just, I mean, I know that, but the psychology behind this.
But the background behind some of these other things too, like, the resurrection comment, or,
Right.
Well, it's only because it's past tense, yeah. They spoke in a lot of past tense. It's just interesting. I don't know. It's just like, like I said, like Connie, I know I keep saying Connie, y'all, I'm so sorry, but it's just that Connie, I came from the same place, and we've been over this so many times, and it's like Connie just said it. Sometimes I think I know too much. I agree, Connie. I do too. That's what
it does get overwhelming, right? Like an overwhelming,
especially when you know about some of like backstories of YouTubers with these people and like
Mm.
things, and and then you've seen photos that are really freaking weird, and you're just like, wow, it's stuff you can't unsee, that's for sure, and stuff you can't unhear, stuff you can't undo. Like, it's sad. It I don't know. It'll break your heart, or you have to like try to make fun of the awfulness of him. I can't make fun of it, but I mean, you have to like at least like
Make light of it.
make light of it, I
deal with
guess. Yeah, to be able to even deal with it. I couldn't be here 4 years later, and if I couldn't do that.
Well, yeah, because it's so preposterous, because you almost have to make fun of it, because it's like it's not normal, and everyone's like, what the hell just happened? And then you kind of giggle and you're like, what? And did they really? Because even like in the first interview with Chris McDonough, and she starts talking about chicks with merts, and it was like, where the hell did that come from? And why would you think that that's okay? And so it already puts that out, they're putting the element out there for us every time. It's just like when Proudfoot speaks.
Yeah, it's true. You're right. Absolutely.
Or Katie says, oh, Sebastian's stinky, or it just puts that out there,
It's
and then it's
gross.
negativity.
It's
And then
so awful. Like, how
Yeah.
could you ever talk? I wouldn't talk about my child like that now, having my child, and then you lose your child, and then you like can make fun and do that. Like, it's gross.
Oh my gosh, yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
to ever even say any of those things about your child, it's awful.
Right, or anyone, like, even if it was like, but I know exactly what you're talking about, but I mean, like, even if it was like, say, your sister or something, like my sister is growing up and she's going through puberty, and boy, has she been stinking, she's got to use some deodorant or whatever. Like, you wouldn't want to
Yeah.
embarrass
No,
somebody like that.
instead, would you not, as a mother or as your sister, say, hey, let me let me get you some deodorant, and make sure you wear this, and put on in the morning after you take a shower or whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
let them pick out the scent that they like would be a
isn't
good,
that part
like a
of
good
being a
icebreaker.
parent? It's part of being a parent.
Totally.
And then if not, like you were saying, your sister, then you would, being a big sister, be like, give advice on being a woman, I mean,
Exactly.
I
Like, I
don't.
remember when I was your age, and I realized that, I had to start doing things like deodorant and shaving my legs and, armpits, whatever, like just hygiene, typical hygiene, but they make it seem like it's such a, like, again, blaming Sebastian, or, you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
and just like they blame the boys. I can't believe
I
I lost
know.
that clip, but either way, they blamed the boys,
Oh, they
and the
did.
boys were
They
feeling
tried
bad about
to.
it.
Yeah. Vic, you have been in here since day one. I know I've seen you always since the beginning. I know that you're here for summer too.
Yeah, Vic is great. Vic is awesome when it comes to
The lab. Is that the lab?
Oh, hey Josh. I see now. Aw, thank you. Thanks for the super sticker, Josh. That's awesome. Aw, how sweet. Thank
Josh,
you.
you want to come on
Aw, I'm
stage
glad
and
you're here.
talk about how awful
Yeah, should we
Josh
drop
is?
the link?
We've been going over the deception detective and how all the things that he said is so awful.
Yeah, I mean, the top 10, most raunchy things that could have been said by a father, I guess, of a missing child. Little Summer. Um,
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
it's outrageous. Like, it is, like you said, Chloe, it's outrageous. And then just listening back.
Yeah,
Um,
going back over and then hearing it the way you had it tonight, like broken down into those clips and us going over them. It's like, I know we've all heard them. I know we've all seen it. We've heard it. We've been shocked by it for so many years. And then, but like playing them back over and listening to them again, it's like it just gets more disgusting. Like every time you hear it, like, I don't know. I can't.
yeah, it doesn't get easier, right? It's like,
No, it gets worse because you hear more and more every time. I have seen these interviews or I've heard these clips, it's like it gets worse and worse to you because you pick up more in it. Like you see more. Like I don't know. It's just awful.
Yeah, and then didn't Don in the beginning call, or did somebody
Oh,
call?
Connie, thank you for asking Josh that. We were trying to find. I wanted to find that clip, Josh.
Oh, the fish food clip. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
because I know me and Connie know it, but Lady doesn't, and we were. I was looking for it.
Yeah, that's completely awful. I mean, just to say something like that. Didn't somebody call Summer busy boss or bossy little girl or something like that in the beginning? I don't remember who it was, but I know Don said that in the interview, like the 4-year interview, and was like, you know, she was the boss. Did he say that before though, or am I tripping?
He did say that she was definitely like I think that he said that she was the boss, like she was like oh gosh, what did he say? I'm trying to think of the exact like way he said it, but yeah, that like she kind of was like with her brothers, like she was always like, oh Vic,
Bossing them
you're
around or
yeah,
something, or
Vic, you're so right. But JSB, oh, ugh, she did. She said she was a brat. Remember how she used to talk so like awful, and then she wants to keep going on her show over and over and talk about like all of this ambiguous stuff. You can't understand what she's saying. She's talking about this. She's talking about that. Well, hello, you were the neighbor. Why did you not report it? If you have all this stuff that you think and you said. But yeah,
yeah,
she did say
really.
something bad, Connie. You're right. She did. Or Vic. I mean, sorry. I forgot who I was talking to. But no, it's just that's negligence right there. She can sit on a panel for 12 hours and get cut off because it's too long for YouTube, and talk about all these things and be self-righteous. But yeah, she did nothing when it was going on, didn't she?
Right. I mean, why not do something then instead of getting pissy about it now? I mean,
Yeah.
and Josh said he'll send us the fish food clip. He says it's out there somewhere.
Yeah,
So
well,
thanks,
I
Josh.
knew.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad Connie brought that up because we were talking about that earlier. And Josh, I know Josh did because that's what
Yes,
I was trying to
yes.
find it, and I couldn't last week for you, and I could not find it.
Well, you know,
And
I was
I
so
know he
excited to
said
find
it.
the resurrection comment. I'm like, oh, hell's yes. Because I was like, it's got to be somewhere out there. And I'm sure it's been played many times, because I remember that too. Some of these I have never heard before. And I was completely shocked and disgusted and
Well,
all that.
that's why I'm excited for whenever we get to do our stuff, like our interviews and stuff, that we're gonna just kind of like break down like really like small bits and pieces and go back over this stuff because really you forget some of this stuff over time. There's so much
So
that
much,
happened
right?
that you forget, like, or you remember, but like when you see it all put back together again, you're like, oh my gosh, like it's even worse than like I don't know. It just makes a different impression, I guess.
Yeah, because it was all in one spot, right? That's what I thought was cool about that video was that it was all in
Yes,
one place, like the
agreed.
top 10 worst. And I'm like, oh, this is a good video. Plus, I was like, of course, number 10 was the one we were looking for. So I was like, yeah,
Oh,
this is
Vic.
a good reminder.
Oh, Vic. That makes me cry right there. Daddy, don't.
Mhm.
Daddy, don't. Daddy, stop. Oh, I don't want to.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it does beg the question, how many times did she have to be like, leave me the hell alone, or don't let your friends, I don't want to be by your friends. And then maybe that's why she was saying, hey, Dad, I just want to be with you. I don't want to go with them. Yeah.
And the way
Honey,
he talked
Daddy,
about
stop.
her, the way Daddy, stop. That's right, Connie. The way he talked
Awful.
about her in that one clip, that's the one thing that like really grosses me out and like really bothers me so much that you played earlier about him saying, nobody ever loved me that much. She loved me more than anyone. She this and that. Like the way he was talking, I can't like even like I can't phrase it the way he did, but I mean just watching that is sick.
Oh, totally. And like you said, a parent making a comment like, I never knew love until I had my baby or something is different than,
Yeah.
I've
And he
never
said,
had anybody love me like that before
nobody
that
ever
much
loved me
or
like
ew.
that. She only wanted to be with me. She never, and all this, and it's just, ugh, it's gross. It's gross because now that when we know what we know, it just makes it even more sick.
Well, it does, and especially knowing what happened to his sister. I know her name is like Trisha or something. Um, from a very young, age as old as Summer was, to my
It was
knowledge, till
5 and
12.
12. His
Yeah.
sisters, yeah.
Yeah. And, and he should be ashamed of himself, and how dare he, and, all of that stuff. I mean, it's absolutely wrong. On so many levels, but like you said too, he's so nonchalant about the way that he, oh well, this is how it is, and this is how it was, and no big deal. And
Yeah.
she took it like a champ, like, what the hell is that?
Hey, Lolly. Hey, Lolly.
Aw, thanks for being here, Lolly.
Well, I love you guys. I gotta go. It's really late for me, and I
I
gotta
know,
take
I
that
can't
test
believe we've been
tomorrow.
on for so long.
Well,
Thanks for stopping over, Lolly. I appreciate you.
yeah, I do. I got that test tomorrow, so I gotta finish. I'm not
Good
gonna be
luck.
sleeping tonight, girl.
Well, hey, if it goes well, I might even take that test, because that sounds like a pretty good side hustle. So
Well,
it will go well.
Well, just whenever we get to work on our channel, like, oh, Sammy, I want to go over
Lost
Steven Stearns.
the
Steven
fact that Lost
Stearns.
is so confident, then I'm feeling good about it. So
And
She's gonna do great.
Sammy,
yes, oh yeah,
and Sammy just talked about Steven Stearns, and I'm like right next to Orlando. I don't know what's gonna happen with that, but I'm gonna go if I can.
You are? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I thought you want to go with me. If there's,
I mean, I will go, but oh boy, that one's a tough
well,
one.
I
I
guess
haven't
because
ever
I've
even
been in
talked
that, I've
about
been watching
Maddie
that case
here.
since the very beginning, and like been with it, and it's so close to me that like I feel like, I mean, I don't know.
No, you're totally right. I
wouldn't
remember
go
us
for
talking about
Maddie's.
going too. I know it's just a hard one. That is it's so tough. And not.
Oh wait, no, town chat. What did you say, honey? I didn't see it. I can't see the whole chat from where I'm at.
Aw, Connie S says, remember, Chloe, you're gonna do good on your test.
Connie S is like my mama. Connie S is like a mama to me. And she just keeps her eyes out on me and helps me and checks on me every day. And I need to tell everybody that. Thank you very much, Connie. I love you. And I'm going to rock it. Just for you, Connie. Just for you.
You are too. And you've been studying, and that's just, confidence right there. I mean, and it seems like, I don't know, well, we were talking about this too, but like the real estate test, they would always like psych you out, because they're like, oh, they'll put questions on there that'll try to like, trick you and all this stuff. But I mean, honestly, I think that one seems pretty straightforward, and you have the study guide, so that's perfect. Like, that's the key. Because once I had the study guide for the real estate test, it was like, and I didn't worry about the math part. I did really, really well.
Connie, you're not old enough to be my mom. I'm old.
Well, it's different, like a motherly connection or instinct.
Well, it's just because Connie and I, we're like fam. We've been together forever. Fam. But hey, listen, I love you guys. I'm so thankful to have been able to talk with you.
Love you too, Chloe. I couldn't do it without you and Lost tonight. I mean, this is really tough subject matter, right? I was in a really bad funk before you guys got up here. I was like, how am I going to address this? This is awful. And, but, aw, Lolly, that's sweet of you. Prayers and calm nerves,
Lolly, thank
knowledge.
you.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, I love all you guys. I'm so thankful that I got to come talk with you, lady. I love you.
Yes, love
You're
you too.
wonderful.
Love you too. Thank you everybody for being here with us too. Like you guys made it easier too to go over this and just reinforcements, right, Chloe? Like
Yeah.
we need reinforcements.
And y'all, we're gonna have some really cool stuff. We're gonna break down some interviews and everything on our other channel coming up. So we can't wait to start it.
Yes, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. It's gonna be great. And but yeah, tomorrow I'll be off, but I will see you guys all, and I'll just sign off with you, Chloe.
All right.
Yeah, but I
Good
love
night,
you guys so much.
everybody.
Love you, Vic. Thank you. Thanks. You
Town,
guys are so knowledgeable and awesome.
town chat. We named the kitten. I was gonna name Detective Jax Grayson because I think he's you know, he's my little PI or my little detective, but we ended up naming Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes, because he's a badass like that.
We made him have a pipe and a hat, like his AI generated. It's cute.
I was so excited about that. I was like, yes. And also special thanks to Connie S, right?
Yeah, Connie. Thank you.
Connie rocked it tonight in
Connie,
the chat. Everybody did. You're welcome, Cece.
Connie doesn't go on panel. So what I have to do, and that's the reason why I talk to Connie, is because I say, Connie, what is this right? Is that right? Because Connie always has like the deets and she like backs me up.
Yes. I know, before we're both like, wait a minute, do we know? Hold on, where's Connie? We need her.
Connie. And
yes.
then Vic showed up, and Vic knows it all too. We got YouTuber knows everything. We got a lot of good. We got Molly. We got all these good people in here that know all this stuff. So that's what I love being up here and talking and like having discussions about it, because it's fun for me to have other people that have a passion for it that I do, and that I don't know.
That's what I felt tonight.
We can all
4
vibe off
years,
each other. We can vibe off each other and remind each other of these things, because we've been doing this for so long that sometimes it's really hard.
It's so hard, but I think that is where the hope lies.
Town.
Right there.
Oh, Town. You're talking about. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm like so confused right now. So you say Mr. Jack or Master Jack, or say he tuggles Jack? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, she's coming up with alternate names for Mr. Don. I see what's going on.
Yes. We could come up with a lot of names.
Jeez, I could come up with a lot of really mean ones. You guys probably
I just always call him the panty thief. But I mean, hey, listen, you know.
Thanks, Mama Mac.
Oh, thanks, Mama Mac.
That's hilarious, Chloe. Oh my gosh.
We're totally working on this. Y'all. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna make it fun. It's gonna be happy. We're gonna try to do the best we can with making hard situations help people go through things, and go through over stuff, and like really put a voice and a face to the victims. And we're working on a cold case right now, and there's a lot of good stuff we're going to try to do.
Yes, I'm excited about our cold case. That's one that I'm really
that's local. It's one of my friends, and that lost their best friend. And I mean, I think Lady and I have cried for like 2 months of going over this, right, Lady?
Oh my gosh, the first time I tried to read her story, I couldn't read it because I was crying so much I couldn't see what I was reading. Like, such a connection,
I haven't gotten the FOIA yet, but it should be coming soon. It should be very soon. So,
maybe that means there's a lot of information in it, because sometimes.
Well, I was hoping, because I thought they didn't do an investigation, so I thought we were going to get a really not much of a FOIA. So hey, listen, y'all, just wait for that, because that might be like something that everybody would. It's a heart.
Maybe we could crack it. You never know.
Well, we'll at least get attention to it. Thank you.
Well, that's the big thing, right? Or maybe we could get like a little bit of attention, and like you said, we could get some eyes that that can.
Yeah,
make a difference.
We have I was able to get some people that were witnesses there that night to maybe come on the panel and talk. And then we've got a person that that we want to do this for, and she's actually a broadcasting and editing expert. Like that's her job, is broadcasting, so, and video editing. So she's making some videos, and so we really just want to put a face to like a name. And it's the thing is like we're just going to try to do some other cases that we don't always get to do here. You know what I mean? Like not the main ones. Like try to bring some other stuff to the table too. Just spotlight some people that just so they can get attention. So you can.
I mean, that's
share
what
their
it's all
story.
about. I think that's what really kills me, and not to keep you on a little longer, but that's what kills me about Sebastian's case and Summer's case. There's parents that would be, or people who have loved ones that would be, fighting anybody just to get into the spotlight and share their family's, or friend's story. And we don't see that here. We just see like Candus running off, and then there's just a cat left there. Like the cat can say anything.
Yeah. We want to just also bring light to just some other people that aren't getting attention, and not to take away from anyone else, because I mean I'm always going to be here for Summer. Like that's right. That's how I came here. Sebastian, obviously, Michael, I mean, I just like all the cases I've been on since I've been to YouTube. I only came here because I don't know, I guess because of Summer, and so I'll never let that go. But I still think that there's other cases too that we can try to, like cold cases, we can try to like, at least like bring to a little bit of light to it, and for the victims' families and whatever, it makes them feel good just to have somebody that is willing to listen and try at least to get some attention brought to the case.
Absolutely, and I think we should do Gannon Stauk.
I watched every day of Gannon Stauk's
yeah, I was following. I don't know who you were
trial.
following, but I was following
I
a lot
did.
of like
And
Alex
I have a
Erickson,
lot of
Melissa Jade.
Oh yeah, I watched Melissa Jade a lot whenever she was going over Letitia.
Great coverage.
And yeah, so there's a lot of things that we'll be able to like maybe go over. I mean, I really do think like there's so much like behind the psychology here that we want to talk about. I think that's really what we're really wanting to focus on, right, lady?
Yeah, absolutely. And then maybe even some of these elements and patterns that we see in all of these cases, just
Oh
kind
yeah,
of like,
Connie, you did too. That's right.
here we go again, with the because even Letitia Stout saying that, everybody owes her an apology, and she said the same
Oh my
thing.
God.
Chris Proudfoot says the same thing to us, you're gonna owe us all a public apology. I'm like, no, I'm not.
I don't know how much of y'all have watched of Letitia since she's been in prison, but I mean, the ninja, she's part of a ninja group. The ninjas got intestines. They made her drink blood. I don't know. There's so many crazy things that Letitia has come up with in prison.
Bonker. Could you imagine having her as a stepmom? I'm just gonna put that out there.
No, and she was trying to do that when she was speaking like strange languages, like fake languages. But that was also when she was. Hey, Rhonda. But it was she did a lot of stuff, but that was also part of like her trying to do that insanity defense, which obviously was not going to work. But
that's right.
so
Yeah, she did try all that madness. Like, oh, look at me, I'm crazy. It's like, yeah, well, we already know that, but
that is a case.
You're still fit to stand trial.
That is a case that. Hey, Connie, you want to meet me in the stairwell? She knows what that means. Sorry.
I'm like, wait a minute, what is going on? Meet me in the stairwell.
Dr. Lewis that came to testify for Letitia's insanity defense. Her son was with her, and he was caught smoking pot in the stairwell. So it's just a joke between in the courthouse, by the way. So
in the court, what?
Yeah, so it's just a joke with Connie. Yeah.
Who even takes that into the court? house.
Well,
at
I
all.
didn't think you could. I thought you'd get caught, but he did. But he got caught in the stairwell. So anyway, it's a joke because me and Connie were always like, "Hey, let's go meet me in the stairwell."
Right. It's time for a toke. Oh Lord. Oh well, Chloe, I love you so much. Thank you so
I
much
love
for
you
being
too.
here. Thank you, Lost in Translation. Thank you so much. And happy
Always.
Father's Day. I know it's
Thank you
Monday
very
now.
much. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. Thank you very much for letting me be a part of this, and it's been
For
great.
sure. I appreciate your perspective completely because, like I said, well, Chloe is saying about the fresh perspective, but then also I like to have a guy's perspective because, us ladies, we might think something is like really bad. You might be like, well, no, that's locker room talk. And I'm like, oh, well, no.
No.
But, or something like
Well,
that. Not, bad analogy
the
probably.
good thing
but,
about Lost is that he is not
Aw, Connie.
that kind of man. So I think that it's nice to have a perspective from a man that's not like, that's not okay. That's not okay. Like this, like,
well, we need to reinforce
doesn't
it.
try, it
Yeah.
doesn't try to rationalize like, oh, men talk like that sometimes.
Oh, that is so
whatever.
good. That's what I was trying to get to. Thanks, Chloe. Like,
Yeah,
not
no, I
rationalizing
knew.
it.
Yeah, I knew what you were saying. I did.
Not not
totally agree with you.
mansplaining it or something, but giving us
Definitely
a
not
fresh
mansplaining.
perspective.
No.
No, he's not mansplaining. If he did, I would yell at him. I would get on to him.
Oh no, but I mean, I do appreciate other. I'm fine with that as long
I
as
would yell at you. Yeah.
But I mean, what it's like on the tubes. You'll go places and people will be like saying the most horrible things, and you're like, how do you even get that from this? Like, I don't get it.
You're welcome, Connie.
And Vic.
And
Vic, she's from back in and Rhonda.
Rhonda, what's up? Help me, Rhonda.
Oh.
Help me, Rhonda.
I only have one. Hey, listen, I want to end the show. And I have one last thing to say.
Okay, what?
Sandra.
Sandra. You gotta yell it really loud and everybody.
I know, but I don't want to yell right now because I'm in an apartment and it's 4:30 in the morning. I'm probably gonna everyone's gonna be pissed off at me.
Yeah, we're the only ones awake.
Somebody's yelling, Sandra.
Sandra.
It's like streetcar desire.
All right, I do gotta go. I got this test and
oh my gosh, I'll be praying for your wonderful results, and I know you will do fantastic.
Yes,
I will call you tomorrow, and I'll let you know. And I love
Connie
all
says
y'all.
I yelled Sandra. Sorry, really quick.
Connie can yell for me. Okay, Connie, thanks.
Yell for everybody.
Yay, Connie, thank you. If I yell, I'll get in trouble because I think it's almost time for wake up. So, oh goodness sakes.
All right. Good night. Good
All
morning.
right, love you guys. Have a great day.
Y'all. I hope I get to come see y'all soon. I love you guys. Bye.
Bye. Bye, guys.
Bye.